Oops. Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Costs Associated with Replacing the Federal Pay System. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages Canada's Climate Change Report for 2019. This report is about how and why Canada's climate has changed and what changes are projected for the future. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report on Canada's Changing Climate 2019. This report explains how and why Canada's climate is changing and what changes are to be expected in the future.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 21 petitions.
Good job.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 33rd report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security entitled Study on Crime in Rural Areas in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is calling on the government to provide an overall response to this report.
Captain Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with profound sadness and disappointed that I find it necessary to rise on behalf of the official opposition and speak about our Conservative dissenting report to Motion 167 on rural crime. It has been more than a year, Mr. Speaker, that after a unanimous motion was done in this House and passed to study rural crime, and 168 days since we finished hearing from witnesses, and yet the study sought to recommendations to help Canadians deal with the very serious and profound issue of rural crime. And so in almost 6 months, the Liberal members on that committee, Public Safety, managed to only put together a page and a half, 2 pages at best, with no real recommendations. So 2 pages after hearing from numerous witnesses with heartbreaking stories to respond to a growing rural crime crisis in this country. It's just shameful, Mr. Speaker. It's another example of Liberals neglecting their duty to protect Canadians.
It's an emergency.
It's no surprise that the NDP and the Conservatives have tabled dissenting opinions to a very dismissive government report. Opinions required to be as short as the government by parliamentary rules, unfortunately. No Canadian should feel that their government is ignoring a crime wave crisis. But for thousands of rural Canadians across this country, that is the clear message sent today, Mr. Speaker, by this Liberal government. Thank you.
The report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security was presented a few moments ago. Given the point of order raised on May 9, 2019 by the Honourable Member for Lakeland regarding motion M167, which was a motion of instruction to that committee, I would like to make a statement. As members will recall, in raising her point of order, the member for Lakeland explained that on May 30, 2018, the House adopted motion M167, which was an order to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security to study the matter of rural crime and to report its findings to the House no later than 6 months following the adoption of the said motion. The committee did not respect this reporting obligation. More than 5 months after the deadline, which was November 30, 2018, the member brought to the attention of the chair the failure of the committee to comply with that order.
In response, the chair of the committee, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, provided explanations for the committee's delay. Despite missing the fixed deadline to report to the House, as Speaker, I'm satisfied that the committee did finally report on motion M167.
While the chair understands well the dynamics of committees and the different, sometimes conflicting viewpoints that may arise in its deliberations, this does not excuse a committee from its obligation to respect orders of the House that pertain to its work, such as Motion M167. The fact that committees are masters of their proceedings does not allow them to ignore this obligation. Should difficulties arise in carrying out an order of the House, as may happen, it remains incumbent on the committee to ask for an extension to a deadline it cannot meet by means of a report to the House so that it may then decide whether or not to grant it. Étant donné que le rapport du Comité permanent de la sécurité.
Given that the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security has now presented its report to the House, I consider the matter closed. I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Old Age Security Act Monthly Guaranteed Income Supplement. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud to be standing here to introduce this practical piece of legislation. In July of 2016, my office received the first of what turned out to be many individual calls. A woman in her 80s had not received her Guaranteed Income Supplement, her GIS. She did not receive it because she had been very sick earlier in the year and was a month late getting her taxes in. The seniors in this country who receive GIS are some of the most highest of risk for maintaining the most basic of necessities. For this woman's life, it meant that she would not be able to afford her rent. We worked with her and we got her GIS reinstated. We worked with her landlord and assured that she was not evicted. But her experience and those of tens of thousands of seniors across Canada can be stopped. Too often, these seniors have their benefits paused for up to 4 months because their taxes came in late, most often due to sickness, being in the hospital, or dealing with a death. This bill gives seniors who receive GIS a 1-year grace period to get their taxes completed. This will stop those tens of thousands of seniors from losing the money that pays for their medication, their housing, and their food. Mr. Speaker, 75% of all recipients of GIS see an increase in their benefits after being reassessed. These are not seniors trying to trick the system. These are seniors facing multiple challenges, and this bill will help. I hope all members in this House will support it. Thank you.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill from the projet de loi.
Will be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Ms. Leach, seconded by Mr. Van Kesteren, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Health Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present this bill seconded by my colleague and good friend from Chatham, Kent.
I recently undertook national consultations on health care in Canada.
Waiting for hip replacements, and parents with kids waiting for mental health assessments. In Canada, there is an explicit agreement about health care. The state provides health care services, and in exchange, Canadians expect that their loved ones will be taken care of. Except the state's not keeping up its end of the bargain. Politicians get to say when and where you get your care, but they are not accountable to deliver health care in a timely manner. This is wrong. We need to take the politics out of health care.
My bill would add a sixth principle to the Act, accountability. It's a matter of government accountability to patients.
Means that insured health services must be delivered in a timely manner. This is the health care guarantee Liberal Senator Michael Kirby spoke of in his report. Accountability means that governments must be more responsive to patients' needs. Accountability was considered as a founding principle in the 1960s, but was not included in the Final Five. It's time that it is. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Leach, seconded by Mr. Van Kesteren, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, premier lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Ms. Leach, seconded by Mr. Nault, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Children's Health Commissioner of Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to introduce this private member's bill today, seconded by my colleague and friend from Kenora Rainy River. In 2007, I authored a report called Reaching for the Top, a report by the Advisor on Healthy Children and Youth.
In that report, I recommended that Canada create a National Office of Children's Health.
Is a long culmination of that report.
It's more urgent than ever to create a commissioner position. Canada is at the bottom of the ranks when it comes to most child health indicators.
And children with disabilities fare even far worse than other Canadian kids. Poor health in childhood is proven to lead to poor health as adults. We need to take the health of children in this country seriously. Earlier this year, I introduced the introduction of the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, which I proposed as a start. But we need an advocate, someone whose exclusive mission is the promotion of children, someone who can work with government to ensure legislation improves the health of kids, someone who will work with think tanks, private sector, and parents to raise awareness about improving the outcomes of children. A Child's Health Commissioner for Canada, the one that is recommended in this bill, is exactly that person. I ask all members in this House to join me in supporting the creation of this important position, which will help improve the health of Canadian children. Thank you very much.
Ms. Leach, seconded by Mr. Nault, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Be read a second time at the next sitting of the House. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Citation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Chatham, Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions. The first one is a petition asking that the Parliament of Canada enshrine the Criminal Code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare institutions from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia. Then the next petition, a number of those as well that I have, states these petitioners call upon the Prime Minister, Trudeau, the Prime Minister, my apologies, to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought, and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement for applications to the summer jobs program. And then finally, I have a number of petitions again that are asking for, they're calling upon Parliament to establish a national strategy for palliative care. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
Over to you.
I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of many Canadians in respect to a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care. And the petitioners are therefore, we the undersigned Canadian citizens, call upon the Government of Canada to commit to acknowledging eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and respond to it, particularly with Canada's vulnerable population, children, seniors, diabetics, and Indigenous peoples, through the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care, which will benefit all Canadians through the reduction of vision impairment resulting from preventable conditions and the modification of known risk factors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today signed by residents of New Westminster, Burnaby, and Surrey, British Columbia. They add their names to thousands of Canadians, and particularly British Columbians, who have spoken out, and they're calling on the government to abandon the Trans Mountain Pipeline Expansion Project. As you know, Mr. Speaker, as the petitioners say, the Trans Mountain Pipeline project will cost billions of dollars that could be better used to fund pharmacare, childcare, and housing projects. The petitioners are concerned about the environmental risks, the tremendous impact on greenhouse gas emissions, and also the fact that Indigenous peoples have not given their consent. Therefore, these petitioners call on the Government of Canada to reverse its decision to purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline, respect the rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities to self-governance and free, prior, and informed consent, and to abandon any and all plans to continue the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Hochelaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was waiting for the light. The petitioners want to call the government's attention to the fact that in the 2015 election, they promised that defined benefit pension plans that they had already contributed to would not be converted after the fact into defined contribution plans. But that's precisely what the finance minister's bill would do. So the petitioners call on the government to withdraw this unfair bill.
Mountain Trail, Eagle Creek.
I am honored to rise and table 57 petitions on behalf of thousands of Canadians who are concerned about the absence of legislation regarding the use of ultrasounds to determine the gender of an unborn child. A CBC documentary has revealed that ultrasounds are being used in Canada to determine the sex of an unborn child, so expectant parents can then choose to terminate the pregnancy if the unborn child is female. These citizens are calling on the government to support legislation that would make sex-selective abortion illegal. I trust the government will deal expeditiously with these citizens' concerns. I am also honored to rise and table 9 petitions on behalf of hundreds of residents of Saskatchewan and British Columbia who believe that hospice palliative care improves the quality of life for patients and relieves their suffering, pain, or illness, but that it is not accessible enough or available to all Canadians. These citizens are calling on the Government of Canada to identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Canada Health Act, and to dedicate funds under the Canada Health and Transfer System to be used in providing available hospice palliative care to Canadians in all provinces and territories. I trust the government will deal expeditiously with these citizens' concerns as well. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to present a petition from residents within Saanich Gulf Islands, particularly from areas in North Saanich, in Victoria, and in a number of the Gulf Islands. The concerns expressed by the petitioners are for the preservation of a population on the verge of extinction, the southern resident killer whales. The petitioners are calling for more action, as has been undertaken in the state of Washington, to do more to protect this very vulnerable population from the impact of whale watching vessels and other commercial vessels, to prohibit commercial recreational whale watching during crucial breeding and calving periods, to enhance the compulsory distance and speed restrictions for commercial and recreational whale watching vessels, and a number of other specific and robust measures to preserve the southern resident killer whale population.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Portage-Liscar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition with thousands of signatures from Canadians from every part of this country who are calling on the Prime Minister to resign. They are not doing this lightly. This is pretty unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, and it's because these Canadians believe that the Prime Minister has lost the moral authority to govern. Given the cover-up that he has been embroiled in with SNC-Lavalin and other ethical lapses, Canadians are seeing that this Prime Minister, who said that he would be a leader with ethics, an open leader, somebody who was transparent, has indeed been the exact opposite. And because of that, literally thousands, tens of thousands of Canadians are joining with us and calling on the Prime Minister to resign. Now, I want them to know we're in the last days of this Parliament, an election is coming up, but I wanted to present this petition on their behalf and ask that the government look at this seriously and look at the reasons behind this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have 2 petitions to table in the House. The first is largely from the members of the Comox Valley who are calling on this government to withdraw Bill C-27. The concern is that prior to the 2015 federal election, Canadians were clearly promised in writing that the defined benefits plans, which have already been paid for by employees and pensioners, should not be retroactively changed into target benefit plans. So these petitioners are very passionate and calling on this government to do the right thing and withdraw Bill C-27. Mr. Speaker, the second petition that I am tabling in the House today is quite significant. Hundreds of signatures. This is the third one that I have tabled on this very important issue. Communities like Sointula, Alert Bay, Port McNeill, Port Alice, Port Hardy have signed this. It's going to the Minister of Rural Economic Development and pointing out that in that region of road on Highway 19 that there is not good cellular phone service. This is an important public safety concern, as it is sometimes necessary to travel more than 30 minutes to reach cell phone service area or a landline to contact 911 in case of an accident or a need for roadside assistance. This is so important, and we saw that when a young man was trapped in his vehicle for 7 days. Luckily survived with the resources he had in his vehicle. So the petitioners are asking the minister to intervene with the Canadian Radio Television Communications Commission and the local service provider to ensure that there is continuous coverage on Highway 19 to satisfy the need for public safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition to the House of Commons from petitioners mainly from New Westminster, Burnaby, and Vancouver, who join thousands of Canadians who call on the Government of Canada to abandon the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project. Their concern is that the Trans Mountain Pipeline was purchased from Kinder Morgan, a Texas-based oil company, for $4.5 billion, which puts all Canadians at risk. From a plethora of environmental risks, including threefold greenhouse gas emissions, an increase in the daily amount of oil produced by the pipeline, which would drastically increase greenhouse gases in Canada. The real cost to taxpayers purchasing the pipeline and carrying out the related expansion could be as much as $12 billion, which could be better used, they say, for pharmacare, childcare, and housing projects across Canada. They therefore call on the Government of Canada to reverse its decision to purchase the Trans Mountain Pipeline and respect the rights of First Nations, Indigenous, and Métis communities to self-governance and free prior informed consent, and to abandon any and all plans to continue the expansion of Trans Mountain Pipeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Good idea.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Du gouvernement.
Government orders.
Number 29 on the national climate emergency.
Ms. McKenna, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that the House recognize that A, climate change is a real and urgent crisis driven by human activity that impacts the environment, biodiversity, Canadians' health, and the Canadian economy. B, les Canadiens ressentent.
Canadians are feeling the impacts of climate change today, from flooding, wildfires, heat waves, and other extreme weather events which are projected to intensify in the future.
Climate change impacts communities across Canada, with coastal, northern, and Indigenous communities particularly vulnerable to its effects. And D, action to support clean growth and meaningfully reduce greenhouse gas emissions in all parts of the economy are necessary to ensure a safer, healthier, cleaner, and more prosperous future for our children and grandchildren, and therefore that the House declare that Canada is in a national climate emergency, which requires, as a response, that Canada commit to meeting its national emissions target under the Paris Agreement and to making deeper reductions in line with the agreement's objective of holding global warming below 2 degrees Celsius and pursuing efforts to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Debate The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to have the opportunity to address the House of Commons today with respect to our government's motion asking all parliamentarians elected by Canadians from coast to coast to coast to acknowledge and declare that climate change is an emergency, that the science behind climate change is clear, and that we all need to come together to meet our international obligations. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to rise today and speak in the House of Commons today about our motion asking all parliamentarians elected to this place to acknowledge and declare that climate change is an emergency, that the science is clear, and that we all have to come together to ensure that we meet our international commitments.
Why do we need to do this, Mr. Speaker? Let's listen to Greta, a 16-year-old girl from Sweden. What did she say? Our house is falling apart, and our leaders need to start acting accordingly. But it's not just Greta who's standing up. Young people across Canada are demanding serious climate action from us, elected leaders who have the ability to act. Louis and Sarah
from Quebec, who organized the biggest demonstration in the entire world. They're calling on us to act on climate change.
Who every Friday is out on the streets for Fridays for the Future. Amelia from my riding of Ottawa Centre, who is putting posters across Ottawa Centre talking about climate change. And Carter. Let me tell you about Carter, Mr. Speaker. Carter's a young Inuit boy. He's from Cambridge Bay. I met him when I was on a ship in the high Arctic. Carter came and sat down beside me, and he said, I'm worried about what I'm seeing in my community. I think some of the impacts I'm seeing are being caused by climate change. I was lucky to be on a ship with my amazing Environment and Climate Change Canada scientists. I brought one of them who sat down with Carter. And Carter started talking about what was happening in Cambridge Bay in his community. And you know what he talked about? Talked about things that broke my heart. He talked about hunters going out, feet getting stuck in quicksand, in thawing permafrost, like quicksand. Talked about caribou, his country food, that his community relies on, disappearing. And then he said the saddest thing. He talked about hunters who for millennia have hunted, going out in their snowmobiles and falling through the ice because they could no longer tell the thickness. Mr. Speaker, we need to come together as a country. We need to join governments from around the world who are recognizing that we are in a climate emergency, and we need to act like it. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today I had the opportunity of presenting the report on climate that's changing in Canada. The report shows that Canada is warming twice as fast as the rest of the world and 3 times more in the north.
And I tabled Canada's Changing Climate Report. What did it show, Mr. Speaker? It showed that Canada is warming at twice the global average, 3 times or more in our north. That means that our oceans are acidifying. That means that we're seeing more extreme weather events, and we will continue to see more and continue to feel the impacts. Les océans de l'Arctique et de l'Atlantique.
The oceans in the Arctic and the North Atlantic are losing their banks.
But I don't need to tell Canadians just about the science. Let's just talk about what is happening. Right here in the National Capital Region, we have seen the impacts of climate change. That 3 years ago, there was a flood that was supposed to be once in a 100-year flood that devastated communities, that folks were out of their homes, people were sandbagging, people were worried that they were losing their homes, they were losing their livelihoods, and they rebuilt. But then what happened? Last year, tornadoes hit. Tornadoes that we'd never seen before, hit this summer in the same community. And then what happened this year? These folks are still now having to deal with another flood. They are still dealing with that right now. This is a flood that was supposed to be once in 100 years. Now we're seeing these events every few years.
And look at what happened in Quebec last summer. There were extreme temperatures. People died. They died because of the heat.
Out west, we saw forest fires that are burning longer and brighter than ever before. And these are real impacts on people. I was talking to a mother, and she was worried about whether her kids should go outside because the air quality index was 10 or high, which meant that it is actually dangerous. We know the science behind climate change. We know the impacts. And now it's important that we come together as a country and that we act. Mr. Speaker, we may not always agree in the House about which solutions are best, but surely we can agree on the problem. That climate change is an emergency like none we have ever faced before, that we all need to do more to ensure a cleaner, more prosperous future for our kids and grandkids. La planète a besoin de l'implication.
The planet needs help from everyone to tackle climate change so that we can build a cleaner future.
I'm the second longest serving environment minister, and it's been a huge honor. And I often reflect it when I started this job. 2 days into the job, we were off to the Paris climate negotiations. But I wasn't alone. The Prime Minister was there. We had members of the opposition. We had all parties represented. We had premiers that were there. We had Indigenous leaders there. We had business leaders there. We had young people there. And we fought for an ambitious Paris Agreement. After a decade of inaction, after a decade of stalling on climate action, that these are I was told by my colleagues that they were happy that Canada was back at the table to be serious about climate action. And that's what we did. We pushed and we got an ambitious agreement. We got recognition of Indigenous rights. We got recognition of the importance of the markets. And then we came back to Canada. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait après ça?
And so what did we do? Well, we realized that this is a duty that we have. It's not just about signing an agreement with the rest of the world. We have to do our share. And so, for 1 year, we negotiated with the provinces and the territories and Indigenous peoples. We heard Canadians, businesses, environmentalists, young people.
To Canadians. We negotiated for a whole year, and we came up with a Made in Canada climate plan that was made by Canadians. And that was a very proud moment because we showed we could be serious on climate change, that after a decade of inaction, we could have a serious plan that brought folks together, that took serious actions to not just tackle climate change, but to grow a clean economy. Because the reality is, you don't have to choose. The environment and the economy go together in the 21st century, but that requires work, and that requires finding solutions that are unique to Canada. Let's talk about our climate plan. Yes, it is no longer free to pollute. I was extremely proud when the Prime Minister announced no longer free to pollute in the country, because you know what? If it's free to pollute, there'll be more pollution. But we're giving the money back to people because we know life needs to be affordable, that you can do both. You can put a price on pollution to reduce emissions, and you can put more money in people's pockets so they have choices, that they can be part of the solution when it comes to tackling climate change.
We have invested historic amounts in public transit. We are the only party who said that these investments need to be made.
Across the country, right here in Ottawa, light rail transit will mean the largest reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in Ottawa's history. We've also been investing in our entrepreneurs and our inventors. I'm seeing clean solutions across the country, from coast to coast to coast. It's incredible to see businesses stepping up with clean solutions that we need, but the world desperately needs, that we can export and create good jobs right here. We're also phasing out coal, but we're ensuring a just transition for workers and communities because everyone has to be part of this transition. We're making historic investments in renewables. We have more than 50 measures outlined in the climate change plan that we made with Canadians. We are moving forward on that plan, and it is making a real difference, and we are committed to doing more. That's why we have a task force, a sustainable finance task force with some of the brightest minds trying to figure out how do we unleash the trillions of dollars that we need to move to a cleaner future. That's why we have two experts, Tamara Vrooman from Van City, Stephen Guilbeault du Québec.
Stephen Guilbeault from Quebec, who's providing us with advice, telling us how we can do more in the transportation sector, how we can do more in cleaner buildings to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions.
We're doubling the amount of nature that we are protecting in Canada. That's a good thing because Canadians love our nature, but we also have a biodiversity crisis that is made worse because of climate change. That we just had a report that said the planet may be losing up to 1 million species. And climate change is one of the major contributing factors. We need to be doing more to take care of what we love, our land, our water, our air, our animals. And we are tackling plastic pollution. Creation of plastics creates emissions, so does getting rid of them, and we have too much plastics. We know that if we don't take action, we will have more plastic pollution in our oceans than we will have fish. And that is a huge problem, and it's something that we can solve. We are wasting money by throwing out plastics that has value, billions of dollars, and we will find ways to move forward, to ban unnecessary single-use plastics, to innovate and find other solutions and alternatives, and to work with countries around the world because pollution knows no borders. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that we have an opposition of conservative politicians from across the country who don't seem to understand that we're in a climate emergency, that we have to do more rather than less, that the science is absolutely clear, and that we have solutions that work. If you look at previously, we had a progressive conservative Prime Minister, Brian Mulroney. He tackled the biggest challenge I faced when I was growing up, which was acid rain. I was worried that we were going to poison our lakes and rivers. And guess what? Brian Mulroney stepped up. He pushed the United States to take action with Canada. He listened to scientists. He talked to our business people to find solutions. And what else did he do? He put a price on pollution. And guess what? We were able to tackle acid rain. We can do this. We are a great country, and we can figure this out. But the only way you do that, Mr. Speaker, the only way you do that is by coming together. Polarization will end any action on climate change. We have seen that story. We have seen that story south of the border, and we also see it in places like France, where the Gilets jaunes movement, c'est sûr que les gens veulent que la vie...
Yes, people want their lives to be affordable. So we need action on climate change. I saw it in France. I was there last week for the G7.
3.5 years I've been in this job, I realized that yes, you need laws. Yes, you need regulations. Yes, you need investments. But most of all, you need to bring Canadians together. The Canadians, whether they are a farmer in a small town in Saskatchewan, whether they're an Inuk who lives in Cambridge Bay, whether they live in Prince Edward Island, whether they live in downtown Toronto or Ottawa Centre, or they live in British Columbia, they care about our environment. They care about clean air and clean water. They want to tackle climate change, but they also want life to be affordable. They also want good jobs. And you can do both. You can make sure that the environment and the economy go together. C'est sûr, nous savons les...
We know what the solutions are, but we have to stop bickering. We have to stop saying things like, well, it's too bad that conservatives and a conservative premier say things that aren't true. They say fixing climate change is going to cost too much. Putting a price on carbon is just for the government to get more revenue. That's not true. We have a plan, we're putting a price on pollution, and we're giving money back. A family of 4 in Ontario will get $307.
Price on pollution, giving the money back to families, such that a family of 4 in Ontario will get $307. That's more than 80% of the families pay. Why would Conservative premiers want to not tell the truth? That you can tackle climate change and you can do it in a way that's affordable. Why would there be a sticker campaign to mislead Canadians? Why would there be advertising using taxpayer dollars to mislead Canadians? We are bringing this motion today. It's not a partisan motion. Everyone should be able to support it. What does the motion ask? The motion asks that we recognize that climate change is an emergency, that the science behind climate change is clear, that we need to meet our international obligations. And, Mr. Speaker, I know we can do this. I know we are a country that has come together, that has faced so many challenges. If you think about the efforts that we put in the 2 wars, the 2 great wars, we stood up. We stood up as a country. We built this great country, and we're blessed. We have amazing natural resources in this country. We have a beautiful country that is large. We have one of the countries with the largest unspoiled wilderness. But most of all, we've got our people. And we were all here, we were elected by Canadians from coast to coast to coast, who expect us to stand up, to expect us to make decisions based on science, who expect us to take action to tackle climate change, who expect us to come together on the biggest challenge that we face, who expect us to answer our kids. Our kids are marching in the streets, demanding that we step up. We know what the problem is. We have too much pollution. We know what the solutions are, and we need to be coming together. It is so critically important that we recognize the science, that we recognize that we have an obligation to come together, as we said in Paris we would do, meet our international obligations, that be serious about tackling climate change, to not fight about whether we need to take action, but come together and fight for more action, to push each other to look at what more we can do, but always remembering that people are at the heart of what we do, that we need to be making sure that we bring folks together. I've learned in this job, I am the Minister of Environment and Climate Change for all Canadians, for environmentalists, but also people who work in the energy sector, for people who live in the north of the country and people who live in major cities. I recognize that, and that means every day I work hard with Canadians to find solutions. And I look at what's happening. Towns across the country are taking serious action on climate change because they can't ignore it. When there are floods, they have to be there. When Constance Bay once again is hit by another flood, the elected municipal leaders need to be there. They are there helping fill sandbags because they can't ignore the science on climate change. And I see it with companies, Canadian companies. There are so many incredible companies that are working so hard to tackle climate change, that are coming up with these amazing, incredible solutions, that whether it's Carbon Cure out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, or Carbon Engineering out of Burnaby. We have these companies that are coming up with all these amazing solutions and showing us what we can do, that we have the ingenuity, that we know what the problems are and we can figure out the solutions. But that is why I'm asking everyone in this House, I'm asking everyone to come together, to put partisan politics aside, to vote for a motion that is very simple. It's not a complicated motion. It is not a partisan motion. All it asks is that everyone in this House stands together and recognizes the science behind climate change is clear. It points that we are in a climate emergency and that we need to meet our international obligations. Alors, c'est pourquoi.
And this is why our government is asking for us all to come together, all parliamentarians. We've been elected by Canadians all over the country. We should work together. We should vote to recognize that we are facing a climate emergency, that the science is clear. We have to fulfill our international obligations, and Canadians will be proud.
We'll be proud that we can put political differences aside, that we can say climate change is a problem, but we can tackle it, that we were elected by Canadians to stand up and deal with hard issues, to represent them, to show leadership, to be their voices right here in the House of Commons. And so I ask everyone to recognize that we need to act, that we have a climate emergency, that Greta is asking, like children across Canada and around the world are asking, will we be serious? Will we recognize there's a climate emergency? Will we stand up and take action that we need to act? Because it's their future, Mr. Speaker, that we're only borrowing this planet and we're going to pass it on to our children and grandchildren. And we owe it to them. We owe it to them to pass on a sustainable planet. We owe it to them to ensure they have good jobs and life is affordable. We owe it to them to come together. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's for our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. There are young people demonstrating, asking for leadership from us. We who have been elected by Canadians, we have to realize there is a climate emergency. We have to come together and do what we said we would do. We have to fulfill our international obligations. It's
actually really reasonable. It's reasonable that they would want us to act. It's reasonable that they would ask us to put aside our partisan differences, to actually come together to tackle the most challenging problem that we face, but do it in a way where we have the Canadian can-do spirit, where we can figure this out, where we can provide the solutions that the world needs, that we can be creating the jobs. And I'm very proud that our government has a climate plan that we're working and develops with Canadians. At the same time, we've created 1 million jobs. You can do both. You can do both. And I think that that is what we all must recognize, that taking action on climate change isn't a choice about the environment or the economy, that you can do both. You can grow the economy, and you can take serious action on climate change, and that is what Canadians expect us to do. And that is what we are delivering on. But if we don't come together, we may lose all of this progress. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's a simple request that everyone stands up for the science behind climate change, stands up and recognizes that we are in a climate emergency, stands up and says, yes, we're going to meet our international obligations. We're going to come together to do that. Alors j'espère.
So I hope that when it comes time to vote, all parliamentarians will vote for the motion which will recognize the science around climate change, will recognize that there is a climate emergency, recognizing that we will meet our international obligations.
Yes. I know we can do this. I've seen it. I've seen it across the country. I've seen that Canadians are committed to acting, and now we need to act like leaders. We need to be serious about tackling climate change. We need to come together, and we need to do it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, there's lots of interesting questions. I ask all honourable members to keep their interventions to no more than 1 minute. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Speaker, Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her speech. She knows that the Environment Commissioner, the Auditor General, the United Nations itself, Pembina Institute, Environmental Defense, Climate Action Network, all say that she's not going to meet the Paris targets that she actually signed in Paris. I was there, I saw her sign. We accepted that in good faith, that she was going to bring forward a plan that was going to meet those targets. It's very clear she's not meeting those targets. And then there was David Suzuki. When asked whether the Liberals would meet the Paris targets, here's what he said. No, we're not going to make it. The Prime Minister was like, the sun came out and we praised him to the skies. I emailed him after he signed and asked, are you serious about what you just signed? And he mailed back and said, I'm serious. We celebrated, we praised him. But the easiest thing to do is sign a document, especially when the end isn't for years and years. He knows bloody well that he's not going to be around in 2030, end quote. Does the minister now admit that her government will not meet the Paris targets?
Climate change.
Committed to meeting the targets. We have a plan that gets us 3/4 of the way there without even factoring in things like investments that we were making in public transportation, the doubling of nature that we're doing, the investments in innovation that we're doing, and action by provinces. But you know what will make sure we don't get there is defeatist attitudes like that. That I don't know what the Conservatives, when they bring up points like this, I'm confused. I'm confused. Does that mean that you do not want us to meet our obligations? Because we're working hard every day, and we negotiated a plan with provinces and territories, and guess what? We're holding the provinces to account. So conservative provinces led by conservative politicians have to do what they said they were going to do. We all agreed after a year of negotiations there was going to be a price on pollution. We are moving forward that by giving the money back to Canadians, that we need to be serious about taking action. We are absolutely all in. I would just hope the party opposite would be too.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Oakley Valley.
Thank you. Thank you to the Minister as well for her speech. There are contradictions happening within this debate. The government talks about this as an emergency and as a crisis, but then also went out, not just bought a $4.5 billion pipeline, but plans to expand that pipeline by tripling it. It's a bit of a contradiction. I think the Minister in a quiet moment could admit to that, doing harm while trying to say we're doing benefit and that the targets won't be met. I want to speak to her about something very specific, and this is larger than even just the issue of climate change, which is the role of us as parliamentarians. Last night, the Senate committee voted to kill Bill C-48, a government-sponsored bill, the North Coast tanker ban, which I had sponsored in a previous parliament. The government campaigned, as did 4 out of 5 parties in this House. This is a democratic question I ask for the Minister. If this is the first time we think in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker, where a government-sponsored bill is threatened for defeat at the Senate, which this government reformed, perhaps creating a bad problem, maybe making it worse. What will the Minister do to join with us, not only to protect the North Coast from the threat of oil spills and make sure that this bill becomes law, but to push back on the unelected and unaccountable Senate, who is looking to overturn the democratic will of this House as expressed by Canadians in the past election? Because this doesn't just have effect now, it has effect on future parliaments and the expressed will of the Canadian voters in those elections.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member opposite. I know, sadly, he's leaving this House, but for his efforts on so many files, including on the tanker ban. I'm very concerned about what happened. We campaigned on this. We believe that this is critically important. And so I will do whatever I can to work with the member opposite, party opposite, to make sure that we move forward on this. The Senate has a very important role, but so does Parliament. And this isn't a very important piece of legislation. In terms of flip-flops, though, I mean, look, it's hard taking action on climate change while you're making sure that you grow the economy and create good jobs. Unfortunately, we had the leader of the NDP say that he no longer supported LNG. That's 10,000 jobs. That's actually something that the member opposite, I know, supported because he knows it creates good jobs in his riding, and he knows the BC NDP government is all in on climate change. So I guess my question to the member opposite is why?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time and again, I want to thank our colleague the Minister for her speech, but time and again throughout her speech, she said that we need to bring Canadians together. This is about bringing Canadians together, that through their action that they have brought Canadians together. And I would hazard through you, Mr. Speaker, that we have not seen a more divisive environment since the Prime Minister's father was actually in office. And it's all because of the condescending remarks that we see from this minister, who speaks to Canadians like they're uneducated, speaks to parliamentarians like they're uneducated. But that's not going to be my question, Mr. Speaker. I want to know how that minister can actually stand in the House and talk about her climate plan and action plan while still approving billions and billions of liters of raw sewage to be emptied into our rivers, lakes, and streams. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I guess there was a lot in that question. But let's be clear. The reason that we are having challenges, that municipalities, because it's municipalities that are having challenges with sewage, is because the previous government made no investments in wastewater treatment facilities. We have made historic investments. I've seen it here at Ottawa Centre, where we have made investments in Ottawa that's going to make a huge difference to making sure that we don't have untreated sewage. Let me tell you, this is a top priority of mine, and we are working very hard as a government to make the investments that cities, that municipalities need.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Official Languages.
Mr. Speaker, Fundy Royal sits on the banks of the St. John River Basin and aside the Bay of Fundy. And we've seen the direct impact of climate change. We have seen unprecedented flooding. We have seen coastal erosion. We have seen our local infrastructure being overwhelmed. And what's amazing to me is that while the communities in my riding and the people in my riding are turning towards making sure their homes are more resilient, their communities are more resilient, we're sitting here having a debate on whether or not there's actually an emergency. Clearly, there is. So while the opposition seems to be screaming about what this is going to do to kill the economy, I'm impressed that the businesses in my riding are coming to me with innovative ideas about a green future. So whether it's biodigesters, whether it is upgrades to asphalt operations, they're making changes. I'd like to ask the minister, if we could come together and actually agree that there's an emergency here and that we need to take action, how much further could we go to support these communities, these people, and these businesses?
Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to really thank my honourable colleague for raising what's happening in her riding, because this is what's happening across the country. We have businesses that are innovating. We have cities and towns that are figuring this out. Imagine what we could do if we didn't spend time in question period having to answer questions about a price on pollution, because we know a price on pollution works and we're giving the money back. Imagine if we spent time saying, okay, what are the big ideas? What are the big innovations that we could do? Who are the entrepreneurs and inventors that we should be supporting? What can we do more to make communities more resilient to the impacts of climate change that they're facing? So once again, I hope that this House comes together to show Canadians that we understand the science, that we understand there's an urgency, and that we're committed to meeting our international obligations and working together.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. In the minister's speech, there were a lot of inconsistencies. She said she was concerned about young people, and she wants us to base our reaction on the IPCC report, among other things. But that report says that the current government is going over by 12 million tons of GHGs as compared to last year. And the cost of inaction is assessed at $1.6 billion per year, and it could be up to $34 billion per year because nothing's going on to limit greenhouse gas emissions. And they haven't got rid of the subsidies to the oil patch. They bought the Trans Mountain pipeline, which is going to cause 7 times more oil spills in the ocean. So it's completely inconsistent. Will they at least commit to getting rid of the handouts to the oil patch? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her dedication in the fight against climate change. So we have a plan. There are over 50 steps being taken. We're getting rid of coal. We're making sure that there's transition support for communities. And yes, we said we were going to do away with fossil fuel subsidies that are ineffective. We now have
8 out of 9 in our tax system, fossil fuel subsidies, but we now have a process because you know what? We have to make sure we don't have unintended consequences because the NDP wants to immediately eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. You know what that would mean to northern communities? We actually have subsidies to make sure that energy is affordable to them. We need to figure out this transition, but we need to figure it out a way that makes sense, that is people at the heart of it, that makes sure that life is affordable, that we're creating good jobs, and yes, that we are absolutely serious tackling climate change.
Okay, just taking note of who's up on questions and comments. We're out of time. I appreciate the interest and the participation, cooperation of members in keeping their interventions succinct. We'll make note of the other members who wish to put questions and comments and make sure we can get them involved in the debate that follows. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her intervention. You know, she has a difficult job, Mr. Speaker, and I understand her frustration. She has to defend a climate plan that has failed miserably. She doesn't know where to turn because her Prime Minister is off jetting around the world, embarrassing Canada on the international stage. However, Mr. Speaker, she started off her speech by claiming this was a nonpartisan issue. Now, the motion before us, of course, is fiercely partisan. Then she claimed, you know, she hoped that this House would come together, I guess suggesting there would be a kumbaya moment. You know, all those warm and fuzzy statements. And then she launched into a fiercely partisan speech. In fact, she went so far as to suggest that the Conservative premiers within Canada, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, PEI, were liars. She said they weren't telling the truth. And we know what that means, right? We're not allowed to call each other in this House liars. But in this House, she said, those premiers weren't telling the truth, as if she's the virtuous one telling the truth. And the rest of her speech, of course, was partisan. So how does she expect to bring this House together? How does she expect that Canadians are going to believe her when her plan has failed so miserably? So let me talk about the motion, Mr. Speaker. The motion says as follows, and I want to highlight a few parts of this. Here's what it says, that the House recognize that A, climate change is a real and urgent crisis driven by human activity that impacts the environment, biodiversity, Canadians' health, and the Canadian economy. B, Canadians are feeling the impacts of climate change today, from flooding, wildfires, heat waves, and other extreme weather events which are projected to intensify in the future. C, climate change impacts communities across Canada, with coastal, northern, and Indigenous communities particularly vulnerable to its effects. And D, action to support clean growth and meaningfully reduce greenhouse gas emissions in all parts of the economy are necessary to ensure a safer, healthier, cleaner, and more prosperous future for our children and grandchildren. So far, Mr. Speaker, you know, for the most part, we can come to a consensus on this. We might quibble about a few words, but there's a general agreement that we do have a very serious global climate challenge that needs to be addressed. And Canadians are prepared to do that. However, then it goes on to say that the House declare that Canada is in a national climate emergency, which requires as a response that Canada commit to meeting its national emissions target under the Paris Agreement. So remember those words, that Canada commit to meeting its national emissions target under the Paris Agreement and to making deeper reductions in line with the agreement's objective of holding global warming below 2 degrees Celsius and pursuing efforts to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. That's the end of the motion. And the last part of it has some very serious problems for this government. It's their motion, it's their climate change plan, so how's that all working out? Well, Mr. Speaker, before I comment on that, I wanted to highlight the fact that I believe all of us in this House acknowledge that climate change is real, that we as humans contribute to climate change, and that we must do our part to address that challenge. I believe that Canadians do understand that problem. They understand that we face a global challenge that needs to be responded to globally, and that Canada can play a very helpful and constructive role in actually delivering a lot of the solutions that are required. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Now, Mr. Speaker, this motion actually has nothing to do with meaningfully taking action on climate change. This is effectively political posturing by the Liberals. Now think of the timing here, Mr. Speaker. Think of the timing. We are days before this Parliament comes to an end. We're on the eve of an election. For almost 4 years, this government has done virtually nothing on the climate change file. The plan that they tabled with the premiers in Vancouver about 6 months after they were elected is an abject failure. So what do? You're scrambling because this is the last piece of your legacy that has any ability to survive. And you come up with a motion declaring a national emergency when actually the challenge is a global one. It is a global one. But it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. The posturing, the political posturing here is actually jaw-dropping when you place it in the context of this government's record of failure on the climate change file. It is this government that adopted the Paris targets. By the way, Mr. Speaker, those were the previous Conservative government's targets, which you may remember that these Liberals, they said, well, we'll take those targets, but that's a floor. We're going to increase those targets. Okay, so they accept the Conservative targets, they bake them into our Paris Agreement commitments. And so what happens? We're supposed to make progress. We're supposed to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by a couple of hundred tons, megatons, by 2030. So are we on track to do that? Well, we all know we aren't. In fact, the government's own documents show that in 2016, this Liberal government fell 44 megatons short of meeting its Paris targets. In 2017, they were 66 megatons short. In 2018, the latest report says they're 79 megatons short. You can see where this is going. It's going in the wrong direction. And the report goes so far as to signal that by the time they hit 2030, they could be up to 115 megatons short of their Paris targets. This is the government that was doing all the virtue signaling in the last election. They were the Green Party, the quote-unquote Green Party. They were going to deliver for Canadians. They were going to go to the Paris Agreement, sign on to really ambitious targets, which ended up being the Stephen Harper targets, right? And then they're not even meeting those targets. In fact, they're falling so far behind, they've become a bit of an international joke. How do I know that? Well, The minister was at committee a couple of weeks ago, and she was asked point blank, are you on track to meet your Paris targets? And she said yes. Then she was asked, well, can you provide us with any proof that you're going to meet those targets? And of course, she responded by holding up this skimpy couple of page document. Says, it's right here, it's right here. She's pointing to a pie chart. Well, I have the pie chart here, Mr. Speaker. And the pie chart has allocated very specific commitments. One of those commitments was they're going to attribute 13 megatons of reductions to the role that forests play in Canada. The problem is they don't have any of the science to back it up. They're asking for credits under the Paris Agreement when the rules to establish those credits aren't in place. In fact, even at the last meeting, the United Nations meeting that discusses these issues, COP24 in Poland, it was Brazil that held up consensus on these rules, and there's really no immediate prospect that those rules will be in place. So the government's claiming credit for something that they don't even have the right to claim credit for under the Paris Agreement. They've also claimed credit for something they call additional measures. Now, nobody knows what additional measures are. We've been trying to figure out what those measures are. They do include things like federal, provincial, and territorial policies and measures that have been announced, including those under the Liberals' own failed climate plan, but are not yet fully implemented. So here we are talking about policies that may or may not be implemented, that may or may not be effective in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and effectively what the Liberals are asking us to do is trust them. Trust us, they say. We know what we're doing. Our plan is failing, we're not meeting the targets, but trust us. We have a plan to make up the difference. The 79 megatons or the 115 megatons, that would still leave us like 50% short of our Paris targets. They have a plan. There's another problem with that pie chart that the minister held up at committee. There's a chunk of proposed policies that would lead to about 79 megatons worth of reductions if you take them at their word. Except, right there in print, it says, these measures are unmodeled. You know what that means, Mr. Speaker, unmodeled? Fictitious, yes, exactly. Illusory. You can come up with a whole bunch of synonyms to describe what that means. Unmodeled means, hey, we haven't actually done the work to figure out if this is even going to work to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but we're putting them in the window so that we can mislead Canadians into thinking that we have a plan to make up the gap in our failed environment plan. That's what's happening here, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it's a charade. It's a charade. By the way, the additional measures they talk about also includes the carbon tax, which of course right now is $20 per ton of emissions. So let's talk about carbon taxes. We know that carbon taxes will not do anything to help the environment, because you cannot tax your way to a cleaner economy. Here's the problem. It does nothing for the environment, but it puts an unnecessary burden on Canadian families, on Canadian small businesses, who are already overtaxed. We know that the tax burden in Canada on the average Canadian family has gone up by about $800 per year. We also know that 50% of Canadians are $200 or less away from becoming insolvent. And we want to tax them more? Yes, that's what the Liberal plan is. It is a tax plan. It's not a climate plan. And remember, this carbon tax is a tax on absolutely everything. It will cost Canadians more when they fill up their cars with gas. They know that across the country, gas prices are skyrocketing. Come to my province of British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. You know what the price of gas is at the pump? $1.80. Can you imagine $1.80? Did you know that somewhere around 65 cents of that is government taxes? And they're increasing that. Right now, that carbon tax is $20 per ton of emissions. We know that by 2022, it's going to go up to $50 per ton. But we also know from government documents, and we have them here, Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to show them to you. Those government documents already signal that these Liberals want to move to $200 to $300 per ton carbon tax. Now figure that out. That works out to another 66 cents per liter of gas. Now I hope Canadians who are watching these proceedings understand what's at stake here. This is a government that loves to spend. You know, Liberal governments are tax and spend governments. We know that. It's baked into their gene pool. However, they're talking about $200 to $300 more per ton just in carbon tax. But, Mr. Speaker, there's another kicker. Did you know these Liberals, they charge GST on that carbon tax? It's a tax on a tax. And does any of that GST that they collect on the carbon tax go back to Canadians? I'm looking at my Liberal friends across the way. They know what the answer is. No. It goes into government coffers where it is spent on the government's own political priorities. But it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. The government has said by the end of June they are going to announce what they call their clean fuel standard. We call it the Liberal fuel standard. And I have had stakeholder after stakeholder after stakeholder in my office, and the ones that are being impacted by this clean fuel standard. And I've asked each one of them, how much will this actually add? Like, on top of the carbon tax that's already there, 20 going to $50 by 2022, probably going to $200 or $300 per ton in the future. Now, on top of that, this fuel standard, how much is that expected to add on top of that? The lowest estimate from those stakeholders was $200 per ton of emissions. It went up as high as $400 per ton. So you can see where this is going. This is a huge, huge oppressive tax burden that is being placed on Canadians under a plan that isn't working. I've just shown you, Mr. Speaker, that this Liberal climate change plan is not working. They're not meeting their targets. There's a host of people who have said, they've confirmed that they're not meeting their greenhouse gas emission targets. Let me list them. These are just some. There's a whole bunch of people that have said, Minister, you're wrong. You're not meeting the Paris targets. Don't con people into thinking that you are. The Environment Commissioner for Canada has said that. The Auditor General has said that. The United Nations itself has commented on the fact that Canada does not appear to be on track to meet its Paris emissions targets. The Pembina Institute, good friend of the Prime Minister. Environmental Defense, another friend of the Prime Minister. Climate Action Network Canada, another friend of the Prime Minister, all saying this government is not going to meet its Paris targets. David Suzuki himself, Mr. Speaker, has said that Canada will not meet its targets. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the Liberal performance, they have not delivered on what they promised. It's another broken promise by the Prime Minister. You may remember he promised balanced budgets by 2019, this year. Where's the balanced budget? We now know it won't be till 2040. I said 2040, 40. It'll be not until 2040 that we could see a balanced budget. And when young Canadians understand that, they go, hold it, you're telling me that your generation is going to be gone, but we're going to be left holding the bag on this, and we're going to have to pay back this money that's been borrowed? And I have to say, yes, that's the case. 2040 is when the budget is supposed to be balanced. Another broken promise. Remember the small deficits? Broken promise. Remember electoral reform? Broken promise. Then the environment plan. We're going to meet our Paris targets. Broken promise. So, Mr. Speaker, I did want to go on and talk a little bit about the fact that this carbon tax that the Liberals are putting forward, whenever you criticize them, they're very sensitive. They've got a very thin skin. Whenever you criticize them, they fire back, what about the BC carbon tax? You know, that's the paragon of virtue when it comes to carbon taxes. Well, we know, Mr. Speaker, that all the promises that were made with respect to that tax have been broken. It was brought in under the previous Liberal government in British Columbia under Premier Gordon Campbell, a good friend of mine, by the way. So full disclosure, he is a friend. I believe that when he brought this forward, his motives were pure. The execution probably wasn't as good as it could have been, but I think he meant well. He made 3 promises. The first promise on this BC carbon tax, which these folks are trying to emulate, first promise was, we are going to cap this carbon tax at $30 per ton. How did that work out? Today, the tax in BC is $40 per ton, and it goes up every year by at least $5. So British Columbians have been had on that one. So one broken promise. The second promise that was made, this is going to reduce overall gas emissions in British Columbia. Today we know that's a broken promise because emissions continue to go up and up and up. My colleague, my NDP colleague from New Westminster yesterday suggested, no, they're going down. All the statistics show the emissions are going up and up now. So another broken promise. The third one was that this tax was going to be revenue neutral. Every dollar you pull out of one pocket of the taxpayer goes back in the other pocket in other tax relief. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? That's really the Liberal plan. And how did that work out in British Columbia? The new government came in, the NDP came in. Immediately, the first act of that government was to eliminate the revenue neutrality on that tax. So another promise. 3 promises broken on the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, have you ever asked yourself the question, why out of the 50 different policies, programs that the minister mentioned in her speech, out of that toolkit of 50 strategies, the only one that is mandatory and is being imposed on the provinces and territories with a heavy hand, the heavy hand of this Prime Minister, is what? The carbon tax. The only tool in that 50-tool toolkit. Why is that? Why have they selected that one and are so intent of jamming it down the throats of the provinces and territories? Well, you know and I know the reason they've done that is because this is going to be a revenue-raising tool after the election. They're going to eliminate all these funny checks they're sending out, and it's going to be Canadians that are left holding the bag. That's the way it is under Liberal governments. It happened in British Columbia. Sure shooting, it's going to happen with this Liberal government. Their plan is failing. It's a tax plan. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about who this tax hits the most. You would assume that a benevolent Liberal government would look out for the most vulnerable. You know, the working poor, average Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet, that they wouldn't be bearing the burden of this tax. It would be the biggest polluters. You know what the Liberal climate change plan does? The tax plan?
What does it do?
The big polluters get exemptions from this tax up to 90%.
Wow.
Now think about that. The average consumer pays 100% of the tax that is levied. And this Prime Minister, I don't know, maybe these folks have got great connections to the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister says, you know what? Big polluters, you only have to pay 10% of the amount that you should be paying. We're going to give you an exemption of 90%. And when you add up, Mr. Speaker, all of the money that's collected under the carbon tax, what percentage of that do you think that the big polluters are going to have to pay? Of that big pot of money that's going into government coffers from the carbon tax, what portion of that is being paid by the big polluters that you'd expect would pay the most? 8%. Canadians, consumers, small businesses are left paying the other 92% of that tax. That is shameful. That should not be happening. We should have a plan that treats our taxpayers with respect, that actually makes measurable improvements to environment, measurable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, where you don't mislead Canadians about your objectives and about your achievements. And yet that's what this government is doing, misleading Canadians about their plan. It is a failed plan. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at this failed plan, we look at these carbon taxes, then you go to British Columbia and see gas prices in the order of $1.80 per litre. Think of all the other taxes that are being levied, and think about how this Liberal government is already committed to raising this carbon tax as the years go by. High gas taxes are going to be a reality in Canada if this Liberal government gets re-elected in October of this year. But, Mr. Speaker, there is good news. There's very good news, and that is this. There is a plan coming. We have promised, Mr. Speaker, that we will release our environment plan before the end of June. It will be a plan that understands that climate change is a global issue, a global challenge requiring global solutions, and that Canada is perfectly positioned to deliver on many of those solutions. We are world leaders in so many areas. Why wouldn't we leverage that excellence to help the world reduce emissions? Our plan is going to be workable, it's going to be realistic, and it will give Canada the best chance to meet its targets. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close by moving, and seconded by the member for Calgary Nose Hill.
She is here.
She is here. She's right behind me.
Surprise.
That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House recognized that A, climate change is a real and urgent global problem requiring real global solutions, and that Canada can and must take a leadership role in developing those global solutions. B, human activity has an impact on climate change, and its effects impact communities across the country and the world. C, Canada and the world must take urgent action to mitigate global climate change and combat its impacts on the environment. D, the government's own Clean Canada report shows the government is falling short of the Paris targets by 79 million tons. And therefore, as an alternative to its current proposal to tackle climate change involving a non-binding declaration, the House called upon the government to produce a real climate change plan that will enable Canada to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions according to the targets of the Paris Agreement.
Excellent.
That's my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Ms. Rimple, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House recognizes that A, climate change is a real and urgent global problem requiring real global solutions, and that Canada can and must take a leadership role in developing those global solutions. B, human activity has an impact on climate change, and its effects impact communities across the country and the world. C, Canada and the world must take urgent action to mitigate global climate change and combat its impacts on the environment. D, the government's own Clean Canada report shows the government is falling short of the Paris targets by 79 million tons, and therefore, as an alternative to its current proposal to tackle climate change involving a non-binding declaration, the House call upon the government to produce a real climate change plan that will enable Canada to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions according to the targets of the Paris Agreement. The amendment is in order. So questions and comments. Now, question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate some of those contributions to today's debate, but I don't have a lot of confidence in the plan that we've been waiting for over 1 year from the party opposite. What I would say is that when I stand here on behalf of my constituents from Parkdale High Park, they recognize that there's a national climate emergency. I recognize there's a national climate emergency. I think most parties in this House recognize that there's a national climate emergency, but it's telling that the word emergency is not used in the proposed amendment to today's motion by the member opposite. What I would hope is that they appreciate, and he appreciates, that when we look at this issue, we have to look at it much more broadly, and including addressing things like plastics. What I'd raise to him is that Canadians are concerned about plastics and plastics pollution. My question to him is that when you see instances such as Roncy Reduces in my riding, where citizens, residents are taking the initiative along with businesses to reduce single-use plastics and encourage the use of reusable plastic containers, is that the kind of initiative that we need more of, both at the national level, at the provincial level, and at the local level in this country, including in his riding?
Well, member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for that respectful question, and I can tell him that that's the kind of issue that we could probably make common cause on. He knows, I believe, that the government plans to release a plastics pollution strategy before the end of June. At the same time, at the Environment Committee, we've been undertaking a comprehensive study on plastics pollution. Now, will I tell him what our plans are going forward for plastics? You'll have to wait until we roll out our environment plan prior to the end of June. But I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we are cognizant of the fact that plastics pollution is a challenge in Canada, but it's an even greater challenge elsewhere around the world when you think of places like Southeast Asia, South Asia, China, oceans, plastic pollution. We have a significant challenge there, and I think that's something that we as parliamentarians should be working on together.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened closely to my colleague, the member from Abbotsford, who pointed out the government is dramatically failing on meeting their Paris Accord climate change targets, and we certainly agree. He mentioned environmental organizations like the Pembina Institute, and he quoted Dr. David Suzuki. But I want to ask my friend why the honourable member and his conservative senators are standing up and blocking C-48, the West Coast tanker ban, from becoming law. Yeah. Why is it that conservatives are saying one thing but doing another? Can he explain that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, and I'm sorry that he's leaving this House. He's retiring, and I know he's going to spend more time with his family, and I think that's really a good decision to make, but we will miss him in this place, and that's probably the last time I have a chance to publicly say that to him. I've appreciated his friendship, and we've been working on one file together. But I would say this, on C-48, which is the tanker ban, that is a piece of legislation that is intended to shut down resource development in Canada, more particularly the development of our oil and gas resources. That's what the purpose of this ban is. We are a party that wants to find the appropriate balance between the environment and the economy. That's something the NDP has never understood. The Liberals are having trouble understanding that because they have a climate change plan that is failing because it's a tax plan. So, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage him to reevaluate what C-48 actually represents. It's a smack in the face to Alberta and Saskatchewan, who are trying to get those products, those cleaner products, out to international markets, and somehow they think that's a good thing to shut down that effort.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the representative, the Member of Parliament for New Brunswick Southwest, and also the chair of the New Brunswick Caucus, I have actually reached out several times to the Higgs government to meet over climate change, and I'm wondering if my honourable colleague in the opposition has had an opportunity to reach out to BC Premier John Horgan to ask if he's approached or any help with the BC Utilities Commission to look at regulating gas prices in British Columbia. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe what Mr. Horgan is suggesting is that government's heavy hand would suddenly interfere into the marketplace, and we know that that is a very dangerous road to go down. Premier Horgan is someone who does not appreciate the value of the oil and gas sector and our resource sector in Canada. He's made it very clear he does not want to get Canadian oil and gas products which are produced in a more environmentally sustainable way than oil and gas in any other country. He is against getting that product to foreign markets and getting maximum value for the resources that this country has been blessed with. So to answer the member's question, I don't believe that Mr. Horgan is in any way amenable to supporting a marketplace and finding better ways of reducing taxes than the heavy hand of regulation. The way you reduce gas prices is by reducing taxes, eliminating carbon taxes, which of course he's not prepared to do because it's such a significant source of revenue for his cash and spend government.
That's the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a great speech. He talked about how the government is misleading Canadians on some of the parts of this climate action plan, and I want to talk about one specific. The minister has been telling Canadians that the climate action rebate, is an example of how they're going to get all the money they pay in the carbon tax back. Well, I want you to know that this year when I filed my annual taxes, I got $169 for this annual climate action rebate. But the cost of gas has become $10 more every time I fill up. And so if I fill up more than 50 times a year, which is about what I do, that's more than $500. So already I'm not getting everything back. And that's before we talk about the cost of home heating and the fact that they're charging GST on top of it and everything else. So would the member agree that this is another example where the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change is misleading Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, I have to agree with my honourable colleague. She knows very well when governments promise to give money back after they've taxed, that is a promise that eventually is going to be broken. Canadians have a right to be skeptical about the promises this government has made because they've broken so many of them. I mentioned the balanced budgets, the small deficits, the electoral reform, a failed environment plan. It goes on and on and on. There are dozens upon dozens of promises that this Prime Minister has broken. So there's no reason for Canadians to trust that these checks that they supposedly get back or credits on their tax returns that they supposedly get, that they're going to last. They're not. The moment this election is over, they're going to realize they've got this gaping fiscal hole, this huge national debt, this huge deficit they're running, and somehow they're going to have to fill that hole. How are they going to do that? They're going to reverse themselves. This tax, this carbon tax, is in no way going to be revenue neutral, Canadians are going to be hurt, and they're already being hurt because they've been misled by this Liberal government.
And comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to my honourable colleague from Abbotsford that I was out of the chamber for parts of his remarks, so he may have addressed this. But what targets does the Conservative Party currently think are appropriate? If you look at the IPCC report on why we must hold global average temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, it's quite clear that we cannot continue to have an economy that depends on fossil fuels, but must transition out of it. And I'd appreciate my honourable colleague's thoughts on what targets are appropriate for Canada to ensure we hit no more than 1.5 degrees.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, sir, I thank the member for that question. And of course, she knows that the targets that were set in Paris were actually our former Conservative government's targets. And what we have said is that the plan that we will roll out prior to the end of June will give Canada the best chance to meet those targets. For the rest of it, you'll have to wait until she sees our plan. It's going to be a good plan. It's going to be a much better plan that we've received from the Liberals. It's going to be accountable to Canadians, measurable results, measurable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, and a global approach to how we address our environmental challenges.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say from the outset that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Salaberry-Saudoir. I'm very pleased today to rise to debate a motion calling for a climate emergency declaration by Canada. It's very important to declare a climate emergency because that's a call for all of us to work together with urgency to meet the biggest challenge this country has faced since World War II, and perhaps the biggest challenge in human history. So I will be supporting the government motion, and I'll try not to engage in a polemic about who was first. We had an NDP motion followed quickly by the government motion. I think that's a good idea. Unfortunately, the new Green member has chosen to engage in that polemic before he's even gotten to the House, saying that he somehow takes credit for what's going on here. I welcome him to join us, and I welcome a similar motion from the Green Party, because we do have to work together in this country to meet the challenges of climate change. Now, since the Conservatives have just moved an amendment, I want to address that amendment very quickly at the beginning here. And when the member for Abbotsford says, wait for their plan, I'm a little bit worried about their plan given their amendment today. Let's just point out some things that, three things that their amendment does. First of all, it eliminates climate emergency from the motion. So it takes away what I think is the most important thing about the debate going on in this House now, is that there is that recognition that we have very few years left to act before climate change becomes irreversible and before its impacts make this planet uninhabitable. Second thing it does, it says that human action has an impact on climate change. So here we are back to the Conservatives denying the source of climate change. We know that it's human activity. We know that we are causing the rise in temperatures and the great variations in our climate, and therefore, because we are causing it, we can do something about it. And the third thing that their amendment does is blame everybody else. And so its emphasis is on global action. Yes, of course, global action is required. Action by all of us is required to meet those challenges. But the Conservative amendment places all the emphasis on other people and what other people are doing. Certainly, I hope the whole world will react as one in the attack on climate change. That doesn't excuse us from making sure that we meet our responsibilities in this House and through our government. Now, there have been lots of things thrown about who was first and who has the longest record and who has the strongest record. And I just want to put on the record that I know that there are members in at least two of the parties here, three if we count unofficial parties, who have long and strong records on the environment. And there have been some false things said lately in my writing about my environment record. And so I want to talk just for a minute about this. As a student on the first Earth Day in 1970, I joined with my fellow students. We blocked traffic during rush hour. And I learned a very powerful lesson that day. We made a lot of people angry, and we made no change. And so what I learned at that time is that it's much better to build the coalitions that we need to bring about the changes that are required. Second thing, second time I got involved in climate change, I got a job working for an organization called Pacific Peoples Partnership. It's an Indigenous-led organization which builds links between Indigenous people in Canada and the Pacific Islands. So I became the executive director in 1989. And two issues that Pacific Islanders brought to our attention in 1989, 30 years ago. One was the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, the plastic patch in the Pacific Ocean. At that time, it was horrifyingly as big as Vancouver Island. I'll come back to that in a minute. The second issue they wanted us to raise here in Canada was global warming, as it was called then, as a threat to the habitability of the Pacific Islands. Not requiring them to get swimming lessons, as it's often trivialized, but threats to the coral reefs, which protect the ecosystems of those islands. And we're now seeing a huge die-off of coral reefs around the world, and the increased storm surges. And all the Pacific Islands depend on a lens of fresh water that sits underneath the islands. And with the storm surges, they were fearing increasing invasion of those lenses by salt water, which would make the islands uninhabitable. So that was, as I said, 30 years ago when I started working on the issue of climate change. We organized a tour of high schools, and I published a series of articles warning about the impacts of what we were calling then global warming. I was elected to Esquimalt Council in 2010, and when we had our first emergency measures meeting, I asked what we had for oil spills, because we have a long and beautiful coast in Esquimalt, and the answer was nothing. And so I was the first elected official in the country to move a motion against what was then the Kinder Morgan pipeline. Second thing I was able to do on council was to get Esquimalt to become one of the first municipalities in the entire country to adopt science-based greenhouse gas reduction targets. And when people said at the time, what does that mean? It meant to me, and it still means in Esquimalt's policy, that you have to adjust those targets to what is necessary to keep the warming to 1.5 degrees or below. So it wasn't simply, this is what we have to do. We have to do this much and keep our eye on the ball here and maybe do more as time goes on. So when I was doing a tour of high schools 30 years ago, I didn't really imagine that, first of all, that I would ever become an MP, I have to say that, but more importantly, that I'd be standing here in this chamber when the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is now bigger than BC and Alberta combined. Not bigger than Vancouver Island, BC and Alberta combined. And I didn't imagine I'd be standing here when climate change is now clearly a threat to our very survival, and that we would still be so far from any effective action to meet these challenges. So that's where I'm disappointed with the government motion. As I said, I'm happy to support it because anything that brings us together to fight climate change is a good idea. But when reports show that we'll soon have more plastic in the oceans than fish, and when reports show that Canada won't meet our greenhouse gas reduction targets that were set in Paris, a reduction of 25% below 2005 levels by 2030, we won't meet those targets for 200 years with the current policies that are in place. I just couldn't have imagined that this is what I'd be standing here talking about. So I am going to be supporting the government motion despite what I would call omissions. One of the first of those to me is that there's no mention of reconciliation. In a side note, I want to say I've heard Liberals talking about our motion and saying that eliminating fossil fuel subsidies for the NDP means cutting off power in remote Indigenous communities. Nothing could be further from the truth. We've said that a climate change plan has to prioritize reconciliation. And that means dealing with those communities, First Nations communities, who are the most affected by climate change in the attack on traditional activities, in the flooding that we've seen taking place, and in their dependence on diesel fuel, which makes life very, very unaffordable. We have the example in my own riding of the Sauk Nation, who have become energy self-sufficient using solar power, and they now sell power back to the grid. That's what it means to prioritize reconciliation in a climate change plan, to help First Nations become self-sufficient on renewable energy basis that will create good jobs in their communities. There's no mention of workers or jobs in the government's motion. And I firmly believe that we can't get the collective action we need on climate change if we have policies that leave certain parts of Canada behind, certain communities behind, and certain kinds of workers. We know that the technology now exists for a transition to a net carbon zero energy economy very quickly. And that will create good family supporting jobs in every community in this country. We on the NDP have put forward some of our planks. One of those is an energy retrofit to retrofit the entire building and housing stock in this country. That would create good jobs in every community and jobs that will use some of those same skills that people who work in the energy, oil-based energy industry already have. A really good example is geothermal. Geothermal energy uses almost the same skills in terms of engineering and in terms of welding and all those other kinds of things that are already used in the oil patch. So I see that my time is quickly expiring, and so I just want to conclude here by saying once again, I do believe it's important to declare a climate emergency because we are simply running out of time to change. It's no longer a question of the distant future. We've seen the massive forest fires around the country. We've seen the massive flooding. We're already in the midst of what is called the second great extinction. We're about to lose 1 million species of plants and animals. That will destroy the web of life that our very existence depends upon. So many Canadians have already taken individual actions to reduce their carbon footprints, but personal actions alone will not meet these challenges. We must come together in urgent and major collective action to address the threat of climate change. We need a declaration of a climate emergency and plans to attack that emergency very, very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech and his what seems to be a lifetime of commitment on environmental issues. He mentioned a good part of it about what's happening on the BC coast. I live on the other side of Canada, on the Atlantic Ocean, and my entire riding borders a bay of some sort. It's completely surrounded by salt water. We see much changes, whether it's storm surges, the possibility of hurricanes, the icebergs this year that we see coming from the north travelling down. A record year this year. I read an article last week, 679 icebergs off the coast of Newfoundland last week. I mean, a phenomenal number. It brings tourists like crazy to see an iceberg, because we take them for granted now. We see them so often. But we've never seen the like of that. It's phenomenal what's happening. Things are happening at a faster pace. Now, I wonder, could the member comment on if we have to try and deal with this globally and get everybody on side before we do anything, the cost that it's been burdened on provinces and municipalities because of the changes that they see in weather patterns and the infrastructure they have to repair constantly. I wonder, could he comment on that we can't wait, we have to start now.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Avalon for his comments. I've had the privilege of visiting his riding in the past, and it's truly almost as beautiful as my own. And we have the same kind of coastal environment, so we're seeing the same kind of impacts already in my communities. And what he points out there, that the costs of inaction are actually greater than the costs of acting, which is why we have to come together to get busy on climate change. The second thing I want to thank him for is, once again, he drew attention to the attitude that's betrayed in the Conservative amendment, that somehow we'll wait for everybody else before we actually get busy getting our own house in order. And so I do share his concern that while others must act, we must act now.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, it's still permissible to say out loud the name Paul Manly, not yet allowed to be speaking in the House today. You referred to him earlier. He's the incoming member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. And I don't think we were trying as Greens to take credit for anything, but I do think it stretches credulity past the breaking point to imagine that Paul's election on May 6th had absolutely nothing to do with dueling motions on the climate emergency May 9th and 10th from the Liberals and the NDP. That said, we are thrilled. We are thrilled to see the climate emergency front and center debate in this place, where it appears that only the Conservatives don't want to use the words climate emergency. So just to my honourable colleague from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, and we have worked together over the years, and we do have to work together, because this is an emergency that requires that we set aside partisanship. But the Paris Agreement is poorly understood, and I just wanted to clarify a point from his speech. The Paris Agreement says we must hold global average temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Then there's some weasel words of at least below 2. We now know 1.5 is the limit. We can't go above it. Canada's commitment was not negotiated in Paris. Canada's commitment was the one left in place by former Environment Minister Leona Aglukkaq in May 2015, 6 months before Paris. So just to underscore, the Paris Agreement is fine. What's wrong is Canada's target.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sioux.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my neighbor for her question. And I think in her statement, she just did exactly what I was saying the Green Party was doing, is trying to say that the motions on climate emergency were connected to the by-election, and it really makes no difference to me whether they were or they won't. I happen to know we've been working on this for a long time, and I've certainly been an advocate of declaring a climate emergency for a very long time. Now, what's wrong with the Paris targets? Well, apart from not meeting them, they're not strong enough. They're not enough to keep us below the 1.5 level. So we have to have, as the NDP motion proposes, some very tough targets and rules to make sure we meet those targets, and some accountability for failing to meet those targets. And that's what's missing from the government motion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This declaration of climate emergency is a cry, it's an alarm bell, and has to be followed up with action. The time for half measures is well past. If we wanted to make a smooth, soft transition, we should have started that 30 years ago, but nothing was done. And now we have to act. We have to act immediately, today. And scientists are calling on us to do this. It's drastic. That's what students are calling on us to do every Friday when they take to the streets. We need to take our heads out of the sand. We have to, every member, every party has to be humble and realistic. We have to take stock of what we've done so far over the past decades and years. The Environment Minister was angry yesterday at the Conservatives, but she should be angry at her own government and her own record, because when it came time to make painful choices between a highly polluting industry and the environment, they always chose the highly polluting industry over the environment. And according to a report, there was 12 times more government support for the oil patch than for green technologies. And in December, billions more in subsidies were handed out to the oil patch. And when we talk about not walking the talk, there's a concrete example of this Liberal government's record. Over the past 4 years, the Liberal record includes buying an old pipeline for $4.5 billion, and scientists estimate that it will actually cost 3 times that. And the Cabinet Committee on the Environment, where the Environment Minister is not even the chair, there was an estimate that greenhouse gases have increased in Canada. And the Department of the Environment, so the Minister's own department, says that Canada will not reach its own targets before 200 years from now. But we only have 11 years to meet the 2030 targets. But according to Environment Canada's own report, those targets won't be met until 2230. So all parties should integrate climate change, the fight against climate change, into our policies. We have to limit the impacts on Canadian and Quebec families, and that means act now. We need to completely revolutionize our way of thinking because the results couldn't be clearer. We're heading towards 5 or 6 degrees increase in temperatures. There was a report last week, I believe, that said 1 million animal species are at risk of extinction, and we're experiencing more and more extreme weather. Just think of the floods of recent weeks and the forest fires recently. Last year, there were the most brutal heat waves in Quebec history, and those are just a few examples of what people have suffered. Every Friday, the minister mentioned this, that thousands of young people and students are taking to the streets to call on provincial and federal governments to do something concrete, something measurable, and to evaluate progress, because scientists have said this repeatedly. Canada does not have any plan with numbers to say how we're going to reach those targets. It's a blame game, but there's nothing measurable going on. Last year, our GHG emissions went up by 12 million tons, so we're not heading in the right direction at all, and young people are there to remind us of just that. If we don't listen to the students, then the courts will have something to say. Environnement Jeunesse is suing the federal government for not respecting the environmental rights of people aged 35 and under. The Liberals and governments in general have not kept their commitments, and the environment may be young people's top priority, but it's not just young people who are affected, but they're the ones who will live the longest with the consequences of today's inaction. And in this case, the alarm has been sounded, but nothing's been done in response. There's no timelines. How is it that there's no calendar for achieving our objectives under the Paris Agreement? And it's not that there's an absolute shortage of possible solutions. There are things in the budget, but it's going to take years and years for those things to roll out. And the Liberals say they're getting rid of subsidies to the oil patch, but that also is going to take years to actually play out. There are lots of environmental organizations that say that there are solutions. The Liberals boast about recruiting Stephen Guilbeault as an advisor, but there should be more new jobs being created in renewable energies than in fossil fuels. Before the Trans Mountain Pipeline was bought, every Quebecer and Canadian was subsidizing the oil patch on average by $100 each. That's more than the average per capita in the United States, which is $60. The Liberals have locked into continuing this process for the next 6 years. So that's $600 out of each individual Canadian and Quebecer's taxes going to these multinational corporations in the oil patch that really don't need that money. That money should instead be spent on green, renewable energies. Trans Mountain is going to triple the output of the oil sands, so there'll be 7 times more shipping of oil in our oceans, and that makes no sense whatsoever. How are we supposed to achieve our Paris targets when we're making decisions, when the Liberals are doing things like buying pipelines and increasing oil shipping? And I'm not making this up. A group of constituents was invited to participate in an exercise of proposing suggestions to deal with this situation, because it seems the Liberals have no idea how to move forward, what legislative amendments would be productive. So I invited my constituents to make suggestions. They talked about labeling products to indicate what their environmental impact is and to promote recycling. They talked about setting targets for a circular economy. They talked about including GHG reduction targets in legislation. They talked about passing legislation requiring the big banks and Canadian pension plans to disclose what percentage of their investments goes into fossil fuels, and setting up a national performance assessment system for buildings' energy efficiency. And I'd like to pay tribute to all my constituents who have worked on building a sustainable society, and 40 people with the support of 5 resource persons, Lorraine Simard, Laurent Lenoir, Lorraine Caron, David Funk, and Carole Ménard, who all volunteered their time. And I'd also like to talk about entrepreneurs in my riding who've benefited from support because they produced products that will assist the energy transition. So, but instead the Liberals have subsidized Loblaws to the tune of $12 million. So there's no current change planned for the Canadian Building Code to update it in light of climate change. There's a real lack of political will to take drastic steps. The member's time is up for her speech, but the honourable member will have an opportunity during questions and comments.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. I'd like to clarify the NDP's position. They're against fossil fuels, against pipelines, and against plastic. Is that so? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The fact is that scientists told us in October that there were 12, now only 11 years left to meet our Paris targets. We have to take drastic steps immediately. We can't do that by continuing to subsidize fossil fuels today. We have a whole host of workers who could work in the green energy field, in renewable energies. In Alberta, that's the most fertile soil in Canada for the development of renewable energies. Why is that not being done? Why are millions and billions being invested? And this was mentioned earlier, the handouts to the oil patch, whereas subsidies to renewable energies are a pittance by comparison. That's federal investment we're talking about. It's completely absurd. Inaction, current inaction is costing us $1.6 billion a year, in addition to all the consequences for human and environmental health.
New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I represent New Brunswick Southwest, and in fact, the whole province of New Brunswick recently experienced devastating flooding. And we look across the country, at the same time it was also happening. We saw more troops deployed in Canada fighting climate change than we did have abroad. My question to the member of the opposition, does she agree or have a comment on, is the greatest national security threat to Canada climate change? Thank you.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clearly, we agree with the fact that this is a climate emergency. We made it our opposition motion yesterday. We also had an emergency debate last October. This is a climate emergency, and because it's an emergency, something has to be done. They say that they're going to get rid of subsidies to the oil patch, but at the same time, they bought a pipeline for $5 billion in taxpayer money. They're continuing to support the oil industry, and there's no plan There's nothing measurable. There's no accountability. There's no transparency. We don't know what progress is being made in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As opposed to last year, we've gone up by 12 million tons of greenhouse gases. It's inconsistent. There's a real mismatch between the talk and the walk. It makes no sense what's happening right now. They're saying, yes, it's a climate emergency, but at the same time, our environmental impact is only getting worse, not better.
A question, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank both of my colleagues for their great speeches. In my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, I have a group called the Regional District of Central Kootenay, which is a collection of mayors and rural representatives that come together around important issues. And recently they put forward a motion recognizing that climate change is an urgent reality requiring rapid decarbonization of energy. Preparing for increased resilience and adaptability is critical. And they went on to say that the RDCK recognized the world is in a global state of climate crisis and requires an imperative for all orders of government to undertake rapid and far-reaching changes to building, construction, energy systems, land use, and transportation. And I'd like my colleague to comment on the role of municipalities, but also on how the NDP is already proposing to deal with things like construction.
The honourable member has 30 seconds to answer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, indeed, there are municipal initiatives as well as individual Canadians' initiatives to reduce our environmental impact. In my riding, for example, there's PRAC, which is an organization that built some islands to deal with urban heat islands, and the NDP has also proposed renovating houses to make them more energy efficient and sustainable.
Debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to begin by letting you know that I will be sharing my time with a member for Louis Hébert. I stand today in this House to call on the House to declare that Canada is in a national climate emergency. And to address that, we must not only meet our national emissions targets under the Paris Agreement, but we must go further. And as I say that, I pause. And I pause because this is a real and scary truth. And fear is a difficult emotion. When I was thinking about this debate, as I speak today, I think about when I was a teenager and I saw a film called If You Love This Planet. And it was about the dangers of nuclear weapons. And what I felt when I saw that film was fear. And from that, in fact, fear can be immobilizing. And that's a danger when we're talking about something like a climate emergency, is that we can't be immobilized. We need to take action, and we need to take action now. So today, as we participate in this debate, we're facing into that fear. And we're putting a direction, a course of action as to how we will respond. Because our country is on a path to transition to a low-carbon economy. We are on that path, and we cannot falter. In fact, we need to speed up. So for me, seeing how we are proceeding with the transition to a low-carbon economy, that's what gives me the hope. That's what gives me the strength to know how we're going to move forward. And so today I'm going to be outlining some of the things we're doing. I don't have enough time to be able to speak about all of the actions that are being taken, but I will be talking about the price on pollution, building retrofits, investments in public transportation and a zero-emissions vehicles strategy, and phasing out coal-fired electricity. Those are all steps that are being taken right now as we transition towards a low-carbon economy. Before we go further, though, I would like to address one factor that has given me reason to question, and I know that I've had questions from others about what our government's climate plan is, and that's the Trans Mountain Pipeline. I oppose the purchase of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. But this is one thing I must emphasize. I disagree with people that say that that purchase negates all of the other work that is being done to transition to a low-carbon economy. It does not. There is much work that is being done right now, and there is much more that needs to be done. And we need to keep pushing. I actually am giving a shout out to all of the activists and environmentalists out there, because they are the ones who help to clear the path and to push us down that path further towards that low carbon economy. And we need that. We need that strength. But as we push forward, we also need to mark where have we come from? Where are we now? Where do we want to go? What are the further steps? It's a roadmap. Without a roadmap, it can be dispiriting, because we can't just push without looking forward, looking backwards, and seeing what we need to get to success. So what have we been doing over the past 3.5 years to transition to that low-carbon economy? The single most important piece, and I can't emphasize this enough, is putting a price on pollution. And here I do want to thank some of the environmental activists out there. Citizens Climate Lobby has been wonderful in coming out and taking the time to speak to MPs and educate communities about the importance of a price on pollution. Their work has been tremendous. And then last year, Nobel Prize winners for economics, Paul Romer and William Nordhaus, they both studied a price on pollution. What they found is that it works. It works because it signals to consumers and to producers which services, which goods have a higher carbon effect on us. And it also encourages innovations. And that's exactly what we need. We need to innovate. When William Nordhaus looked as a place for success, to point to what a story of success is, he in fact pointed to British Columbia, which has a system very similar to the plan that's being rolled out nationally. And he pointed to the fact that not only does British Columbia have a strong economy, but they've lowered per capita gasoline use, and they've improved vehicle fuel efficiency. The price on pollution has worked, and they've had it there for over a decade. But here's where I'm doing a call out to the activists, because this is where we need to stand strong together. The price on pollution is essential, but there's a lot of pressure right now to dismantle that system. There are court cases in Saskatchewan and in Ontario. And I was very pleased that we won the court case in Saskatchewan, at the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal. But there's a lot of pressure on that basis. And right now, even in Ontario, the Ontario government is rolling out an ad campaign, about $30 million, to convince people that a price on pollution is not the way to go. They are choosing to put that money, rather than planting trees and fighting climate change and doing what we need to do, what they're doing is fighting the climate plan, and they're fighting this essential building block. This is an active battle, and that price on pollution must stay. We need that as an essential building block for a low-carbon economy. So I'm saying to everyone who really believes that we need to do this, that believes that there's a climate emergency, we need to come together, and we need to fight to make sure that it stays. Now, as I've been studying a little bit about what are our sources of emissions, what do we need to do? One of the things that I found surprising was that buildings are our largest CO2 emitters in cities. In fact, in the GTHA, 44% of our emissions come from buildings. There's a lot of work that is being done right now to address that issue. Some of it goes to retrofits, model building codes, energy and efficiency regulations, and innovation. All of those are important steps to try and reduce those emissions from our buildings. Now, one of the things that I've had a chance to see in Toronto, knowing that greenhouse gases, the largest source of that from our buildings, is what we need to heat and cool our buildings. There have been federal investments in the Enwave Deep Lake cooling system. That system cools all of our downtown hospitals in a low-carbon way. It's actually something that doesn't produce all of those emissions, exactly what we're trying to move away from. It also works to cool many of our downtown buildings, and our university buildings, our office buildings. What we have done through federal investments is we're allowing to expand that system. That's exactly the innovation that we want to see. We've also put in place energy efficiency regulations to increase the energy performance of over 20 categories of appliances and equipment. This will decrease GHG emissions by about 700,000 tons by 2030. Another factor that I care about deeply is emissions from transportation. That is something that I noticed and I really have been working on. 25% of Canada's emissions come from transportation. Our government has made historic investments in public transit. We're also deploying electrical vehicle charging stations. We're implementing a zero-emissions vehicle strategy. All of those come together as part of the transition to a low-carbon economy. I am a TTC rider. I use public transit. I know that the system in Toronto faces many problems with overcrowding, maintenance issues. In my own community, we feel deeply the need for a relief line. Our government has made investments. In fact, almost $5 billion was allocated for the City of Toronto for public transit. But we're having some hiccups right now with the provincial government, and that's causing some complications. What I will say is I, along with all of my Toronto colleagues, we are championing and will champion the city's public transit system. We'll stand by our city leaders to make sure that Toronto gets what it needs to have a strong transit system. So far, though, there have been steps. We have funded maintenance, and as I said, that was much needed. We've added the need for buses. We've actually helped to purchase electric buses. And we've also invested in active transportation, like expanding bike share, bike parking. I would love to see a national active transportation strategy. The last piece is on coal. 11% of Canada's electricity supply is from coal-fired electricity, but it's responsible for 72% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity sector. Ontario moved away from coal-fired plants many years ago, and we felt the difference. We have seen, we used to have 50 smog days in a year. We're now down to 0. That is a tremendous difference and an impact on our health, and that is something that we need to do. We are moving on a just transition to that coal transition, moving away from coal-fired plants. And as I talk to you today, what I'm doing is building out that roadmap. We have a long road to travel, but we are on it, and we need to work together to make sure that we continue on that transition to a low-carbon economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech. Now, she talked about how eliminating coal production can really help in solving this global climate change issue. And so I don't know if she's aware that there's 453 coal plants being built in the world, and if we, as Canadians, could get our oil and gas products to either coast, we could actually prevent a lot of those from being built. So having said that, why has this government done nothing to advance the Trans Mountain Pipeline?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, as I would like to remind the member opposite, first of all, what we're talking about today is what we need to do here in our country, and what we are doing is, in fact, doing what we need to do, making it a just transition to move away from coal-fired plants by providing employment opportunities for workers in that field, and as well to build out the infrastructures that we need. But we are also part of an alliance worldwide where we are contributing and helping other countries to move away from coal-fired plants. We have done that with the UK. Many other countries have joined us as signatories. So we are actually also part of an international effort to move away from coal-fired electricity.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I applaud the honourable member for Toronto Danforth for being brave enough to say in this House that she opposes the Trans Mountain Pipeline and the government's decision to buy it. The difficulty is the government's plan is to expand the Trans Mountain Pipeline. They haven't announced it yet. Everyone expects June 18th that they will say we're going ahead, and that further government funds will go into a project designed to expand production from the oil sands, driving up greenhouse gases. So while it's true the government has taken steps and the rhetoric is good, shutting down coal in Alberta is going to be replaced with fracked natural gas and LNG in those same plants, and that has the same carbon footprint as coal. Expanding the Trans Mountain Pipeline will drive up greenhouse gases by expanding production in the oil sands. And if we are, and the Liberals agree, we're in a climate emergency, that means that we have to hold 1.5 degrees, which means not a single new project can be opened up. Not a new pipeline, no new oil wells, no fracking. We have to have a plan to go off fossil fuels. And I'd ask the honourable member for Toronto Danforth if she doesn't agree.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
I agree that we need to be transitioning away from fossil fuels. That's, in fact, a lot of what I've been addressing specifically today when I spoke about what we're doing to transition to a low-carbon economy. That is where we're moving towards. We're moving towards zero-emission vehicles. We're moving to public transit, active transportation. In fact, in Toronto, Transform TO, their aim is to have 75% of commutes that are under 5 kilometers be through active transportation, as how we in cities can work towards reducing our footprints. It's an absolutely essential piece, and we are working on it, and there is more to do. That is what I admit and state clearly. That's why I'm reaching out to people. But what I will say is, and I have stood here and clearly said that, the pipeline does not negate the work that we have done. There is a lot of work being done, and what we need to do is to keep doing it and push further on that path.
Comments? We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for, sorry about that, Brampton South.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are feeling the impacts of climate change today, from flooding, wildfires, and heat waves. Even WHO said 1 million lives could be saved by 2050 through climate action. Climate change is real. I want to ask my colleague, can you explain what steps are taking to set up the low-carbon economy?
I won't respond to that. However, I would ask the member to address the question to the chair and not to the individual members. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to respond, because it's something I feel passionately about. And what I have set out are several parts to it. One of the things that we also have to think about when I'm talking about buildings and the emissions from our buildings, being the largest CO2 emitters from cities, things like the fact that we have to work on retrofits. And we're doing that. In the city of Toronto, units across our city are in fact getting some of the work that they need, new windows and the like, to prevent those types of emissions. But zero-emission vehicle strategy, putting in more money in public transit, working to retrofit our buildings, working on innovation of better ways to cool our buildings, moving away from coal-fired plants, and so much more. I simply haven't had the time to go through it all. There is much being done and more to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak to the motion that has been brought forward today that declares that Canada is a climate emergency. I think for the majority of Canadians and Quebecers, it's obvious that the climate change situation requires immediate, urgent measures. My Conservative colleagues refuse to face up to the urgency of acting, and they have no plan for the environment. No plan despite all the science, and that's irresponsible, both in terms of the environment for future generations, but also in terms of the economy. Madam Speaker, climate change is a global problem, and that is a threat to our environment and to our society as a whole. Sudden increases in global temperatures, drought, flooding, mudslides, tornadoes. You don't have to look very far to see what the devastating impact is on many Canadians who currently are simply trying to save their homes from floods. Twice over the past 3 years this has happened. And usually these floods only occur once every 100 years. In Canada in 2016, extreme weather was more frequent and cost about $902 million a year. On top of that, there's the cost to health, which is more than $1.6 billion per year. And then there's the material damages caused by climate change. On average, $405 million per year is what they used to be, but it's gone up to $1.8 billion. According to some estimates, they will reach $43 billion by 2050. And this is a concern not only to our government. In an article published recently, Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of England and the Governor of the Bank of France, called on the financial sector, especially the central banks, to play a more and more active role in the transition to a greener economy. They said, rightly so, that climate change is a global problem and it demands global solutions, that the financial sector has a key role to play. He said that fires and floods and other damages caused by climate change damage health, bring down productivity, and destroy our heritage. And there has been a 5-fold increase in insurance payouts over the past decade. Extreme weather events is very costly for many countries. It's a threat to the security, communities, and health of Canadians. And the official opposition refuses to recognize how critical it is to act now. There is no reason why they would be against a motion to change things. Canadians need to do many things, for example, or have had to do many things. They've had to make repairs. They've had to pay increases in their insurance costs. They've paid emergency costs at the hospital. And contrary to the official opposition, we know that pollution isn't free. A few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, the Court of Appeal of Saskatchewan ruled that the carbon tax is constitutional because of climate change being caused by greenhouse gas emissions. And, Madam Speaker, we agree with their ruling. It is clear on this side of the House that we need to act, and we need to act now to tackle climate change. Climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. And we have made commitments under the Paris Agreement, and we take them very, very seriously. And I think all members in this House should take them seriously. Canadians understand that a healthy environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. They understand that their quality of life today and their prosperity tomorrow depends on our commitment to protect our environment for future generations. That is why the Government of Canada has made significant investments to protect water quality and ecological zones for our future generations. Also, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we have a clean economy and a performing economy. In order to tackle climate change, the government has already invested $5.7 billion to implement Canada's clean strategy. This is an historic investment in a green economy. Our plan, drawn up with provinces and territories and in consultation with the Indigenous peoples, will allow us to create a healthy environment for years to come and for future generations. Under this framework, we want to reduce by 30% greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 while meeting the needs to transition to a green economy. And this is on top of provincial and territorial measures to lower greenhouse gas emissions. Government, civil society, and businesses can also take advantage of the various opportunities that clean growth will present. In 2017, the government provided investment in clean technology and provided additional funds to companies investing in this area. $1.4 billion was the amount of money that was made available to clean tech companies through the Development Bank of Canada in order to foster their growth. In 2018, we also improved weather services thanks to $120 million over 5 years in order to help protect communities and individuals from the devastating effects of extreme weather events that we are currently experiencing. And in the most recent budget, the government proposed investments for electric vehicles to make them more affordable to Canadians and will help them to travel while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Madam Speaker, the cost of no action far exceeds the cost of tackling climate change. We can't ignore the problem. We can't pretend that pollution is free, and we cannot pretend that climate change is not a threat to our health and to our communities and to our economy. We have to meet the challenge head on. Conservative politicians throughout the country, and we've seen this week after week, are putting their heads in the sand, and they insist on denying the importance of acting on one of the most important issues of our time, if not the most important issue of our time. Madam Speaker, I would call on all members participating in the debate today to join us, to join the government to support the motion brought forward today. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Sonia Lambton. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite, but I'd like to correct the record. The Conservatives have a great plan, which will be unveiled before the end of June. Now, the government has introduced this carbon tax, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that they've given a special exemption to all the big emitters, so they'll only pay 8% of the carbon tax. That 92% of the revenue is going to come from hardworking Canadians. So could the member opposite just admit that this is nothing but a tax plan on Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I really am perplexed to see the Conservatives saying they're going to bring forward their plan. For over 100 days, Canadians have been waiting, 192 days, and the Conservatives, the Conservative movement, insist on fighting against a policy to put a price on pollution that has been proven as being a policy that works in lowering greenhouse gas emissions. It has worked in Quebec, it has worked in British Columbia for years now. And there are so many jurisdictions throughout the world that are putting forward this policy that many people support this, and the Conservatives insist on fighting it. We have to put a price on pollution while we ensure that Canadians have enough money in their pockets to make better energy choices. And I'm just completely flabbergasted why the Conservatives are against this. They're stuck in the past. They're continuing on with the same disastrous policies they had under Harper, and I think Canadians aren't fools. They understand the scope of the climate change issue, and they will not support a party that has nothing to propose. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's interesting because this doubling down, he's talking about the doubling down of the Conservatives, but I think it's the Liberals as well, because they talk about the devastating impact of Harper's plan, but they have the same targets which have not been met. So I'd like my colleague to explain, how can you say on the one hand, we want to declare a climate emergency, and on the other hand, you've got the same targets as the Conservatives? And they're going ahead with buying a pipeline. There was a member for Toronto who said, it's not because we're buying a pipeline that we're going to neglect everything else, but, Madam Speaker, the purchase of this pipeline will increase in a substantial way greenhouse gases. So how can the member reconcile what his government has done and what he's saying? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, with respect to TMX, the member said, quite rightly, that we can't judge the entire approach of the government on TMX alone. There's never been a government which has such determination, such will to deal with the environment. And Stephen Guilbeault has mentioned this. So one of the things we're doing is putting a price on pollution. We're making historic investments in public transit. We're trying to eliminate coal gradually between now and 2030. We're trying to reduce methane emissions. We want to get down to zero emissions. We have a long list of measures undertaken by the Liberal government. When you look at these investments, it's $7.5 billion in infrastructure for Quebec. What I have a hard time reconciling is the NDP And we know that despite the fact that they want it to be Canadian, they said they wanted Harper's budget austerity and cuts. But we decided we needed the means to go forward to face the challenges by investing in infrastructure and public transit. And you can see this throughout municipalities across Canada. There is a great need for investment in public transit and in green renewable energy sources.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just to let you know, I will be splitting my time with the member for Chilliwack Hope, of course, our chief opposition whip. Madam Speaker, after several hours now of overheated Liberal rhetoric and revisionist history, it's time to get back to some basic facts. Climate change is real. Climate change is a global problem, and climate change demands a global solution. Madam Speaker, Canada, which generates barely 1.6% of global GHG emissions, must still do its part. And that's why the Leader of the Official Opposition, Madam Speaker, will lay out the most comprehensive climate policy ever proposed by an opposition party in Canadian history just a few weeks from now. Madam Speaker, the motion before us fails to acknowledge that Canada today falls far short of its emissions reduction targets. So let's just take a look at Canada's targets under the 2015 Paris Accord. The Liberals, when they came to office, embraced the same targets set by our previous Conservative government to reduce GHG emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. When those Conservative targets were set, Madam Speaker, it wasn't with a carbon tax imposed on commuters and soccer moms and small businesses. We focused on the major emission sectors. Working with scientists at Environment Canada and the scientific community beyond, we developed meaningful regulations that didn't hamstring hard-working Canadian taxpayers or the Canadian economy. Transportation was the largest emitting sector, about a quarter of Canada's total annual emissions. And with our American counterparts, we developed continental tailpipe regulations that are still reducing emissions today. These regulations, which came into force in 2012 and which built on existing regulations, require all cars and light trucks built between 2017 and 2025 be required to cut emissions by an average of 5% every year. These regulations will see tailpipe emissions reduced to 50% of what they were in 2008. Now, there is a cost. The new technology adds somewhat to the cost of each new model year. But there is also a significant offsetting benefit. Fuel consumption will also be reduced by some 50% from 2008 levels by 2025. So, Madam Speaker, when the Liberals hysterically defend with gesticulation and hyperbole their carbon tax indiscriminately imposed on commuters and soccer mums and small business transport companies, they're actually imposing a cost on top of what these motorists are already paying for environmentally responsible technology and significantly reduced emissions, as well as fuel consumption. Bottom line, the Liberals are riding on reductions realized that are still being realized today, Madam Speaker, as a result of our previous Conservative government's regulations on large emitters. Similarly, we achieved reductions in our regulations of the coal-fired electricity generation sector that effectively banned the construction of any new old technology coal-fired units. It is true, Madam Speaker, that we didn't hit our overall targets, but we didn't compromise the economic well-being of hardworking taxpayers or the competitiveness of our economy overall. Madam Speaker, we worked to protect the environment at the same time we worked to protect the economy. We did make progress. Emissions were reduced in sharp contrast to the world's major emitters who blithely signed the Kyoto and Copenhagen Accords and then did nothing. I'm talking about China, which generates almost 2/3 of global GHG emissions, still rising. I'm talking about the United States, India, Brazil, and so many others that, along with this Liberal government, partied the nights away in Paris and signed the Paris Accord with toasts of champagne and foie gras tasties. And that brings me back to the motion before us, Madam Speaker, and its preposterous objective of deepening targets which would risk our economic well-being, achieve precious little in global terms, while the major polluting countries keep pumping out ever-increasing megatons of GHGs. Again, Madam Speaker, this motion fails to acknowledge that Canada continues to fall far short of its emissions reduction targets. As you know, Madam Speaker, we propose an amendment to this motion that will recognize the reality we face, that Canada is failing to meet its targets under the Liberal plan, and which would demand that the Liberals table a real environmental plan, not a revenue plan, not a tax plan, to lower emissions and achieve Canada's targets. Madam Speaker, we know that small business owners and their employees care about the environment and have implemented a wide range of environmental initiatives. But the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, Madam Speaker, has just released a policy position paper that reveals that 87% of businesses in the 4 provinces where the federal carbon backstop tax is positioned say they are opposed to the carbon tax, and that the majority of these business owners will not be able to pass on their costs to consumers. The CFIB numbers also show that small businesses will pay almost 50% of the carbon tax, with 50%, as you know, paid by households. But, Madam Speaker, while the Liberals claim that households will get back 90% of their carbon taxes paid in rebate payments, small business will get back rebates of barely 7% of their carbon taxes paid. And with just about every aspect of this Prime Minister's climate change policy positions, this motion has little to do with meaningful action, everything to do with desperate virtue-signaling politics. This Prime Minister was elected promising sunny ways, transparency, accountability, rainbows and unicorns, but he's running away from yet another scandal and trying to distract from it. He's finishing a dismal 4th in a British Columbia by-election. He is desperate, and he is, Madam Speaker, trying to find anything to change the channel. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Liberals have had 3.5 years to come up with a real plan for the environment. Meanwhile, Canada is falling farther and farther away from emissions targets, even as these Liberals attempt to defend the target tax, which hits hard-working taxpayers and small businesses, while allowing at the same time massive exemptions for big polluters. Now, I see, Madam Speaker, that time is short, so to conclude, to sum up, let me say again, climate change is real. Climate change is a global problem. Climate change is a global challenge. And, Madam Speaker, climate change demands global solutions. And in contrast to the Liberals' failed plan, their high carbon hypocrisy, Conservatives will lay out in just a few short weeks an environmental plan our Conservative leader promises will provide the best chance of reaching Canada's targets, the most comprehensive climate policy ever proposed by an opposition party in Canadian history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Procurement.
To the member's statement, and fundamentally, Madam Speaker, the pan-Canadian framework to combat the effects of climate change reposes on a simple idea, and at its heart a conservative idea, that a market-based solution where you price behaviors that are undesirable, that is, burning fossil fuels, and reward those who, and by making it revenue neutral, reward those by giving a rebate, thereby saving the average family, actually saving the average family money, is the right way to go. But I'm more interested, frankly, Madam Speaker, in the behavior of the Ontario government my colleague's home province, where they would be taking millions of taxpayers' dollars that could be going to libraries, to planting trees, to hiring nurses, to hiring teachers, to MRI machines in hospitals, and actually spending it to combat a plan and combat a government that is actually taking on the effects of climate change. We have this perverse situation where tax dollars in Ontario are going to actually discourage other governments from combating climate change. Would the member provide his opinion on that, please?
Before I go to the honourable member, we have a point of order from the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Rocky Mountains. Northern Rock.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, through you. I thought this place was to talk about federal issues and not talk about the province of Ontario and its particular plans and what they're going to do or not. So I just would like the question to be more focused on what's at hand here.
I don't believe that's a point of order. The honourable member, I'm sure, knows that there's a lot of flexibility, and given the subject matter, I'm sure that the honourable member for Thornhill will be able to answer that question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I see that perhaps the member opposite is contemplating the day after October 21st and may want to try his hand at provincial politics, perhaps in the province of Ontario or somewhere else. And with regards to his raising of market-based solutions, Madam Speaker, I wonder how that fits in with the millions of dollars given to one of Canada's richest retail companies with regards to coolers and fridges for Loblaws, at the same time that their shotgun carbon taxes applied across the socioeconomic scale are causing increasing hardships and would, if this government were to be re-elected, ramp up the carbon taxes that would have to be borne by those among those in Canadian society least able to carry those costs. We believe, Madam Speaker, in reducing emissions from the major emitters, not from burdening ordinary, hardworking taxpayers with an unnecessary, unrealistic, unproductive carbon tax.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Harper government, and not too long ago, the honourable member was part of that government, cut into the budget for protecting navigable waters. They tried to hide this in an omnibus bill, and now they're trying to make us believe that they have a vision that seems to have changed 180 degrees. I'm not buying it, and I don't think the people of Canada are either.
Well, Madam Speaker, je voudrais remercier.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
That there has been no evidence, and we know that this Liberal government rolled back many of the responsible environmental programs that we made to support responsible resource development. Navigable waters was one of them, and there has not been one example put forward yet by any member in this House of damage done by the improvements that we made in conjunction with municipalities and provinces to eliminate some of the red tape in the previous act. And I must say, just in passing, with regards to the fate of Bill C-48 in the Senate, I think that bill has fallen off the legislative platform as it well should. Bill C-48 was a discriminatory law aimed directly at Canada's responsible oil and gas industry.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to address the House today on an issue that is important to all Canadians. I want to read into the record again the amendment that we're actually debating at this moment that was proposed by the member from Abbotsford at the end of his excellent presentation earlier today. It says that the House recognize that A, climate change is real and is a real and urgent global problem requiring real global solutions, and that Canada can and must take a leadership role in developing those global solutions. B, human activity has an impact on climate change, and its effects impact communities across the country and the world. C, Canada and the world must take urgent action to mitigate global climate change and combat its impacts on the environment. D, the government's own Clean Canada report shows the government is falling short of the Paris targets by 79 million tons, and therefore, as an alternative to its current proposal to tackle climate change involving a non-binding declaration, the House call upon the government to produce a real climate change plan that will enable Canada to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions according to the targets of the Paris Agreement. Madam Speaker, that is the difference between our amendment and the government motion. The government motion fails on a couple of levels, significant levels. It doesn't talk about the global nature of the problem, and specifically, it doesn't address the fact that this government is falling further and further behind the targets that it agreed to in Paris a couple of years ago. And heard the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley reminding the House earlier that those were the targets set under Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Those are the targets that we're talking about today, is that the targets set by the former Conservative government were such good targets that the Liberal government embraced them. But they're failing to meet them, Madam Speaker. They're failing to meet them. And that's what makes this, the comments from the Leader of the Opposition yesterday declaring that the Prime Minister was a high-carbon hypocrite, I think goes right to him putting forward this motion in the House today. We have 22 sitting days left in this Parliament before we go back to our ridings for the summer and then the House dissolves due to the upcoming election. 22 days left. And yet we have sanctimonious Liberals on the other side saying, how can you not say this is an emergency? 3.5 years they've had an opportunity to bring forward this motion. 3.5 years they've had an opportunity to bring about a climate plan that actually reduced emissions to meet the targets that they agreed to in Paris, and they have utterly failed. Madam Speaker, what they have come up with instead is a carbon tax that punishes average working Canadians while letting the big emitters off the hook, while letting them continue just targeting the people that we represent in our ridings for doing things that Canadians have to do, things like heating their homes, things like driving to work, things like driving to school, taking their aged parents to a doctor's appointment. This government has decided that the climate plan they're going to embrace is to punish those people for living in Canada. And what they say, we hear laughter on the other side. We hear laughter from the Liberals when they think about that, because they don't care about those people, Madam Speaker. They care about people like the owners of Loblaws, the owners of multi-billion-dollar companies who get $12 million gifts of free fridges that they would have bought on their own, but that's called a climate plan to these Liberals. That's who they're looking out for. That's who they're looking out for. Some emergency from the perspective of the Liberals, Madam Speaker. It's such an emergency. The climate is such an emergency to Liberals that the Prime Minister got on his taxpayer-funded private jet and flew to Tofino for a couple of days of surfing. He's just on Earth Day, by the way, Madam Speaker. That's when he gets on the private plane, he burns the fuel, he gets to have his holiday in British Columbia. A survey released just this week by Toyota Canada shows that over half of British Columbians are rethinking their holiday plans because of the price of fuel, because they can't afford to fill the tank in their vehicle to go see their family or take the vacation that they've been looking forward to all year. Now, rich British Columbians will have no problem reaching into their pockets, getting out a couple more $20 or $50 bills, and paying for that extra price of fuel. The Prime Minister has no problem reaching into taxpayers' pockets and taking a private jet to Tofino. I'll let you know something else, Madam Speaker. There's no way to get to Tofino on public transit. You have to drive there in a vehicle. You have to fill up your tank. It's a long drive, a beautiful drive. one that I've made before. The Prime Minister's made it many times in the taxpayer-funded jet. He's a high-carbon hypocrite. He did the same thing during the height of the SNC-Lavalin scandal when he was taking another vacation in Florida using the taxpayer-funded private jet, where he doesn't pay for the fuel and he doesn't care about the carbon tax. He went to Florida, which is fine, go with the family, you need some downtime. But then he flew back to Ottawa for a private meeting and a photo op, and then back to Florida again, and then back to Ottawa one more time. Because it's a climate change emergency, according to the Liberals, but it's an emergency for somebody else to pay for. Because they shouldn't have to change their ways. The Prime Minister shouldn't have to change his ways. He just wants Canadians to change theirs. Drive less. Drive less to get your kids to school. Drive less to get your kids to their soccer practice. Drive less to take your mom or your grandmother to the hospital or to the doctors. That's what this government is doing. We've seen it time and again, and we've seen that they actually don't believe in it. We see John Horgan, the Premier of British Columbia, is a classic example of this. He's also, like this Prime Minister, declaring things, like has virtue signaling motions like this one. And he actually increased the carbon tax higher than what is mandated under the National Carbon Tax Plan. He jacked it up on April 1st, jacked up the price of fuel even more than he's required to under this Prime Minister's law. And then 2 weeks later, when the price hit $1.80 a litre, he said, this is a crisis. We need to do something because people are paying too much for fuel. But we all know, Madam Speaker, that this is exactly what he wants. This is exactly what the Prime Minister wants. He said as much when he was in British Columbia a year ago about fuel prices. They want Canadians to pay a price for living in this country, living in a remote country where we have to drive. In a large portions of this country, we have to drive to do the things that are necessary to live in this country. But what happens when you don't treat this as a global issue? We've seen what happens when these Liberals do not treat this as a global issue, where they think that Canada is an island unto itself that can simply impose additional costs on business and individuals, and it has no impacts. What have we seen since this government took office? We have seen the greatest flight of capital this country has ever seen. We have seen billions of dollars, nearly $100 billion, fleeing the country, primarily out of the energy sector, and setting up shop in other places that are not putting a carbon tax on their businesses. We have seen Royal Dutch Shell, an $18.4 billion flight of capital. ConocoPhillips, $17.7 billion. Devon Energy, $7 billion. Kinder Morgan, we all know that one, $4.5 billion. Marathon Oil, $3.3 billion. Chevron Energy, $1.5 billion. Murphy Oil, $937 million. Apache Corporation, $927 million. Statoil, $832 million. Total, $560 million. And this government celebrates it. They celebrate that flight of capital because that's in the dirty industries that they don't like to talk about. Mr. Speaker, those companies have not gone out of oil and gas. They are developing oil and gas in the United States. They are developing oil and gas in the offshore of Brazil. They are developing oil and gas in Kazakhstan, places that do not have the same high world-leading clean energy policies that this country has. We develop the cleanest, greenest energy in the world, and we should celebrate it. Hear, hear. We should celebrate it, Madam Speaker, because that is something that all Canadians can be proud of. So this motion that the government has brought forward is an attempt to distract from their fourth-place finish in a recent by-election in British Columbia. With 22 days left in the sitting of this Parliament, they're not taking it seriously, which is proven by their 79 million ton shortfall on their own targets, and that's why we'll support our amendment and not their motion. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And I know the member is not particularly fond of our Prime Minister, and the conversation in this place often devolves into partisan attacks back and forth. on all sides. But climate change is a real and urgent threat, and it is an emergency based not on my analysis, but the analysis of thousands of scientists from well over 100 countries, or 180 countries around the world. And so, very simply, does the member agree that climate change is an emergency?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's a problem that requires urgent action. And that is, this member's caucus doesn't believe it's an emergency. The Ontario Liberal members of Parliament, there's a leaked document that came out that showed they rank it about 7th on the list of priorities that they want to talk about in the next election. They don't think it's an emergency. This government has never acted as though it's an emergency. They're missing their own targets by nearly 80 million tons, Madam Speaker. So it's all well and good today, with 22 sitting days left, to declare a national climate emergency, but once again, it's an empty gesture from this government. Their gestures are not backed up by their action. Great words, terrible on the action, which is exactly the condemnation that applies to everything that this Prime Minister does. He's simply not as advertised.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Chilliwack Hope for his intervention today on this debate and on this amendment. I'd like to ask him to explain a little bit more of the situation we've seen in BC because of the extremely high gas prices that this Prime Minister says is exactly what he wants. I'd like to ask him if he has experienced people driving less, or if he's actually seen people driving more, because I've seen newspaper articles explaining how people in BC are actually driving further so they can get across the border to the U.S. and purchase fuel down there, actually burning more fuel total and doing it at a less cost because they can do that in the U.S.
A member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is absolutely correct. We've seen, I live in Chilliwack, which is about a 30-minute drive from the Sumas border crossing, a little further to the Aldergrove border crossing. And Canadians are lining up for kilometers at a time, idling their cars, getting ready to cross over the borders, because they can save right now $25 or $30 per fill-up by going to the United States. So this is another real-world example of the carbon leakage that this government's ill-advised plan sets out. People are making other choices, and they're making dangerous choices too, Madam Speaker. Many people are taking jerry cans, filling up jerry cans worth of, it's so dire for them, the price of fuel, that they're taking jerry cans and putting them in the trunks of their car or the back of their SUVs, endangering themselves because the price is so high in British Columbia that they're being forced to make that choice, Mr. Speaker. That is what happens when you have bad government policy. It doesn't actually impact the emissions globally or even locally. It just displaces them to the United States in this case. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, my apologies. The plan isn't working, and that's why a Conservative government will come up with one that does.
A brief question, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Madam Speaker, under the Conservatives, with their low targets and their industry-by-industry regulation plan, they never managed to meet their greenhouse gas targets. They withdrew Canada from the Kyoto Protocol, and they never regulated the oil patch, the most highly polluting industry in Canada. So how can the Conservatives now expect to be taken seriously? How do they expect to have any credibility? The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
We withdrew from the Kyoto Protocol because it didn't include the United States. It didn't include China. It didn't include India. It didn't include any of the big emitters that need to be part of the global solution. Madam Speaker, you will see at the end of June the most comprehensive plan that has ever been put forward by an opposition party in this country, a plan that will actually address global emissions and will actually help Canada meet the targets that we have committed to.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Climate change is an emergency for our planet, And it's important that this House come together, and I've heard conversations in this House already that we need action and not more words, but when you look outside of this place and you see Canadians and our constituents, and some don't fully understand the need for immediate action, the need for stronger action, I think it's incredibly important as a sign of leadership for every single one of us in this House to stand up and say this is a climate emergency and we need stronger action from this government. Now, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Halifax, who I know is a strong supporter of climate action as well. We've known that this has been an emergency for some time now. In the fall, I was one of a handful of MPs to call for an emergency debate in this House and note that climate change is an emergency. But of course, it's not just political leaders in Canada, political leaders around the world who are noting this. Scientists for too many years have been telling us this. We have the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report most recently the authors say if we don't act now, if we don't act in the next few years, we face very, very serious consequences for our planet. A consensus of economists, we've got, or scientists I should say, this is a quote, Madam Speaker, from over 15,000 scientists from over 180 countries. They write, since 1992, with the exception of stabilizing the stratospheric ozone layer, humanity has failed to make sufficient progress in generally solving these foreseen environmental challenges, and alarmingly, most of them are getting worse. Especially troubling is the current trajectory of potentially catastrophic climate change due to rising greenhouse gas emissions from burning fossil fuels, deforestation, and agricultural production. To prevent widespread misery and catastrophic biodiversity loss, humanity must practice a more environmentally sustainable alternative to business as usual. Without question, Madam Speaker, climate change presents us with a challenge, yes, but it is our international, our intergenerational, and fundamentally our moral responsibility to do our part. And so what does that mean, doing our part? I think it's helpful to assess where have we been and where do we need to go. Now, we know that previous Conservative and yes, Liberal governments have not done enough. The last Conservative government did the bare minimum. And while we are not yet on pace to meet our international obligations as this Liberal government, without question, we have made significant and meaningful progress. Let me quote here Mark Jacquard, Professor of Sustainable Energy at Simon Fraser University. He writes, in just 4 years, new federal policies have transformed Canada from a global pariah under the Harper government to a model for climate action under this Prime Minister. In climate policy, experts agree that Canada is finally a global leader. That's not a partisan writing that, Madam Speaker. That's not a Liberal writing that, Madam Speaker. That's a professor at Simon Fraser University in this very subject matter. Now, what are these new federal policies that have made Canada a leader in tackling climate change? Most of the attention, Madam Speaker, has been on pricing pollution, and for good reason. You have provincial Conservative government in Ontario spending $30 million to spread misinformation about the plan. Yet it remains the most efficient and effective solution to tackling climate change. Of course, we know it's not the only solution, and we clearly need additional actions when there is such political consternation over over pricing pollution alone. So what has the government done, this government done in the last 4 years? I'm going to go down a long list, Madam Speaker. I know my colleagues in the opposition suggest, oh, all we hear about is taxing. All we hear about is taxing. So here's a long list for the members opposite. Green procurement rules, accelerated phase-out of coal-fired electricity, strong methane regulations to reduce these emissions 40 to 45%, HFC regulations to implement the Montreal Protocol, the pricing backstop, which, just as a side note, contrary to that $30 million misinformation campaign, the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office notes that 80% of individuals and families will actually get more money back. So it is the top 20% wealthiest and most polluting Canadians who are going to pay, and even those individuals will pay a very small sum to do their part on the most pressing challenge of our time. What else have we done? Clean fuel standard, net zero building codes, incentives for electric vehicles and EV charging stations across the country, public transit investments, and of course infrastructure investments like housing that factor in the need to upgrade and have retrofits to tackle climate change as well and to reduce building emissions. Clean tech investments, including strategic innovation fund investments. We've got the accelerated capital cost allowance for clean tech. We've got the Challenge and Low Carbon Economy Fund. That's $2 billion investing in businesses to do their part and to reduce their emissions, and to ensure provinces who are actually doing their part have funds to invest in these renewable energies as well. And of course, the food guide and investments in plant-based foods in Saskatchewan. Now, are we where we need to be? No. The answer is no, we're not. It's fair to point out we are not where we need to be. But have we made significant and meaningful progress in a very short period of time? When you look at how difficult this issue and how intractable, when you see the opposition from the Conservatives, how difficult this issue can be, without question. We have, and this is based on the most recent analysis, we have 200 millions of tons reduction modeled based on the measures that we are implementing. There's 24 million tons to account for our forestry. So we are 79 million tons, and the opposition members say, well, you're short. Well, not quite, Madam Speaker. That's short on modeled measures. But they're not modeling our public transit investments. They're not modeling our clean tech investments. And so of the 79 million tons that we are short on the current targets, yes, we need to do more, but we are not so very far short, and we are certainly not short those 79 million tons because we know that certain measures we put in place will make a significant impact. They just can't be easily modeled. Now, what more do we need to do? I would say we are well on the way to meeting the current target, but of course, we know that 2030 target, and yes, if we want to call it the Harper target, we know that target is itself insufficient. Did it make sense for us to spend a great amount of time in this place over the first 3.5 years suggesting we need stronger targets when we had 10 years of complete and total inaction, and there was no way we could meet that stronger target? I would say no. The focus should have been on strong action. But we are now at a place where meeting that Harper target is feasible heading towards 2030. We know, though, that it is insufficient. So what do we need to do next? Well, the Paris Agreement itself contemplates a ratcheting up of these targets. And so at the next opportunity, 2020, 2021, there will be an opportunity for Canada to attend an international conference and to say, alongside other countries, we are all ratcheting up our targets so that we are holding ourselves more accountable so that we do more. So yes, we need to ratchet up our 2030 target at the next opportunity. We also need to think further ahead for the sake of our planet. The UK Climate Change Committee, an independent advisory committee, just recently, at the beginning of this month, called for net zero by 2050. The EU Commission, I was just recently in Brussels and I met the Directorate General of Environment there, and they also are putting materials together calling for net zero by 2050. If we need more ambition here in Canada, I think. We've come a long way, we've made significant and meaningful progress, but now is the time to call a climate emergency. Now is the time for more ambition. So we need stronger 2030 targets, and we need to be net zero and aim for net zero by 2050. And we need strong accountability measures and clear updates on that path to 2050. Now, targets are not enough, and so we don't only need to ratchet up our targets. Every single step we've taken to date, every single policy measure we've put into place, we also need to strengthen those. So the price on pollution should not stop in 2022. The investments we've made in retrofits, we should build on those. The investments we've made in electric vehicle infrastructure, we should build on those. The currently voluntary targets for EVs should probably in future become mandatory targets. But Madam Speaker, we can finally say that Canada is a global climate leader, is on the right path, and we simply need to double down on our current efforts to get to where we need to be, to do our part to tackle the most pressing issue of our time. And yes, Madam Speaker, this is an emergency. This government understands that and is acting as if it is an emergency, and I wish every member in this House, regardless of party, would acknowledge that fact and vote to call this an emergency in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Good job, Nate. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would, through you, ask the member from Beaches East York, who I somewhat admire his independence and realizing that it's government members' jobs like his job to hold his own government to account. And I've heard him say that publicly, and I appreciate that stance. So in that light, in that context, can I know his true opinion of the leadership taken by his Prime Minister using the Prime Minister using government resources, taxpayers' dollars, to fly to Defino for 2 days of surfing, then fly to Florida, and I don't begrudge him a vacation, but flying back on his own, singular in a jet, and then flying back to Florida again, and the amount of carbon that created on those trips, if he's going to lead by example, and if you're going to lead by example as a government, if the government is going to lead by example, does he agree that that's a good way to show leadership on this file?
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I truly believe that our individual actions should be consistent with our beliefs, and for that reason, I eat a plant-based diet. One ought to know in this place, and Canadians ought to know, that the evidence is clear. If one eats 100 grams of meat a day, one contributes 2.5 times to climate change than a plant-based diet. So I don't think it's about pointing fingers at anyone. I don't think it's about saying your choices aren't as good as mine. It's simply about saying, yes, flying less, eating less meat, as individuals makes an incredible difference on reducing our individual emissions. For the Prime Minister specifically, frankly, I'm more concerned about what policy measures the Prime Minister is going to put in place and this government is going to put in place to make sure that we are able to meet our international, our intergenerational, and our moral obligations to tackle climate change. Full stop.
I just want to remind the honourable member for Brantford Brant that he had an opportunity to ask a question without being interrupted, and I would ask him to listen to the answer without being interrupted. And if he has other things to add, then he can get up during questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skinner-Balkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. He comes from a riding not as beautiful as Skinner-Balkley Valley. It's different, but it's a pretty nice part of Toronto regardless. I think it's an unhelpful and lacking in courage or ambition standard to set for this government by the previous government. I think referring to Stephen Harper's targets and his actions or inactions isn't really much of a bar to set for a government who came in on such a promise and hopefulness in dealing with something like climate change. The fact that the government continued with Stephen Harper's targets, he may argue whether that was proper or not, is also hurt by the fact that the government isn't going to even meet those targets, according to the Auditor General. And my question is this. The Harper government promised not to subsidize oil and gas. In the OECD, they made that promise. This government made the same thing, yet continues that practice of subsidizing carbon. The Senate last night rejected, at the committee level, Bill C-48, the North Coast tanker ban, which 67% of the members elected to this House voted to pass. This is a question of power, and I'll end here, Madam Speaker. Specifically on this, between the Senate and the House, when the House passes, democratically elected people pass a bill like the North Coast tanker ban, what is he willing to do and join with us to push back on the unelected House, the Senate, when they describe some alternative reality and some alternative preference than the will expressed by the voters of this country?
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
I'll say two things. First, I don't think we should hold ourselves to the same standard as Mr. Harper. The point was, I think, a contrast to say we are accused of doing nothing. And I quote from Mark Jacquard, professor of sustainability, who says, actually, no, the record is under Harper, we used to be a pariah, and now under this Prime Minister, we are considered a global leader. And so I think it's important to acknowledge the clear difference in direction that the country has taken between two very different governments. On the question about powers between this chamber and the other place, I would say where a promise is put into a platform and Canadians vote for a party to implement that promise and the House passes that legislation to implement that promise, it is well out of bounds for the Senate, based on precedent and based upon the historical nature of the interaction of those two chambers, to strike such legislation down.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, as best we can tell, this tiny blue-green planet, Earth, is home to the only life forms in our far-reaching universe. And as far as we know, this is it. Life only exists here, this one rock orbiting the sun. What a remarkable privilege that is, and what a remarkable and overwhelming responsibility. Consider for a moment, across history, across species, all that had to come together to create the extraordinary conditions for life on Earth. To be suspended just so between the sun's gravity and the Earth's own centripetal force, with just enough eccentricity of orbit to give us the majesty of the seasons, a magnetic field to protect us from cosmic rays and solar flares, a moon to give us tides, an atmosphere to retain water and oxygen, the foundational ingredients of life as we know it. What began 3.5 billion years ago as bacteria, no more than single-celled organisms, today walk the Earth as you and I and all living things that surround us. Only here, only on this planet. Consider the astounding breadth of human experience over time, Madam Speaker, the accomplishments of ingenuity and discovery, the progress we've made, the people loved and lost, every act of bravery, courage, and passion, despite the vastness of the known universe. Everything we've accomplished, it all happened only here. And for us, this could be the end of it. Madam Speaker, I'm called from the very core of my being as a lifelong environmentalist to use my voice in today's debate. Because if passed, this motion, introduced by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, will acknowledge and declare beyond any shadow of a doubt what so many Canadians already know, that there is a national climate emergency in Canada. Its approval would also set the Parliament of Canada on course to take the action necessary to meet Canada's national emission targets under the Paris Agreement. Madam Speaker, I believe this may be the most consequential vote that I will ever cast in this place, and I implore my colleagues from all corners of this House to join me in voting yes. I'm a proud son of Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada's ocean city. I'm also a city planner who spent a career making my city and others more livable, prosperous, and sustainable. And I'm also a dad to Daisy Isabella Fillmore, a smart and beautiful 12-year-old girl who talks to me every day about our climate and our environment, and who just last night sent me a text message saying, "Daddy, can you please pass a bill to ban plastic straws?" So on her behalf, I am absolutely committed to the biggest fight of our time, and it's largely why I came to this place. Madam Speaker, Halifax is perched like a jewel on the east coast of Canada, a city that has been shaped by the sea. And while the Atlantic Ocean has always been a tremendous asset, increasingly it's going to become a threat. That's because Halifax has one of the fastest rising sea levels in the country, and both the frequency and severity of extreme weather events are increasing rapidly. For these reasons, our city itself declared a climate emergency just this past January. Now, last year, Globe and Mail reporter Matthew McLaren wrote extensively about this growing threat of sea level rise, including its impact on Halifax. And here's what a local commercial real estate professional told McLaren when discussing flood risk on our beautiful downtown waterfront. Quote, "If you look at the 5-meter contour line, you can see that basically all of the buildings on our waterfront, from the casino right through to Bishop's Landing to the Port of Halifax, all of those buildings, the complete line of them, would be impacted, perhaps catastrophically," end quote. And Madam Speaker, the outlook is just as troubling for other coastal communities in Canada as well, particularly in our north, which is warming at nearly 3 times the global rate. And make no mistake, communities in central Canada are far from immune. In the last month alone, floods in Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick have had a devastating impact. Here's what CBC's Isaac Olson reported out of Montreal just a few weeks ago. Quote, "Annie Pepin's kids were playing outside with her father Saturday as she cleaned the kitchen after supper. Sirens and the blaring of police cruisers' loudspeakers shattered the evening calm. 'Evacuation now,' she recalled hearing. 'I got outside and I looked at my kids and they were screaming and crying and everybody was running.' A 50-meter section of a natural dike holding back the Lake of Two Mountains had breached in Sainte-Marthe-sur-le-Lac, an off-island suburb northwest of Montreal. Water immediately began pouring into the town. Witnesses heard trees snapping under the rushing torrent," end quote. Some residents would return days later by kayak and military escort, paddling into their living rooms in waist-deep water to collect pets and belongings and to survey the devastation to their homes and their neighborhood. Climate change is real. It's happening, and it's happening here. As members of Parliament, together we represent every corner of this country and every single Canadian. And while not every riding borders an ocean or sits downstream from a fragile dike, not a single one of us, not a single one of our constituencies, not a single one of our constituents will be spared from the effects of unchecked climate change. The effects of climate change will be omnipresent. It will create serious national security challenges. Consider this month as tanks rolled into Ottawa to support residents following the declaration of a state of emergency. There were more troops deployed within Canada than deployed around the world. Climate change will also create serious public health care challenges. More people will die from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress, and already air pollution caused 7 million deaths a year. Climate change will also create serious international migration challenges. The UN projects that by 2050 there will be at least 200 million climate refugees, and some projections put that number significantly higher, up to 1 billion. Now consider that in 2018 the total number of all refugees worldwide, including Syrian refugees, totaled just 25 million. And climate change, left unchecked, will have devastating impacts on our economy. Research shows that within 4 decades, the cost of climate change to the Canadian taxpayer will reach between $21 and $43 billion annually. Of course, fighting climate change isn't just the right thing to do, it's good economic policy too. The World Bank has estimated that climate change will open up to $23 trillion in clean investment opportunities around the world. Historically, in Canada, provinces with a price on pollution have shown to be our country's strongest economic performers. In fact, last week we learned that in the very same month that our government put a price on pollution in Ontario, we saw the single largest job gain on record. So much for that job-killing carbon tax the Conservatives warned us about. On this side of the House, we've been saying it since day one. The environment and the economy go hand in hand. If you don't have a plan for the environment, you don't have a plan for the economy. It's been 382 days since the Conservative leader promised a climate plan, and still nothing. Last we heard, he promised to release his climate plan next month. I guess we'll see. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, he's waiting to get it back from the oil industry lobbyists with whom he recently met in secret. In any case, I won't be holding my breath.
No.
Now, to their credit, my colleagues in the NDP have begun to release parts of their climate plan. Of course, no one can say just how long it will stick. In recent weeks, the NDP leader has been flip-flopping on environmental issues, backtracking on previous positions, including LNG developments in BC. But it does appear that on this particular issue, the NDP leader has finally arrived at the very firm position of, well, who knows? Wishy-washy isn't much of a climate plan either, Madam Speaker. As for this team, we have a strong plan to fight climate change, and we're acting on it. More than 50 measures, including putting a price on pollution, protecting marine and terrestrial habitat, investing historic amounts in public transit and making electric vehicles and home energy retrofits more affordable, supporting clean technologies and phasing out coal power. I'm also quite proud to say, on a personal note, that our plan also includes a climate lens on all federally funded infrastructure projects under our Investing in Canada plan. This is the result of my private member's motion, M45, that I introduced in 2016, which passed with support from all parties in this House, except, unfortunately, the Conservative Party. And that's what it will take to rise to the challenge of a national climate emergency, working collaboratively across party lines, across regional divides, and international borders to secure the political will and undertake the necessary work to fight climate change tooth and nail. Because, Madam Speaker, we are running out of time. The effects of climate change have begun, and we've already lost too much. We learned recently that 1 million species are at risk of extinction, and climate change is one of the leading causes. It's an important reminder that this isn't just about us. We share this place, after all of us together, on this one planet, the only one in the vast universe known to sustain life. This can't be how it ends. Thank you to Daisy and to all of my constituents in Halifax for speaking to me so passionately about this. It's now time to declare a national climate emergency in this country and get to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, the Auditor General made it clear that 2020 emissions are expected to be nearly 20% above the target rate for this government. The excuse across the floor prior to this individual, and I would like the Speaker to respond, he indicated, well, that's only because it's not including current initiatives, the modeling of what we're going forward with doing now. Well, Madam Speaker, this government provided 5 options to the provinces to consider when they met with them initially, and then when they met again to express what each of the provinces were going to do. Madam Speaker, they said no longer were those options there. They had 2, cap and trade or carbon tax. Saskatchewan has a prairie resilience program. It is all outlined. We have the best research on environment because we need our environment in Saskatchewan, and we are working towards what needs to be done. In 10 years, we will cover all of the greenhouse gases of the oil sands in Saskatchewan. Why did this government decide that working with our provinces didn't matter? Is that perhaps why Saskatchewan and Manitoba, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Alberta and the territories have said no to this carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member and her party for this road to Damascus moment. It's really a wonderful thing to see the Conservative Party finally acknowledging that climate change is real and even putting some ink on paper to acknowledge that we have to do something about it. But however, the conversion is a little less than it seems to be, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives' proposed amendment to the Liberal parties to the government's climate emergency bill removes the words climate emergency in Canada. They're simply not acknowledging the work that lies ahead. Our government has undertaken more than 50 measures towards getting our GHGs under control and reaching our international commitments. And I welcome the day when the Conservative members opposite listen to their constituents and join us in this life and death fight. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's motion states that they want to avoid an increase in 1.5 degrees Celsius warming. Well, speaking of wishy-washy, they provide no date to achieve that. Now, if you compare that with the NDP leader's motion, that was much more tangible, and we stated 2030 as a deadline for achieving that limit. So will the government vote yes to the NDP's motion that will be voted on shortly?
Madam Speaker, thank you, the member, for the question, and I also am very pleased that her party got a hurry-up motion together to try to keep up with the governing party on climate change emergency. However, in their haste, they unfortunately included some fatal flaws in their motion. Of course, our government is on track to reduce all fossil fuel subsidies by 2025, but this must be done in an orderly way. The immediate withdrawal of fossil fuel subsidies that the NDP proposes would have left northern communities without subsidies for electricity. This would have a terrible, catastrophic impact on those communities. It would also have removed funding immediately for research that will help us to better track and reduce emissions from fossil fuels. This was a hasty, although well-intentioned, I will grant it, motion. Our best course of action is to stick with the very coherent and long-reaching motion proposed by the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief question, the honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Well, Madam Speaker, my question for the member is this. If it's really such an emergency, if they really believe it's an emergency, why did they wait with only 22 days left? And what are they going to add to their failed plan to make any difference?
Bravo. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the importance of the message that this motion, when passed, will send not just to all of our constituents across the country that this crisis is real in Canada, but to people around the world that Canada is indeed, after 10 years of being absent on the world stage in the battle against climate change, is back as a leader, as a climate leader. This is going to compel the entire Parliament of Canada, both houses, to take the actions necessary to address this emerging and growing climate change disaster. And I'm just so proud to be standing in this House today, reflecting the voices of my constituents, bringing their voices right to this place, and to bring action to this government and to the Parliament of Canada to address this calamitous emergency that we're facing together.
It's getting a little loud on going back and forth on the heckling, and I would just remind members that when somebody else has the floor, they should be listening closely because I'm sure they want to put their thoughts together in order to ask questions and comments. Now we are at resuming debate. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Portneuf, Jacques Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very interesting question to which I am very sensitive. We, the Conservatives, we get up every morning to protect our planet, quite the opposite of what the Liberals would have you believe. It's unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and yes, climate change is real. I am a Conservative, and I assert it. It exists. Climate change exists. But today, the Liberals are waking up after 3.5 years in power. And now there's a season that's called the pre-electoral season. So they've woken up. They're embarrassed to go before voters with their record on the environment. Madam Speaker, We're looking at motion 29, that this House recognize that climate change is a real and urgent crisis. I won't go any further. I simply want to say, Madam Speaker, 50 years ago it was an emergency, 10 years ago it was an emergency, and 3.5 years ago it was an emergency. Yesterday it was an emergency, today it's an emergency, and tomorrow as well it will be an emergency. We have to act and protect our planet, and we have to unite on this issue. So the Liberals are trying to put labels on us, and they're simply not true. There was once a La Fontaine fable, The Grasshopper and the Ant. He said the ant would store up provisions during the good seasons, but the grasshopper was quite the contrary, a bit lazy, didn't really care about the future, so sort of lived in a dream, didn't look at reality, didn't respect the seasons. Madam Speaker, I think if you want to assign these roles to someone, the ant is the Conservative Party. And the grasshopper, I'm sure you've already guessed, Madam Speaker, that would be the Liberals. They've been doing whatever they liked for 3.5 years, and all of a sudden, they wake up, and they have something significant before them. But they weren't doing it for 3.5 years. Madam Speaker, we talked about an emergency earlier, that this is an emergency. In 2005, or rather 2016, Canada signed the Paris Agreement. It was ratified on October 2016. I'd like my colleague across the way, listen, she has a mouth, and but she has 2 ears. I'd like her to use her 2 ears. Madam Speaker, the Paris Agreement was signed in April 2016. This wasn't yesterday. They'd worked on it before. It had been worked on worldwide with other countries. And here we are today in a country, Canada, a country that will not meet its Paris Agreement targets. And we will look at the credibility of people like the Auditor General. He said this. United Nations, isn't the United Nations credible? The Environment Commissioner. But the Liberals seem to be blind. Before we were talking about the grasshopper and the ant. Well, you know, for the grasshopper, the summer season is ending, and they may not be ready. So I'm actually doing them a favor, Madam Speaker. I think that they're trying to present the record as well as possible, but they can't really in terms of the environment. Madam Speaker, I sit on the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development, and I had the opportunity to meet the minister. She came to testify before our committee. And those in the Grasshopper group asked her a question. I'd like to know, and I'm reading, in order not to be accused of changing what was said, but this is available to all Canadians if they want to go on the website. Madam Minister, with respect to your plan on the environment, your much touted plan, I'd like to know, and the question is simple, if yes or no, you are going to reach the Paris Agreement targets meant to reduce GHGs. And then the Honourable, I can't use the name, but she said, and this is public, she said, yes. How is it that a Minister of the Environment who at the beginning of the day prided herself on the fact that she was the minister with the longest term as environment minister, how could she assert that, yes, Canada will meet its Paris Agreement targets? Madam Speaker, there's a word we don't use much and you will prohibit it. But it's unacceptable, Madam Speaker, to not tell the truth. Now, what kind of credibility does the government across the way and its environment minister have internationally because it has not met its Paris targets? And it's the Auditor General who said so, the United Nations who said so, and the Environment Commissioner who said so. And now the minister said at this that we Conservatives had not put forward an environment plan, and I answered her, at the present time, whether we table a plan or not, it means nothing because we can't change things right now. So why do you need our plan? Why do you need to inspire yourself by us? What I'm basing what I'm saying on is that they have used our targets, the Liberals have used our targets, and they, at the time they called us incompetent, said we weren't doing a good job. But Madam Speaker, what happened in Paris is that our government, the Conservative government, did excellent work because the Liberals adopted our targets. So it's rather ludicrous that the government across the way is saying that we have to help them save their face. Our leader, the Conservative leader, between now and the end of the sitting, will have tabled our plan. Normally we would table it during the election period, but we're going to do it earlier because time is going quickly. And we're not doing it because we're obliged to. We want to be conscientious and rigorous with our plan on the environment, a plan that will respond to meeting the Paris targets. Further, Madam Speaker, I'd like to mention that, again, during the testimony before committee, I said to the minister that our record in terms of reducing greenhouse gases, we, the Conservatives, at the time, we were positive. This historical period where there was the greatest reduction in greenhouse gases was under a Conservative government, Madam Speaker, and that decrease was justified. And what the Environment Minister said was, oh, well, that doesn't really matter. But not any later than yesterday, she said that they had created thousands of jobs and that she had a plan. But, Madam Speaker, she's got to be consistent. If she's creating jobs, her plan isn't working. And she accuses us of a recession. There's a real paradox in what she's saying. And yes, you can develop the economy and cut greenhouse gases, but what she's putting forward in her speech is simply not consistent. How can we accept this attitude on the part of the minister and her government? Once again, they're like the grasshopper who one day wakes up and says, oh, yes, I should have thought about the environment. This was a problem that was local, daily. It was a provincial problem. It was a national problem and an international problem. And you have to work over things, on these things, in a global way. It's like plastic. The plastic that washes up on our coasts isn't from all Canadian plastic. It comes from all over the place. So other countries in other parts of the world are acting in such a way that we're having their plastic wash up on our shores. All this plastic that's washing up on our shores, yes, is the result of Canadian consumption, but 95% of it comes from other countries. So when we work on a greenhouse gas reduction program, we won't be able to work on this alone. We'll have to work on this with all stakeholders. Madam Speaker, Conservatives did take concrete action, and we will take concrete action in the future. I have the honor of representing Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and I acted in a very credible, focused way to reduce the environmental footprint. I created a committee on the environment. Yes, we Conservatives are working for the environment. We are aware of climate change, and we are acting concretely. Now, Madam Speaker, there is a school in my riding, Stoneham, where fifth grade students made a presentation on the environment and are writing a petition and signing a petition that I will be presenting here shortly. But what is just crazy with the Liberals across the way is that they've all of a sudden woken up and said it's an emergency. But, Madam Speaker, it's not a new issue. We have to get a grip, and we have to decide how we will act vis-a-vis the environment. This is through industries, through citizens, through governments, through the whole spectrum of society stakeholders. Madam Speaker, to get back to the fact that the Minister of the Environment did not tell the truth when we asked her the question, and I will be asking her the question again. I will ask her again today a question about the Paris Agreement targets. So I'm giving her, a heads up. As I said earlier, the Auditor General, the United Nations, the Environment Commissioner, journalists and media are all saying, so you have your specialists and experts, you have journalists and the Conservatives. It's just the Liberals who can't see the facts. So I'll give you some of the titles. Why is Trudeau's climate plan not working? Another title. I would remind the honourable member that he shouldn't name people by their first or last name, so I would ask him to withdraw the honourable member. Yes, I'm sorry, I was reading a newspaper title, but it really is, why is the Prime Minister's environment plan not working? Again, the things are worsening with respect to the Prime Minister's plan for the environment. The Prime Minister's carbon tax is not working. And I'll go on another title. The Prime Minister has to provide an explanation for the carbon tax because Ontario will be playing a key role in the 2019 election. Now, the main greenhouse gas emitters, including Canada, will not meet the Paris Agreement targets. The United Nations said that, and they said it's almost impossible for Canada to reduce their emissions by half by 2030 to meet the UN's targets. And Canada was not able to meet its targets, but industry can do this on their own. it seems that the United States, even under Trump, are closer to meeting their targets than Canada is. I think that speaks volumes. And I think this proves the inaction of the Liberal government with respect to climate change. So the climate change plan of the Liberals, well, they won't be meeting the targets. The Prime Minister's plan may be costing billions of dollars. And it is Canadians who will be paying. But I think that we, Conservatives, can bring in measures that will have a minimum impact financially, and we can advance our plan for the environment. We can cut greenhouse gases. We can work to adapt to climate change. The GHGs have not shown a real drop. And, Madam Speaker, I understand why they want us to table our plan. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the plan our leader will be tabling in a few days, or at most in a few weeks, but before June 21st. This plan will respond to the Paris Agreement targets, and we have worked with all stakeholders to produce a positive impact and be sure that we can offer our children and grandchildren an environment and a planet that are healthy. Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind you that we tabled, that my colleague, the member for Abbotsford, and I tabled an amendment. We recognize climate change. It exists. So I'm going to read it so that all members can be aware that our amendment is something that should be accepted, and I think it should be a priority for them. So by deleting all words after that and substitute the following, that the House recognize that climate change is a real urgent problem which needs a global solution, and that Canada can play a leading role, and that human activity does have an effect on climate change. And C, Canada and the world have to take urgent action to mitigate the effects of climate change. And D, it is clear that the government has not met its Paris Agreement targets. And I'm going to sum up here because I see I don't have much more time. I would ask my colleagues to read the amendment. Conservatives will have a real plan to meet the Paris Agreement targets. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Order. The member will have 10 minutes for questions and comments after oral questions.
Excuse. Déclaration. Statements by members, déclaration des députés. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Repentigny. On May 17th, we will mark the International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia. I'd like to offer the Bloc Québécois support to the LGBTQ+ community for all battles that remain to be won. Because although Quebec society has made progress, there are still real obstacles to equality and the right to dignity for all people. If you've ever spent any time on social media, you can see that online bullying is a real problem in society. And that's even more true for LGBTQ people, who are 90% more likely to report abuse. That is why we salute the work of organizations like GRIS, the Fondation Emergence, the Rainbow Alliance, and so many others in fighting discrimination and prejudice. Together, let's work on building a Quebec where every individual feels free to express their identity and uniqueness without discrimination.
Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of my uncle Ben Seri. He lost his battle with cancer May 11th. Surrounded by his 2 daughters, Jeanette, Julie, son-in-laws Michel, Ken, and grandchildren, Stephanie, Melanie, Eric, Darren, and Miguel. My uncle served as Liberal MP for the riding of French River, Timiskaming Cochrane from 1993 to 2004. Following the footsteps of his older brother, my father, Gaétan Serré, I'm truly humbled and proud to have followed their paths. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Uncle Ben always promoted the interests of the community. Proud of his Algonquin, Indigenous, and Northern Ontario roots, he saw to it that their voice was heard in Ottawa. He was an avid hunter and angler, a proud Francophone with a real sense of humor, and a huge family man. To the little guy from Verner des Aulniers, may you rest in peace, Uncle Ben Miigwech.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Bravo. Speaker, Sunday was Mother's Day, and I would like to highlight an outstanding new mother, Catherine Gillis. Catherine is a lawyer living in Estvan with her husband Dylan and their 11-week-old daughter Zella. Catherine learned from Donna, her strong and vibrant mother, the value of knowledge and community. At age 18, she chaired the first ever Estvan Relay for Life and did so again in 2015. She is a board member of the Estvan Art Gallery and Museum, coordinator for the upcoming Rafferty Rumble, volunteers for the Estvan Free Legal Clinic, does fundraising for organizations like Special Olympics Saskatchewan. Catherine constantly promotes the community of Estvan and is passionate about sport and fitness throughout Saskatchewan. She teaches Learn to Skate, judges for Skate Canada following her stint as a competitive figure skater. Most recently, she ran a 5-kilometer fundraising race, coming second 10 weeks after having Zella. Catherine is the definition of a strong woman, is sure to continue to grow in her role as a new mother. And Mr. Speaker, it happens to be Catherine's birthday today. Happy birthday, Catherine.
All right. Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Brampton Centre is rich and vibrant in culture that we import from rest of the world to make our city extraordinary. Canada followed the United Nations in recognizing the International Decade for People of African Descent. I thank President Abu Asante of African Canadian Social Development Council for providing me the opportunity to be part of the celebration held in Brampton. It was wonderful to experience for the celebration of culture, art, and magnificent costumes from the cradle of the humanity. Such events bring greater diversity to Canada, affording us more opportunity to facilitate stronger international relations. I commend Afro-Canadian for their great contribution to the Canada. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the number of Canadian seniors living in poverty is clearly a crisis, and it's clear this Liberal government has no plan to help. As we get closer to an election, we will hear bigger and bigger claims from this government about what they have done for seniors. Don't believe any of it. A recent study done for the Hamilton Community Foundation laid bare the dire situation for many of our seniors in Hamilton. The report cited an increase in poverty rates for Hamilton seniors, more seniors using food banks, an increase in the number of seniors needing to work to get by, and an increase in seniors living alone. The study project's director, Jeff Wingard, says they have found a rise in poverty rates for the first time in recent memory. He also said the number of seniors who are working has doubled, many in low-paying jobs, and many of those seniors are working because they have to, not because they want to. This government needs to get their heads out of the sand, recognize there is a real problem, and offers up real solutions and not empty election promises. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
100 years ago, on May 15, 1919, Winnipeg unions declared a general strike. Reacting to oppressive laws and dangerous working conditions, 30,000 workers rose up to demand basic human rights. Laborers, public servants, and even the city police walked off the job. Manitoba's Conservative government declared the strike the work of Bolsheviks and alien scum. New immigrants Then the federal government sent in the Northwest Mounted Police as strike breakers. On Bloody Saturday, their violent actions caused the death of 2 workers and ended the strike. Even today, we hear the echoes of this dangerous thinking as immigrants are scapegoats and working class people are marginalized. 2 years later, a Liberal government took power, enacting sweeping reforms to our labor laws. I, for one, am proud to be part of a government that works to advance the rights of all Canadian citizens.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, both communities in my riding of Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill know the importance of opening their doors and welcoming people throughout York Region, Ontario, and Canada to the cultural, religious, historic, and athletic excellence our community has to offer. Last weekend, organizations across Richmond Hill participated in Doors Open Ontario, including the Lake St. George Field Centre, Swan Lake Centre for Conservation and Innovation, Thomas Boynton House, and many more. Special thanks to the Richmond Hill Hindu Temple and St. Mary and St. Joseph Coptic Orthodox Church for the fabulous personalized tour they gave me. And mark your calendar for August 17th for Doors Open Aurora to visit the Aurora Farmers Market, Church Street School, Hillary House and Koffler Museum of Medicine, and Theatre Aurora, just to name a few. Many thanks to all who participate in Doors Open in Aurora and Richmond Hill for sharing who you are, what you do, so we can celebrate the vibrancy of our communities and all that makes us who we are as Canadians.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, today my PEI colleagues and I welcome the newly elected Premier Dennis King to Ottawa, and we appreciate the collaborative tone that he brought with him. With the mighty island leading the country in economic performance as he takes office, Premier King has large shoes to fill, and our government is ready and willing to support the many community groups and municipalities who are eager to get back to work improving their communities. The Canada-Prince Edward Island Integrated Bilateral Agreement provides $366 million in federal funding over the next decade for cultural, rural, and green infrastructure priorities as identified by provincial governments. Myself and my PEI colleagues share a common goal of helping islanders, and I look forward to building on our enviable economic position by investing in rural infrastructure and sustainable community projects in my riding of Egmont.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 75 years ago, on May 18, 1944, the Crimean Tatar Surgun was launched by Soviet dictator Stalin. All of Crimea's Tatars were forcibly transported 4,000 kilometers east into the inhospitable Central Asian steppes. More than half died of suffocation, hunger, and disease. However, genocide was not enough. All traces of these people were to be erased. Crimean Tatar books were burned. Crimean Tatar towns and villages renamed with Russian names. Muslim cemeteries and mosques razed. All written references of these people erased. Today, we are honored by the presence of the iconic Mustafa Jamilyev, who spent 15 years in the Soviet Gulag demanding his people's right of return, and today has again been banned from his ancestral homeland. Let us draw on the wisdom of Raphael Lemkin and recognize May 18th as a Crimean Tatar Genocide Surgun Memorial Day.
Of course, I remind honourable colleagues that general rule members are to rise uncovered. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has failed to deliver for Oshawa. He promised an open and transparent process for major decisions, yet he refuses to release the business plans for the Oshawa Harbour as well as the Pickering Airport, a project which could create up to 50,000 much-needed jobs for our community. He promised a unique environmental plan and carbon taxes that would bring the jobs of the future to Canada. Instead of building the cars of the future in Oshawa, GM will now be building them in the United States where it's more internationally competitive. This Prime Minister also broke his solemn promise to veterans to settle lawsuits out of court. He actually said, Mr. Speaker, that they are asking for more than we can give. And serve your country bravely for nearly 40 years in the Royal Canadian Navy, this Prime Minister will drag you and your reputation through legal proceedings. Become a convicted terrorist, however, and he will gift you with $10.5 million out-of-court settlement. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is simply not as advertised.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome to the House youth leaders from Right to Play's Promoting Life Skills and Aboriginal Youth program. Right to Play works in partnership with over 90 First Nations, Métis and Inuit communities and organizations across Canada to support community-driven youth programs that build life skills and improve health and education outcomes. Today we are joined by Zoe Duhaime of Wapiti First Nation, Tyler Evans of St. Teresa Point First Nation, Danny Charles of Beecher Bay First Nation, and Shana Russell and Evangeline Martin of Gitniao First Nation. This evening, Mr. Speaker, along with the members from Caribou Prince George and the member from Vancouver East, we'll hear from these youth leaders at an event in room 410 of the Wellington Building. Join us tonight and join me now in welcoming these inspired youth leaders to the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, for her entire childhood, 9-year-old Chloe Cook has been an advocate for the environment. Chloe has always picked up litter whenever she walks down the street and encourages whoever is with her to do the same. She is involved with the Earth Rangers, a youth conservation group that educates members about how to engage in environmental advocacy in their homes, schools, and communities. She is inspired by Gerda Thunberg, the teenager from Sweden who started the Fridays for the Future to protest global inaction on climate change. Chloe is holding a similar protest in North Bay on May 24th because she believes climate change is a huge problem that is affecting our future. I commend Chloe for being a leader of today. Chloe represents what tackling climate change needs to be priority, why we need to take action for the future of our children and our grandchildren. Thank you, Chloe.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, the Prime Minister made Canadians a lot of promises. He was going to fix all his predecessors' mistakes. He was going to put Quebec and Canada back on the right path. But like a fairy tale, it was just a tale. It wasn't true. He promised Quebec would be well served by his government, but it was the opposite. He betrayed us first chance he got by trying to strip Davie Shipyard of a lucrative contract and the thousands of jobs that went along with it. Quebec deserves much better. They promised federal-provincial harmony, but more than half the provinces, including Quebec, are in conflict with them. They didn't lift a finger to stem the tide of illegal migrants coming into Quebec each day, making the Canada-Quebec Accord on Immigration not worth the paper it's written on. Our relations with our main trading partners have soured, to say nothing of Quebec's embarrassment over the trip to India. Mr. Speaker, Quebec deserves better.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we mark the International Day against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia. We pause to reflect on the violence, discrimination, and injustice that persist for LGBTQ2 Canadians and people around the world. C'est grâce au
Thanks to the work of Fondation Emergence, this day has been celebrated for the past 16 years. Each year, International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia marks the launch of public education campaigns against discrimination.
Violence has real-life consequences. Almost 3/4 of LGBTQ individuals report they have been personally attacked or harassed online. That includes me and many of my queer friends and colleagues. This is unacceptable. Canada's co-chairship with Chile of the Equal Rights Coalition is a commitment to ending these injustices. We thank Uruguay and the Netherlands for their foundational work. And as we pass the torch to Argentina and the United Kingdom, we say, persecution, hate, ignorance have no place in this world. We will stamp it out.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest sources of pride in Trois-Rivières, the Basque, and Lower St. Lawrence is the oldest French immersion school in North America, celebrating its 87th year of operation this year. Each summer, Principal André Baudin and his team welcome approximately 600 young Anglophones from across the country for an unforgettable experience, billeted with some 100 host families. Often when these young people are first addressed in French, they look like deer caught in the headlights, as CAFEL President Nicolas Muras often says, but they emerge from the experience doubly confident in themselves and their abilities, with their heads full of memories. I'm pleased to welcome them and to wish them goodbye every year, as often as I can. But this time I'll do it with a little sadness, since André is retiring this summer after 10 years as principal. We'll be sad to see him go, with his heart as big as Notre-Dame-des-Neiges Church and his legendary sense of humor. His successor, Cathy Assari, will soon take over. She'll have some big shoes to fill. Thank you, André, and enjoy a well-deserved retirement.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in an age of online shopping, most Canadians have had at least one bad experience buying something online where what arrives is a cheap imitation of what one ordered. Unfortunately, there are a lot of Canadians feeling that way about the Prime Minister right now.
Ooh.
What was promised was brand new and clean. Instead, what they got was a rehashed version of the old 1996 to 2004 model of the Liberal Party, bending the rules for the big corporate buddies. On the box it said, now with ethics included. But apparently, that was a limited time offer. Then there are the hidden fees, and a promise of a balanced budget when what arrived was 4 consecutive deficits.
Shame.
And remember those lower taxes that he went on about during the campaign? Well, instead, he brought in a whole new tax, one that affects absolutely everything. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, he's not as advertised.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
We were elected on the strength of our plan to boost the economy and create jobs for Canadians. Thanks to our government's investments in infrastructure, innovation, immigration, trade, and green growth, Canadians go to work every day to build a Canada that works for everyone.
Now, under the Harper majority government, New Brunswick actually lost thousands of jobs. But under our government, New Brunswick has added thousands of jobs. Our Atlantic growth strategy is breathing new life into our communities. In Fredericton, that means a booming cyber sector. It means hundreds of renewable jobs and smart grid. It means new Canadian Armed Forces recruits at Base Gagetown. In fact, across the country since November 2015, Canadians have added more than 1 million jobs to our economy. Mr. Speaker, because of our plan, New Brunswickers and Canadians are working. What is clear is our plan is working better than advertised.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
China has now formally arrested Canadians Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor. We don't know where these two men are being held, and they are at risk of being put to death by the Chinese because of these trumped-up allegations. Clearly, the Prime Minister's approach to China is not working. When will he stop acting like a coward, pick up the phone, do something about this, because the very lives of Canadians...
The honourable member know first that you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly, and so I ask her to withdraw the word and apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw calling the Prime Minister someone acting like a coward. I withdraw that.
Repeats it again. The Honourable Minister of Official Languages.
These are the lives of Canadians that we're talking about. We shouldn't be playing politics about it.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, we strongly condemn the arbitrary arrest of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor and continue to call for their immediate release. The minister is in close contact with their families. We have rallied an unprecedented number of partners around the world in support of Canada's position. Canada continues to express its appreciation to those who have spoken in support of these detained Canadians and the rule of law. Thank you.
Opposition House Leader.
Earlier this week, the House apologized to Vice Admiral Mark Norman, but as of yet, the Prime Minister has not. We all know very well that the House apologizing is vastly different than the Prime Minister apologizing. We know the Prime Minister has no problem apologizing, though he's done so to Omar Khadr, convicted terrorists. So why in the world would he not apologize to Vice Admiral Mark Norman, who has been wronged, maligned, and almost bankrupted by this Liberal government? When can he get...
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can rely on the independence of their institutions. We supported the motion recognizing the Vice Admiral Norman for his hardship. We are looking forward to what the General Vance will do in his discussions. And contrary to the Conservatives, we on this side of the House trust our institutions.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've learned that military regulations are preventing Vice Admiral Norman from speaking freely about what the Liberals have been doing to him over the last 3 years. Canadians deserve to know what the Prime Minister and his office did to Vice Admiral Norman, but they won't know unless he's allowed to speak. Gee, where have we heard that before? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister remove this gag order, or are we again going to see another person with honor and integrity being told by the Prime Minister to just sit down, shut up, and stay silent?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, committees work independently of the government, and we will await the outcome of their deliberations. With respect to the process, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada noted when it stayed the prosecution that there were no outside factors or influence that were taken into consideration. There was no influence, including political interference, in the decision to lay charges or suspend the prosecution. Any statement to the contrary is baseless and absurd. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, like his father, the Prime Minister has never recognized the importance of Quebec within Canada. His words towards our province are positive, but his actions show clearly that he is vindictive and small-minded. He has thrown the full weight of his government behind a coordinated operation to cancel the Asterix contract. Why? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to strengthen the Royal Canadian Navy and ensure that it has the capacity it needs to serve Canadians. The Davie Shipyard is a major shipyard, and we acknowledge the expertise of its workers who delivered the Asterix. The Asterix is temporarily meeting our supply needs at sea, and thanks to this transition to the future fleet, the Royal Canadian Navy will be able to continue to fulfill its missions to train and to deploy for this country and abroad. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, was the member agreeing in Cabinet to trying to cancel the Davie contract? This was the first decision made by the Cabinet. A good thing it didn't work. But can the Prime Minister understand why there has been a coordinated operation to destroy Vice Admiral Norman? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, based on last week's decision, the prosecution of Vice Admiral Norman was suspended. As the Director of the Public Prosecution Service confirmed last week, each decision was made completely independently. No other factor was considered in that decision, and there was no other outside influence or contact at the PPSC, including political interference in the decision to lay charges or suspend the prosecution. Any statement to the contrary is absurd.
For New Westminster Burnaby.
$47 billion
Those are the profits from criminal acts that were laundered in Canada last year under this Liberal government. Canada is now the snow-washing capital of the world, and epidemic money laundering increases housing costs, and Canadians pay the price. Liberals choose to do nothing but fake posturing. They deny the resources and tools to fight money laundering. The BC NDP government has taken a courageous stand and launched a public inquiry. Will the Prime Minister show some courage and initiate a joint public inquiry cooperating with the government of British Columbia?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, our government takes the threat posed by money laundering and organised crime to Canada's national security and the integrity of our financial sector very seriously, and that's why in Budget 2019, Mr. Speaker, we brought forward new measures to improve the transparency of beneficial ownership, to add $68.9 million to the RCMP and $50 million to CRA's real estate audit teams. Mr. Speaker, there are many important measures that we're acting on, and that's why it's with some disappointment that the NDP voted against those measures.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we learned today that money laundering in this country has now reached $50 billion a year. $50 billion. And so that the Liberals fully understand, that's about 10 pipelines worth. While the Liberals are asleep at the oil switch, the NDP government in British Columbia is showing leadership and holding a public investigation into the matter. Who do the Liberals want to protect now? Are they going to follow British Columbia's example and take real steps to put an end to this plague?
Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say how delighted I am to hear the NDP's newfound interest in money laundering. Because in Budget 2019, we created both the Action, Coordination and Enforcement Team and a Money Laundering Center of Expertise to strengthen financial intelligence information sharing with law enforcement, directly in response to conversations we were having with the government in British Columbia. We've also provided resources, as I said, to the RCMP, to FinTrack, and to CRA. We've added a new offense of recklessness in that legislation as an offense to the criminal code to facilitate prosecutions. And I look forward, now with the newfound interest in money laundering.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, after having been asleep at the switch, all of a sudden the Liberals are waking up. They're sounding the climate alarm. They're jumping up and down. They're rattling on and putting on a great smoke and mirrors show. This is the same government bought a pipeline with our money and gave millions of dollars in gifts to oil companies. That's Liberal hypocrisy at its best. These are the champions of blah, blah, blah. But what we need is action. That's what young people are asking for. Will the Liberals have the courage to do the right thing and stand up for our motion, support it, that is calling on lowering greenhouse gas emissions now? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, obviously we have a climate emergency, and that's why we have a motion before Parliament right now. I want everyone to stand up and say that the science is clear on climate change. Obviously, there is an emergency, and we need to fulfill our international commitments. We have a climate change plan, and we are going to tackle this while we grow the economy at the same time. We created 1 million jobs. Our economy is growing, and I hope that everyone will vote in support of our motion to declare climate emergency.
Mr. Burnaby.
The truth is, the Liberals are trying to ram through Trans Mountain, which will mean Canada provoking even greater climate change. Now, declaring a climate emergency doesn't mean responding with platitudes and pipelines. Tackling climate emergencies takes more than a fake price on carbon that excludes the big emitters. It takes leadership. Liberals spout platitudes and ram through pipelines. Why don't Liberals do the right thing? End subsidies for big oil and gas and abandon the massive emissions to come from the Trans Mountain Pipeline project.
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's always very challenging in this House. On the one hand, we have a party that doesn't believe in taking climate action, who attacks the price on pollution, pretending that we're not giving the money back, that we're taking action to reduce emissions while putting more money in people's pocket. On the other hand, we have another party saying it's a fake price on pollution. I don't really get it. Look, we've got a climate emergency. We need to come together and take serious action. We have to stop fighting, and we need to move forward together. That is the only way we will be able to tackle climate change. That is the only way we'll be able to grow our economy. We've got to come together as a country. We owe it to our kids.
Exactly. Order. It seems that many members have lots to say, but I'd ask them, of course, to wait until they have the floor. And now the floor is going to the honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are refusing to allow today's emergency meeting on the Vice Admiral Mark Norman affair to be televised. Canadians deserve transparency, but the Liberals want to hide in the dark. Vice Admiral Norman says he has a story to tell that Canadians will want to hear. Canadians need to be assured that the Prime Minister isn't orchestrating yet another cover-up. Will the Chair of Defence Committee do the right thing and allow today's meeting to be televised?
The Honourable Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on National Defence.
Speaker, as Vice Chair of the National Defence Committee, I'm disappointed that the Liberal Chair of the Committee from Colonial Lake Country is stubbornly refusing to accommodate requests from media to televise today's meeting. There's intense national interest regarding the unjust prosecution of Vice Admiral Mark Norman, but the Liberals want to keep it in the dark. So much for Liberal transparency. It's starting to smell a lot like a cover-up.
Now, order. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, last night I asked the Minister of National Defence if he would finally apologize on behalf of the Liberal government to Vice Admiral Mark Norman for the miscarriage of justice he suffered at their hands. The answer? Nothing. The documents the Prime Minister fought to keep secret were the very documents that vindicated Vice Admiral Norman, and it could have happened months ago, but yet they still refused to turn them over to the court. If the minister truly regrets what happened to Vice Admiral Norman, will he let the sunshine in, release the documents, and end this Liberal cover-up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians can have full confidence in our legal institutions. This week, we voted in favour of a motion to acknowledge Vice Admiral Norman's achievements and recognize his hardship, and we look forward to discussions with General Vance. There is a process that was followed, and we must respect the judicial process, contrary to what the Conservatives are doing, which is not respecting the process. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Royal Canadian Navy needs 2 supply ships. On February 27, 2014, a fire broke out on the HMCS Protecteur. On September 1, 2014, the HMCS Preserver made its last trip. The Navy has critical requirements that only Davy can meet. Today, still, the C-SPAN, or rather, why did it try to cancel the Davy Asterix contract? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our shipyard strategy, there are many jobs being created. Now, the Conservative government excluded Davy itself from shipbuilding. Our government has given more than 16% of a value of millions of dollars to Quebec businesses. We believe in the Davy shipyard, and we will continue to make sure that men and women in the Royal Canadian Navy need the equipment they do to do their work. That's exactly what we are doing by investing in our men and women. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, we're the ones who gave the contract, not them. Mr. Speaker, the Asterix was a resounding success, delivered on time and on budget by Davy. Yesterday, the Minister of National Defence was not able to confirm when the Royal Canadian Navy would be able to count on receiving its second supply ship. He also stated that he endorsed the Chief of National Defence Staff in his decision to suspend Vice Admiral Norman. Why did the Liberal government not support a man who has defended the Canadian Royal Navy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the question also included a question on Davy, and so I'm going to respond to that by saying, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives completely forgot Davy Shipyard. We have granted more than $1.5 billion in contracts to Quebec businesses, and we will make sure that the men and women of the Royal Canadian Navy have the equipment they need. Our government takes the advice of the Departments of Justice and the Royal and the Canadian Armed Forces in order to be able to make the best possible decisions on supply ships.
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, we know that it was an orchestrated effort by the Prime Minister to politically interfere in the Mark Norman case. Documents were withheld and redacted, code names were used to suppress information, witnesses were tampered with, and clandestine meetings were held where no notes were taken. The Prime Minister's own lawyer talked about the need to engineer the issues at stake. Will the Prime Minister apologize to Mark Norman and immediately return the Admiral to his job?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, this week we supported the motion acknowledging the service of Mark Admiral Norman and apologizing to his family, and it's the entire House that supported that motion. Now we await the next steps on the behalf of the Chief of Staff. And General Vance will be sitting down with Vice Admiral Norman to speak about next steps. We respect the process, contrary to the Conservatives, who have been trying to undermine the process for years and undermine our judicial process.
Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the prosecution may have been completely independent, but it's this government that was anything but. Canadians know that the Prime Minister was wrong to politically interfere in the Mark Norman case. Now Canadians expect the Prime Minister to say he's sorry. It's clear the Prime Minister did everything he could to punish Admiral Norman. From tarnishing his reputation to destroying him financially, the Prime Minister was unrelenting. So when will the Prime Minister, on behalf of the government, not this House, the government, apologize to Mark Norman and give him his...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, we accepted unanimously a motion in this House for apologies to Vice Admiral Norman. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Director of the Public Prosecution Service said that there was no outside influence, no other factors were taken into consideration in the decision to lay the charges or stay the prosecution. That is the Public Prosecution Service that said that. And so any accusation of that is absurd. We all have to respect the judicial process. We will always do that on this side of the House, contrary to the Conservatives.
For North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Kincombe, a community in my riding, has been going into debt every year because of this government's lack of action to get them off diesel. This community has been grappling with dangerous floods because of climate change. Like many communities across this country, they want action. Our motion asks the government to stop subsidies to big oil, not to communities like Kincombe. Liberals are misleading people by using their own failure to deliver for Indigenous peoples to defend against their lackluster record on climate change. So it's a simple question. Why are the Liberals refusing to support our motion to fight climate change?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not how it reads at all. And in fact, we will remain on guard and work diligently with Indigenous communities as they make the transition from a diesel economy to a new economy. But in the meantime, we have to remain vigilant, and we have to make sure that we protect at least 24 Ontario communities that presently rely right now on that subsidy in order to power their water rehabilitation facilities and in order to power their schools. We will continue to work with First Nations as they, like the rest of us, make a transition to a new energy economy. Thank you.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
While this community is in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, it is deplorable that the Liberals are using access to housing and the cost of living on reserves to defend their subsidies to big oil. It is unacceptable to see the government mislead people to protect rich corporations. New Democrats are talking about the more than $6 billion given last year to oil giants. And the Liberals are trying to claim that they can't cancel those subsidies because it would deny Indigenous communities basic fairness? Enough. When will they join us in fighting climate change and also make sure that no Indigenous community is left behind?
The Minister of Indigenous Services.
And I would say, Mr. Speaker, enough with legislation and policy being placated here in this House without consulting with Indigenous communities first. I would ask the NDP exactly how much consultation with Indigenous groups did they do before they decided they wanted to end subsidies, the federal energy subsidies. I would ask them how much consultation they've done. I know on this side of the House we continue to consult because the path to reconciliation requires all of us to do so. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is unable to agree with the provinces on several files. The Minister of the Environment is constantly attacking the governments of Ontario and Alberta. The Minister of Tourism, whenever she can, is criticizing the government of Ontario. And the Minister of Families and the member for Louis-Hébert publicly attacked the Premier of Quebec. And so my question is this. Does the Prime Minister agree with this disrespectful and condescending way of doing things on the part of his members of Parliament and Liberal ministers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, you really have to be a Conservative to be against projects throughout the country. This morning, I was speaking with my counterpart in Alberta. We are proud of having approved more than 4,000 projects throughout the country. We've invested more than $2.4 billion in the Atlantic region. We've invested more than $6.7 billion in Quebec, and we're proud of having invested more than $12.9 billion in Ontario, as well as $15.6 billion out west. And we'll continue to invest to improve the quality of lives of Canadians throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. What's unfortunate is that he picked up the wrong piece of paper to answer my question. Mr. Speaker, this government is paternalistic and condescending to our main partners, the provinces. Just imagine, the Prime Minister last Friday said that the Premier of Quebec was engaging in petty politics. That comment is disrespectful towards the person who was democratically elected by the people of Quebec last October. Does the Minister of Infrastructure agree with the words of his Prime Minister, who is being so disrespectful? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I do have a lot of respect for my colleague, but, you know, respecting Quebec, Mr. Speaker, means more than just asking questions in the House of Commons. It means acting in the interests of Quebecers. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, that since November 2015, we've approved over 600 projects in Quebec to a value of $5.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, respecting Quebecers means investing in Quebec, and we'll continue to do that.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, real Federalists do what we have done. We recognized the unique nature of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, several times since 2015, we've seen how the Liberal government is everything but transparent. It slips in questionable clauses into omnibus bills. And this year, the Liberals refused to properly fund the Office of the Auditor General. Why did they hold back the funds this office needed to fully conduct its audits? Because this government has to be accountable to Canadians. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With respect to officers of Parliament, we have no lessons to take from the Conservatives. We'll recall what happened in terms of unilingual Anglophone officers of Parliament. When did this government has given our officers of Parliament the tools they need. The OECD last summer said that from 2015 to 2019, a typical family of four has $2,000 more in its pockets. And that's what this government is doing for the middle class.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government will do anything to avoid accountability. We've seen them try to cover up the interference in prosecutions in the case of SNC-Lavalin and Mark Norman. Now the Auditor General says that his office cannot fulfill its mandate because it did not receive the funds it needs. And as a result, they've canceled 5 important audits. For 140 years, the Auditor General has helped hold governments accountable. Will the government commit today to end its culture of cover-up and fully fund the Auditor General's office?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Our government is committed to supporting the important and
and ongoing work of our Auditor General. Where an officer of Parliament, such as the Auditor General, identifies the need for additional resources, we consider such requests very carefully to ensure that the office can continue its important work for Canadians efficiently and effectively.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West. Order.
With gas prices soaring, nothing protects Canadians from being gouged. A gas price monitoring agency was being established until it was destroyed by the previous Conservative government. And meanwhile, Canadians keep getting ripped off. Gas pumps routinely charge people the wrong amount of money, but when Canadians pump their gas, they want to know what they're getting for, and they're paying the correct amount of money. And to make things worse, the pumps are rarely inspected. All the while, the industry racks up record profits and continues to get subsidies from the Liberals. Canadians are fed up. Why didn't this government finally protect consumers and restore the Price Monitoring Agency?
Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Finance. Order.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et je tiens à...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say that we've been working on protecting consumers Canada-wide, especially with respect to finances and consumers. We want to make sure that Canadian consumers are protected, and we'll continue doing so. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, last year, advertising revenue for Facebook and Google totaled more than $5 billion. Despite this, these two companies didn't pay one damn penny in taxes. The Minister of Revenue said she was focusing on the big fish. Well, wakey, wakey, it's not for nothing that they're called web giants. While the government is twiddling its thumbs, our artists, our business, and our media are footing the bill. When will they put an end to this privileged treatment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. We've been working hard with international partners to deal with web giants to ensure that they pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, this is not a uniquely Canadian problem. That's why we are working with our international counterparts and with groups like the OECD to come up with a consensus-based approach. We want to ensure that a tax system that is fair, that works for everybody. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to point out the consistent inconsistencies when it comes to the NDP and closing tax loopholes.
Order. I would ask the Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert to not speak when someone else is speaking.
Mr. Speaker, 45,000 Canadians die of smoking-related issues each year. This amounts to 1 out of every 5 deaths in this country. Smoking-related illnesses cost the healthcare system approximately $6.5 billion every year. As such, I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, what steps is the government taking to reduce the use of tobacco products here in Canada, particularly amongst our young people?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member from Mount Royal, for the question and his work on this important issue. Tobacco kills 1 Canadian every 12 minutes. That's why our government kept its promise to better protect Canadians, particularly youth, by introducing plain packaging and new regulations on vaping, with more to come. The Canadian Cancer Society calls our new regulations the best in the world. We will continue to protect our youth and all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, et d'Orléans-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, when the Finance Minister's Chief of Staff interferes directly in the SNC Lavalin scandal, he's not called on the carpet. No, he's rewarded and promoted. And we've learned that he even threatened the former Attorney General's staff and tried to circumvent the rule of law. Why does the Prime Minister reward those who do his dirty work and fire those who stand up to him? The Honourable Mr. Speaker, as we've said many times, we respect our institutions and we know that they work independently of government. We have to allow them to do their work, but it's not the way of the Conservatives who continue to do petty politics with this. We will continue to work for Canadians. That's why we're here. And that's why we have a program that's working for Canadians despite the Conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister fired his Attorney General when she had the audacity or the courage to stand up to him. But Ben Chin, a key actor in the SNC-Lavalin scandal, he has been promoted as the senior advisor to the now Prime Minister. So let me get this straight. Under the current Liberal government, if you stand up to the Prime Minister, you get fired. But if you help the Prime Minister do his dirty work, no problem. You get a big promotion. My question is very simple. Does no one over there see the injustice and what is wrong?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in Canada, the country that I'm proud to be born and raised in and to be representing, we have offices of Parliament and we have an independent court system. And they are functioning. We know that the rule of law is intact in Canada, and this has been said on numerous occasions. Canadians can have confidence in their institutions. We on this side have confidence in those institutions that work independently of government. But the Conservatives, they've always been used to undermining our institutions, and they've been used to making their patronage appointments, and that's why they can't fathom that they are working. And if they want to mislead Canadians, that is unfortunate.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
At the height of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, Ben Chin threatened the former Attorney General's Chief of Staff, saying, "Your boss spoke to the Finance Minister yesterday and said that me and Elder were mucking around on this file. Be careful when using my name, Jess." I guess he wanted her to use code names. By mucking around on this file, what the former Attorney General meant was that Ben Chin was working to undermine our rule of law. Instead of firing Chin, like he did the former Attorney General, the Prime Minister promoted him. How is that right?
Yeah.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what is right is that we have a rule of law that is intact in Canada. What is right and appropriate is to have confidence in our institutions. What is right and appropriate is to have confidence in our offices of Parliament. And that's exactly what we do on this side. The Conservatives under 10 years of Stephen Harper always continue to undermine the work of offices of Parliament. They did question and they continue to question the independence of our judicial system, and that is very unfortunate. And what's even more clear, Mr. Speaker, is that here we discuss government business, but the Conservatives will continue to smear names because they know those individuals can't be in here to defend themselves, and they take advantage of their privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Chin was so aggressive to insert himself into the independence of our judicial process that the former Attorney General went to the Finance Minister and said, and I quote, "I told him that engagements from his office to mine on SNC had to stop and that they were inappropriate. They did not stop," she said, adding that her Chief of Staff subsequently received calls from Ben Chin on SNC-Lavalin and the need for a deal. What message does it send when someone who actively worked to undermine our rule of law is promoted and those who defend it, like the former Attorney General, is fired and kicked out of caucus?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, what we have always said is that Canadians deserve to get to know the truth, and that's exactly why the committee was able to work independently of this place, and that's exactly why the Prime Minister waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time that this has happened. It's unprecedented, because you know what, Mr. Speaker? People should be able to speak for themselves. And we live in a country where we have a rule of law that's intact in Canada. Unfortunately, that member cannot handle having people speak for themselves because he feels that he needs to speak for them. But I think the former Attorney General was more than capable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hello.
Order.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek will come to order. And others. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Cusson, President of the UMQ, asked federal leaders to choose between effective solutions to fight climate change, and the Liberals responded with a motion with no commitments. Now the NDP is proposing stopping TMX, eliminating subsidies to oil companies, and bringing back Jack Layton's bill on climate change. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals acknowledge the soundness of our position and vote in favor of our motion? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's really interesting that their motion came only after our motion. Our motion is clear. It's not partisan. There are three things that we have to do together. We have to acknowledge that we have a climate emergency. 2, that climate change science is sound. And 3, that we have to meet our international obligations. I'm asking everyone in this House, vote for this motion. We have an emergency on our hands.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby, to speak when he has the floor and not when he doesn't have the floor. The honourable member for Essex.
Thousands of Canadian winery jobs are in danger because this government refuses to act. We are running out of time for a WTO settlement with Australia. This finance minister knows that if he removes the escalator tax, he will save 9,000 direct grape and winery jobs and another 37,000 tourism jobs linked to the industry. This is simple. Remove the escalator tax and the WTO challenge disappears. Leave it in place and jobs are threatened. We are running out of time. Will the Prime Minister reverse the escalator tax to save Canadian wineries? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I appreciate the question because it gives us another chance to actually talk about how our government lowered taxes for businesses. We've been investing in Canadians, and as a result, we've actually created 1 million new jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take the NDP seriously when they're talking about the economy because it seems like every day they change their position on various industries. But we on this side of the House have had a plan. Invest in Canadians, lower taxes for the middle class, for small businesses. As a result, Canadians are $2,000 better. A typical Canadian.
Order. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have woken up today and realised that there is a climate emergency. It's been 3.5 years they've been in power, and they realize they haven't done anything worthwhile to reach the Paris targets. I'm quoting the National Observer. Canada will fall short, far short of its 2030 targets. With the Liberals, Canada will not be able to honour its commitment within the context of the Paris Agreement. Will this government finally tell the truth? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians want to know is the Conservative Party able to understand that we have a climate emergency? Can the Conservative government understand that climate change is real and accelerating? Can the Conservatives realize that we can give money back to people? Do the Conservatives understand that our economy and our environment in the 21st century go together? This is what everyone wants to know. I would remind the Honourable Member that after having asked his question, he should stop talking. Order. Order.
The member for Abbotsford.
Day after day, the minister stands in this House and tells us that her so-called climate plan is working. And day after day, she is reminded by friend and foe that her climate plan is failing, that the Liberal government is falling far short of its Paris targets. Do you know why that is? It's because hers is not a climate change plan, it's a tax plan. And while she's busy forcing carbon taxes...
Order. Let's have one member speak at a time. Order. The Honourable... that should apply to all sides. The member for Abbotsford. Continue.
While she is busy forcing carbon taxes on Canadians, her plan is missing the mark by a country mile. When will the minister finally come clean and admit that her plan is not as advertised?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we put a price on pollution. We're giving money back such that 80% of Canadians are better off, better than advertised. We've created a million jobs with Canadians, better than advertised. We're phasing out coal and ensuring a just transition for workers, better than advertised. But you know what is exactly as advertised? The Conservatives, because they're just like the Harper Conservatives. They have no plan for the environment, no plan for the economy.
Honourable member for Abbotsford. Order.
Speaker, earlier in question period, the minister admitted that she doesn't get it. Remember? Yeah. She doesn't get it, and she's right. The minister's own documents show that the Liberals are falling far short of the promises the Prime Minister made in the Paris Agreement. So we have another promise made, another promise broken. When will the minister drop this charade, stop trying to distract from Liberal failures and scandal, and admit that her plan is a complete failure, not as advertised?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take us back 3.5 years ago. We went to Paris to negotiate an ambitious Paris Agreement after a decade of inaction. Who was with me? The member opposite. What did we talk about there? We talked about how we needed to take serious action on climate change, how that needed to include putting a price on pollution, that we need to act for our kids, that we could grow the economy at the same time tackling climate change. He seems to have forgotten that. I'm happy to go out, have a drink with him, and remind him exactly what happened and how we can grow the economy, how we can tackle climate change, and we can all do it together.
Order. The honourable member for Long Range Mountains. Order.
Speaker, in 1949, my province joined Confederation as Canada's 10th province. And since then, it's been our constitutional right as Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to be guaranteed a connection to Canada's mainland. Eastern Canadian ferries are essential for tourism, for the movement of goods and services, and providing locals with an alternative source of transportation. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Transport please advise my constituents and all those who rely on the ferry services how our government's plans are improving our connection to the mainland? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Long Range Mountains for this question and, of course, for her advocacy on this file. Our government is proud to be delivering the first new ferry on this route in 30 years, Mr. Speaker. More than 70% of goods, 30% of people arrive via this service. It is crucial for Newfoundland, Mr. Speaker. And this $80 million investment will ensure that both tourism and the economy continue to prosper in Newfoundland for the benefit of future generations, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable.
How the Liberals are mishandling the canola crisis, Mr. Speaker. The minister couldn't get a formal meeting with her Chinese counterpart. No delegation, no WTO complaint, no ambassador, and no advance payment program. Yes, the Canola Growers Association said to farmers it hasn't been implemented yet. Wow. The Liberals are taking no action. When will they have access to the help they need to get through this Liberal failure?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, we stand with our farmers from the very beginning, and I don't know where my colleague has been gone for the last 2 months and a half because apparently he missed a lot of it. I've traveled to the prairies. We have talked with the industry, with the farmers, with the provincial counterparts. We have created this working group. We have made a declaration at the WTO. I've traveled to Japan. I had a conversation with my Chinese counterpart. We are moving on this file and we take it very seriously.
I remind members that we don't bring attention to questions about the absence or presence of members. Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 15 months ago, this government promised that its ombudsperson for responsible enterprise, CORE, would be able to investigate human rights abuses committed by Canadian companies abroad. but these investigative powers are caught up in red tape, and it looks like it won't even open by the election. This government has a serious issue with corporate ethics and accountability, as the SNC-Lavalin scandal tells us. So this core office must be opened up and running by the summer. So will this minister follow up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I am proud to be part of a government for the first time in Canada's history to create an office for social corporate responsibility. Our government has fulfilled our promise, and today we are consulting with stakeholders on the mechanisms that are needed. We recently announced the chair of the corporate core office, and we are currently consulting, and I will look forward to the honourable member's support for that office.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, yesterday was the 100th anniversary of the 1919 Winnipeg General Strike. 100 years ago, more than 30,000 workers started the largest strike in Canadian history. It was a passionate fight born on the streets of Winnipeg for workers' rights and for better working conditions. Bread and roses, Mr. Speaker, bread and roses. Today we remember the progress we've made thanks to the Labour movement. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour remind the People's House of our commitment to organize labour?
Oh, good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for the question and for his obvious passion about working on behalf of Canadian workers. With the 100th anniversary of the 1919 Winnipeg strike, I want to thank those pioneers for what they did. Mr. Speaker, unions matter. Unions represent people who work hard, support their families, and contribute to their communities and to the national economy. Unions fight for the middle class and have been a driving force behind historic progress made for workers. Our Prime Minister and our government, Mr. Speaker, we stand with workers today and every day.
Honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate Transport Committee is recommending that Bill C-48 be scrapped. After listening to provinces, industry, environmental, and Indigenous groups, they realize this bill is not in Canada's interests. Like the carbon tax, this bill is not about the environment. It is about ideology. Will the Prime Minister agree to allow this bill to die and not whip his Liberal senators into reviving this flawed legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud of the work that we are doing to make sure that we not only protect BC's pristine coastline, but we actively invest to restore it. Of course, we are disappointed by the vote. We hope that the Senate will vote to continue debate in third reading. We're open to any amendments that the senators have. We'll keep working with them as long as it's within the spirit of the bill.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc tabled a brief on Bill 21 at the National Assembly. Our message to Quebec's elected representatives is Ottawa is dying to fund a court challenge of the legislation on secularism. Through the court challenges program, will the Minister of Justice guarantee that he will not challenge directly or indirectly the bill on secularism in Quebec? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has defended and will continue to defend the fundamental rights of each and every Canadian. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects rights, and we are the party of the Charter. Our position is clear. We will defend rights, but for the moment, this is a debate which will take place in Quebec by Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a clear answer. We in the Bloc, we're very clear. We are for secularism. We're for services provided for and received with an uncovered face. We're for prohibition of religious symbols for people in authority working for the state. But the chairman of the Justice Committee is waiting for Bill 21 to be passed to initiate legal proceedings. Will you, yes or no, respect the will of Quebec and not challenge the Quebec legislation on secularism? I would ask the honourable member to direct her questions to the Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we are the party of the Charter. We respect basic rights, the basic rights of each and every Canadian. There is a bill which is now at the National Assembly. We will honour that process, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Yesterday in the House, the Minister said that he would work with Quebec and the provinces to ensure projects were approved in time for this construction season. Nunavut has a housing crisis that is contributing to high rates of poverty, suicide, and tuberculosis. The territory doesn't have reliable access to the internet. We need connectivity to educate our children and move our economy forward. Will the Minister extend the same courtesy, Mr. Speaker, to the Government of Nunavut and approve housing and connectivity projects in time for the summer construction season? Thank you.
Of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. First of all, let me say we were all pleased to see Nunavut winning the Smart City Challenge in the 10 million category, where they propose a project which will leverage digital access to promote mental health across the territory. We're extremely proud to see our colleagues from Nunavut win that. But let me say that under the bilateral agreement, we will invest more than $566 million in Nunavut. We have already approved 21 projects, which represent about $333 million. We will continue to invest to improve the lives of people in the territories in Nunavut, create jobs, and create economic opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Dennis King, Premier of Prince Edward Island. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre is rising on a point of order. I'd ask the member to rise uncovered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. Having held consultations with all parties, I'm rising to ask the adoption of the following motion.
I'm afraid it's already clear that there's no consent, no unanimous consent for this request. Members often seek unanimous consent for motions on points of order, as members know, which I believe the member is doing. Is that correct? He's seeking unanimous consent for a motion. It's already clear that there's no consent for the motion. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Durham is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, for a matter rising out of question period. Bosque and Gagnon, Chapter
11. Order. 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 I'll make it clear that it's clear, the member is making it clear this is not a request for unanimous consent. I was already aware, order, I was already aware that the member for Etobicoke Centre was making a request for unanimous consent. It was clear that there was not consent for that. The member for Durham has the floor. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Arising out of question period and relying on Chapter 11 of Bosque and Gagnon in replies to oral questions. There were a number of questions today on Admiral Norman, Mr. Speaker, and it is the prerogative of the government to designate a minister to respond. They designated the Minister of National Revenue to respond. I'm not finished, Mr. Speaker. They then designated the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence, Mr. Speaker, and a redirection of a supplementary question, according to Speaker Francis, has to be indicated in the first response. So there was no connection to the redirection from the response from the Minister of National Revenue, Mr. Speaker. I'd refer you to the ruling of Speaker Francis from May 17th, 1984, Mr. Speaker. In my position, the Minister of National Revenue should not have been responding in a question related to Admiral Norman, but if they redirect, Mr. Speaker, it has to be directly linked.
I thank the honourable member for Durham. I will look into the matter, although it's my understanding, of course, that, as the member knows, generally speaking, it's up to the government to decide who will answer a question. However, I thank him for raising his point, and we'll look into it.
It being 3:15, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, May 15th, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Singh relating it to a business of supply. Call in the members.
Is as follows. Mr. Singh, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that the House call on the Prime Minister and the Minister. Shall I dispense? That the House call on the Prime Minister and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to declare an environment and climate emergency following the findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and urge the government to bring forward a climate action strategy that A, prioritizes reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, B, invests in a transition that leaves no workers or communities behind, C, increases the ambition of its 2030 greenhouse gas reduction targets to avoid a more than 1.5 degrees Celsius rise in global warming, as recommended by the IPCC report, D, includes robust rules for implementing the Paris Agreement, E, prescribes transparency and accountability mechanisms to address climate change, F, does not proceed with the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project. G, immediately eliminates all federal fossil fuel subsidies, including through Export Development Canada funding. And H, integrates human health into Canada's climate commitments. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Miss May Saint Gulf Islands.
Miss May Saint Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lausanne Chanté de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenté de la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Getzineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Getzineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascot Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poriev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Miss Rempel.
Mr. Blaney Bechas, les Échemins Lévis.
Miss Blaney Belsass is Levy.
Mrs. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Deeshan.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne Storm Dundas Saskangary.
Mr. Lausanne Storm and Dundas Southangary.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray on Sound.
Mr. Miller Bruce Gray on Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 42, 42. Nays contre 227,
227.
I declare the motion defeated. Premièrement, l'ordre adopté le mercredi 15.
Pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, May 15th, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill 266 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Cooper. Shall I dispense?
Dispense? No. Propose que
Moved that Bill C-266, an act to amend the criminal code, increasing parole ineligibility, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon-Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon-Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Thank you.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Fourth row at my left.
Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Alislav.
Alislav.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Podiev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Miss Rempel.
Mr. Blaney Belchas, Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Belchas, Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Massacre Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Batterway.
Mr. Batterway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Third row at my right.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. McKinnon Getsno.
Mr. McKinnon Getineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Jesnevsky.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Mr.
Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sceaux.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des Sceaux.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Sanders Scofiland.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Moore.
Madame
Third row at my left.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row at my left.
Garrison.
Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
First row at my left.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row at my right. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right.
Yeas pour 224, 224. Nays contre 38, 38.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Etobicoke Centre had the floor on a point of order, as you will recall. When a member stands up and asks for unanimous consent or implies or indicates that there has been discussions amongst parties, Mr. Speaker, it has always been in every situation I have witnessed where the member is at least afforded the opportunity to express what it is he or she has been wanting to get that unanimous support for, Mr. Speaker.
I thank order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary should in fact note this is not the first time that a speaker, when hearing no's during a request for unanimous consent, has not order. The Honourable Government House Leader will come to order and in fact should check the record, but in fact that is the case, as I've said, that the House, that speakers in the past have certainly listened when they heard no's, and it was clear that there was not unanimous consent, and not heard the rest of the motion.
I'd like to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 16 minutes. Orders of the day.
Excuse me, the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question. Of course, I thank members for their assistance.
Thank you very much. And I thank my honourable colleague for remembering that it is Thursday's question. I did want to begin by reaffirming and thanking you. I know there have been times, Mr. Speaker, where I've heard other members who have tried to ask for unanimous consent and have been stopped, as you earlier indicated. So I concur, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the government House Leader if she could let us know what was going to be happening for the rest of this week in the House, and as well after we return after the May long weekend constituency week. Thank you.
Here. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will resume debate on Government Motion 29, the National Climate Emergency. Hopefully the Conservatives will find a way to support the environment. Tomorrow we will begin debate at second reading of Bill C-98 concerning the Canada Border Service Agency. La semaine prochaine sera...
Next week will be spent in our ridings, working with our constituents. And after we return, priority will be given to bills that are sent back from committees and those that have been sent back to us from the Senate. I wish everyone an excellent riding week. I know that we will continue to work for Canadians, and on this side of the House, we will continue to represent their best interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government order.
Of Government Business number 29 on National Climate Emergency and on the amendment of Mr. Fast.
Debate, resuming debate. The honorable on the.
Question for Mr.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to let you know I'll be sharing my speaking time with my colleague, the member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Communities need support to adapt to the extreme weather events associated with climate change. The science is clear and troubling. A recent scientific study published by Environment and Climate Change Canada noted that our country's climate is warming twice as fast as the global average. This alarming development poses serious threats to the well-being of all Canadians. Les inondations, les feux de
Floods, forest fires, and storms are increasingly intense and frequent. Across the country, we've seen the devastating consequences of such events for Canadians, and it's linked to climate change. In recent weeks, we've seen communities in Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick facing very difficult flooding.
We have seen communities in British Columbia devastated by wildfires. We are no longer talking about preventing climate change. We need to adapt to this stark reality urgently. These disasters respect no borders. They threaten the health and safety of all Canadians. They traumatize families and damage entire communities that lose essential services and see their economies disrupted.
Repairing damaged infrastructure is expensive and takes time. That's why our government is taking steps as part of our Invest in Canada plan to set aside $180 billion to refresh public infrastructure across the country.
We are investing in resilient infrastructure that helps communities withstand damage from extreme weather events. The goal is to limit the costs of repairing damaged infrastructure and help communities recover faster. Through the $2 billion Disaster Adaptation and Mitigation Fund, our government is supporting large-scale infrastructure projects that improve the resilience of communities to respond to natural disasters. Le fonds soutient également la...
The fund also supports the restoration of wetland zones, anti-fire obstacles, and dikes, which can help communities that have been affected recover more quickly.
Projects have been announced under the fund. These projects include upgrades to 60 kilometers of dikes and floodwater control structures along the western shores of Nova Scotia's Bay of Fundy. The investment will reduce flooding risk and the damage it can cause for tens of thousands of residents. A stormwater management system in Yellowknife Northwest Territories. This investment will protect the drinking water supply of the 20,000 residents living in two Dene communities. Upgrades to the dikes and pumping stations in the coastal city of Richmond, BC, which will help protect its residents against the impact of severe storms and rising sea levels. A new shoreline protection project in Hamilton, Ontario, which will improve resilience and reduce the flooding risks along the shores of Lake Ontario. The construction of dry ponds in Edmonton. This investment will reduce stormwater overflows on city streets during rainfall, which means the number of Edmonton residents who go without essential services during floods will be reduced. Our government has also introduced a new assessment called the Climate Lens. This assessment applies to select funding programs under the Investing in Canada plan.
It encourages the conception of infrastructure that reduces carbon pollution and resists weather phenomena due to climate change.
Consistent with the objectives of the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change.
This framework is to reach the country's emissions reductions targets and work on a transition to a low-carbon economy through the strengthening of resilience to climate change.
The Federation of Canadian Municipalities supports cities and towns across the country as they develop the skills, capacity, and solutions to respond to climate change. For example, the $75 million Municipalities for Climate Innovation program provides training and resources to help Canadian municipalities adapt to the impacts of climate change and reduce greenhouse emissions. In addition, the Green Municipal Fund supports initiatives that advance innovative solutions to environmental challenges. These projects improve air, water, and land quality, reduce greenhouse emissions, and generate economic and social benefits for local communities. Dans le cadre du plan investi
In the Invest in Canada plan, our government has invested $27 billion in green infrastructure, which contributes to healthier and more resilient communities to climate change.
Investments in natural infrastructure such as healthy watersheds reduce the risk of flooding during heavy rains. The residents of Cornwall, Prince Edward Island, are benefiting from a cleaner, healthier community following federally funded upgrades to its wastewater system. These improvements mean raw sewage is no longer discharged in local waterways. In addition, the construction of a new backup power supply for the lift station means wastewater will continue to be treated even during power outages. To date, nearly 2,900 projects have been approved to support more natural infrastructure and improved water treatment systems in communities across the country. Because of these investments, more than 80 long-term drinking water advisories have been lifted on public systems on First Nations reserves.
This is how investments in green infrastructure improve the quality of life of Canadians, in addition to making them more healthy and more resilient to climate change. Extreme weather events related to climate change are growingly frequent, and we have noted how these crises make Canadians show more solidarity, and their tenacity and generosity has allowed communities to continue to live.
We can pitch in and help each other in any way we can, with food, water, sandbags, shelter, and anything else our neighbors need to stay safe and rebuild their lives. But we can no longer stand by and wait to react only when disaster is upon us. We need to do more to strengthen our communities against the rising threat of climate-related disasters. Our government is responding by investing in public infrastructure that protects Canadians before disaster strikes.
All Canadians deserve resilient infrastructure that allow them to adapt to the growing effects of climate change, and that is why I find it troubling that the amendment proposed by the official opposition eliminates all mention of the climate change emergency we're facing, and moreover, there's no mention of the Paris Accord, which leads me to believe, as they did when Mr. Harper was Prime Minister, that they will remove Canada from the Paris Agreement.
Cannot afford is another government that denies the urgency for action. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummondville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me, every time I rise in this House, to speak about the environment and, of course, to talk about the climate urgency. I have students who participated in various walks recently to ask more action on behalf of the government, the Liberal government, to fight against climate change. And one of the impossible components we see is that the Liberals took the same low targets for climate change as Stephen Harper had, a 30% reduction for 2030. This will not allow us to reach the Paris objectives. So my colleague, what does she have to say about that? Does she think that they won't meet the targets for greenhouse gas reductions in the Paris Agreement, or well, she voted against our motion, so we won't achieve these objectives, and the motion to declare a state of emergency doesn't mean anything. The member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, it's somewhat ironic. We have the same intentions as the NDP. We want to fight against the effects, try to stop the effects of climate change. This whole question of emissions, well, we saw a slight increase in 2016-17 when the oil industry in Fort McMurray resumed its activities after the fire. But we established a series of measures to reduce the effects of these greenhouse gases. And this won't happen in 1 or 2 years. We won't see the effects right away. We're continue to invest in public transportation, in green infrastructure. We're helping several sectors to transform and to shift to a green economy. With this budget, we've offered rebates to Canadians who have purchased electric cars. So there are many investments and measures, like my colleague mentioned. It's hard to measure out all the items in our plan to say we won't achieve our objectives. We do hope to achieve our objectives for 2030, but what we've chose to do is to focus on action before just talking about fictive objectives. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with actually an immense amount of pride in which I stand today to actually address what I think is a really important motion. The government has recognized over the last number of years that the environment really and truly does matter. And one of the reasons, or one of the things that I think reinforces that is the commitment by the government to have a price on pollution. So even though at one point we had patchwork in different provinces, some provinces had it, other provinces didn't have it, we had a national government demonstrating leadership by saying that, look, for those provinces that do not have it, that we will in fact have a price on pollution so that all regions of Canada would be treated equally and all regions would be contributing to a healthier planet. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just emphasize from her perspective how important it is that we demonstrate national leadership using the price on pollution as a good example of that, because this is something in which I know many of my constituents see the environment as something in which that we need to be giving more attention to, something that this government has responded to.
For Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Colleague, the price on pollution is perhaps the most obvious and visible measure that we've put in place because, as I said in my speech, pollution has no borders, and the impacts of climate change have no borders. They affect us all throughout the world. And I actually just met a delegation from Mozambique yesterday who is barely coming out of the very painful side effects of the cyclone that struck them. So absolutely that the price on pollution is the first, most important step to fight and to have us all fight against the effects of climate change, and to be fair to every Canadian, and for all of us to be able to contribute to this struggle. Thank you.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 568 of Boston-Gagnon, which outlines the rule of anticipation, or the same question rule. And I would like to argue that the motion that we are currently debating is out of order pursuant to the vote that was just undertaken on the NDP supply motion. I'll direct your attention to the wording of the NDP supply motion, which we just dispensed with, where the Liberal government did vote against the following wording. They voted against declaring an environment and climate change emergency. And yet the motion that we're debating right now asks the House to declare that Canada is in a national climate change emergency. So given that this is a government motion and the government has now voted against another motion to declare a climate change emergency, I would suggest, again, given the precedent outlined in Bosque and Gagnon with regard to the rule of anticipation, that the motion before us is out of order.
Wow.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Although the title of the text sounds similar, when we look at the text of both motions, there is a lot of dissimilar and very different areas. So the motion is in order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, I had the Honourable Minister of Transportation in my riding. And during a guest lecture at University of Toronto Mississauga campus with a STEM class, young people studying STEM, the minister described the first time that he went up into space, and he looked down, and he saw a small, beautiful, lush planet that was surrounded in darkness. All differences, Mr. Speaker, from that perspective really melt into one beautiful ball of humanity. And we have to realize with that view, Mr. Speaker, that all we have is each other and nothing else. Mr. Speaker, today I stand in this House to discuss something that is all too familiar. It is the future of our planet. We are facing a threat unlike any other, one that is negatively impacting every aspect of our lives. This threat is climate change, and we are the last generation with the power to do something about it. We cannot sit by and wait for somebody else to act. We talked about it in 2015. In 2011, 2008, 2006, 2004, and every time it seems we are divided between those who will do something about it and those who will not, between those who will take it seriously and those who will debate its legitimacy. Climate change is not a debate. It's never been a debate. It is a reality, it is a crisis, and it's time to act, Mr. Speaker. Our duty is to the people who live and work in Canada, and we are seeing the effects on their everyday lives. We've seen wildfires rage across Canadian forests and floods destroy Canadian homes. We are feeling the impacts on our health every day as we breathe polluted air and endure more and more severe temperatures. This threat isn't coming, Mr. Speaker. It's here, and it's been here for years. We need courage, not cowardice, to lead the way. There must be action, and it must begin with us, united. We were elected in 2015 with a mandate to use data-driven and scientifically proven strategies to improve the lives of Canadians. Our government developed and is implementing a plan to protect the environment and grow the economy, and it's working. Our emissions are going down, and in partnership with Canadian people, our government has created more than 1 million full-time jobs. Canadians know there is a cost to pollution, which we pay with our economy as we repair the damage of severe weather conditions and with health problems like asthma and chronic drug and heart disease. Our factories pay for it with bigger and stronger air conditioning units every year to prevent their machines from overheating. Our farmers pay for it when droughts force them to transport more and more water to grow their crops. The residents of Mississauga paid for it when flooding caused major damage to their homes. Climate change is a crisis that's not just for our environment, but it's for our economy, for our industries. And we have been taking measures to solve these problems. We're improving Canadians' health by reducing methane emissions by 40% to 45% by 2025. We're helping build a clean economy and reduce polluting greenhouse gases by launching the Emerging Renewable Power Program, which will fund projects on renewable energy technologies. Pollution cannot be free any longer, and under our government, it is not. We ensured a fair price on pollution by using a proven strategy that has achieved success around the world and right here in Canada and British Columbia when it was implemented 10 years ago. 90% of that money is put right back into the pockets of families through our climate action incentive, and the other 10% is invested back into the provinces to build stronger, cleaner infrastructure in our transit, our schools, our hospitals, and more. Leading the way, Mr. Speaker, means innovating. It means investing in clean, renewable energy and in sustainable technologies, embracing and supporting innovative technologies that are more energy efficient and making those options more affordable for Canadians. By investing in these technologies, we are on the road to making Canada a pioneer in green technology. This month, we implemented a new credit designed to make zero-emission vehicles more affordable by saving Canadians up to $5,000 on their purchase. We are expanding the availability of charging stations to ensure that these vehicles can be a real option across Canada, including in our rural communities. We have set ambitious targets for sales of these vehicles with a goal of zero-emission vehicles comprising 100% of all sales by the year 2040. To help ensure that supply meets the increased demand for electric vehicles, we are working with automakers to secure voluntary production commitments. We're providing access to funding through the Strategic Innovation Fund to attract and support new high-quality, job-creating investments in zero-emission vehicle manufacturing in Canada. We are investing in Canadian innovation because our people have great ideas to reduce our emissions and develop clean technology. Our Climate Action Fund is capitalizing on and supporting those great ideas. We are investing in new technologies that will revolutionize our industries. In Mississauga Erin Mills, I have seen with my own eyes the incredible innovations Canadians are creating to fight climate change, such as membranes, which greatly reduce emissions in the production of interior products. Our communities are coming together to fight waste and pollution, embracing new public transit routes and picking up garbage in parks across the riding. In Ontario, 64% of people are in favor of putting a price on pollution. I've heard stories of Canadians using their climate action incentive rebate to invest in smart thermostats, upgrade older appliances, investing in heat pumps, and more options to reduce emissions. I've lost count of how many conversations I have had with my constituents in Mississauga Erin Mills about the effects of climate change. We are enduring harsher winters and scorching summers. I hear it from our youth, I hear it from our seniors, I hear it from our businesses and community leaders. My colleagues in Parliament hear those same concerns echoed in Mississauga, across Ontario, across Canada. From coast to coast to coast, the Canadian people are declaring that they want their government to do more to fight climate change. They want a real plan to protect our environment and build our economy. And that is what we are delivering. We owe Canadians a plan, Mr. Speaker, a whole-of-government plan with all sides of the House taking ownership of the greatest test of our lifetime. Mr. Speaker, our quality of life and our present and future prosperity are deeply connected to the environment in which we live. The extraordinary beauty of Canada's parks and our natural and wild spaces are also central to the identity of Canadians. Fighting the effects of climate change also means developing real strategies to protect our environment and biodiversity. There have been UN reports from the most exhaustive look yet at the decline in biodiversity. There is no dispute. At least 1 million species are now in serious decline or facing extinction. These species could disappear if things continue the way they are. Our government is investing over $1 billion over 5 years to create a new nature fund to protect species at risk, expand wildlife areas and sanctuaries, manage protected areas, implement the Species at Risk Act, and establish a coordinated network of conservation areas. But we must do more. In addition to our investments in clean technology, we are phasing out traditional coal-fired power by 2030 with an ambitious goal of attaining 90% of electricity generation from clean sources by 2030. But we must do more. We are developing a national strategy to reduce plastic waste in our oceans. But, Mr. Speaker, we must do more. We must set an example, and we must be a model for sustainability with greening environment, and we are on track to reduce the government's own greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 and by 80% by 2050. One day, Mr. Speaker, future generations will turn to us and ask, what did you do to preserve our future? And on that day, we will either tell them that we stopped at nothing and did everything we could, that we took responsible and effective action to fight the effects of climate change, or we will tell them that we didn't take it seriously, we couldn't stand united until it was too late to act. Today, in this House, we decide which answer to give. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Cowichan-Mellahut-Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't doubt my colleague's sincerity in trying to address the problem, but at the same time, she has to recognize the fact that she belongs to a government which spent $4.5 billion of our money on a pipeline, wants to expand that pipeline so that it triples its carrying capacity, seeing a 7-fold increase of tanker traffic in the coastal waters near my riding, where our precious iconic wild salmon thrive and our southern resident killer whales are damaged. Now, if you're going to invest that kind of money in expanding a pipeline like that, you probably want to see it run for the next 30 to 40 years, when all the scientific evidence before us is telling us that we have just over a decade to act. Otherwise, we are going out of control to unmitigated, uncontrolled climate change by the end of this century. So I just wish the member, with her speech and her obvious intention to do something about it, how can she square that circle with this government now owning a pipeline, wanting to expand it, and all of the greenhouse gas emissions that will come along with it? How can she square that circle with her government's actual course of action?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable colleague for his question. And I must say that climate change and action against climate change and ensuring the safety and protection of this planet, it is not an event, it is a process. It is a journey that we all must take together, and it must be done in steps and increments. With respect to the Trans Mountain Pipeline, there have been major consultations, and it's a big belief of mine and of our governments that we must work in collaboration with all communities. We must follow our procedures of law and ensure that our environment and our economy are going hand in hand as we continue down this process and down this progress, and hopefully implement a long-term plan of sustainable green technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the New Democratic question, and the thing that came to my mind was the NDP government of British Columbia. That government has now moved forward on LNG, working with the national government. We believe that it is in the national best interest to proceed with that. Now, on the other hand, we have the current leader of the New Democratic Party here in the House apparently taking a flip-flop on the issue. At one point, he favored having LNG, thought that was a good thing. Now he believes that the NDP might have made a mistake at the national level and they need to reverse their footing. So my understanding today is that the NDP, at least at the national level, not the provincial level, but at the national level, think the LNG is a bad idea. My question to my colleague, does she believe having a consistency in your arguments is important when you're talking about environmental issues, and that the NDP should be clearer and more transparent with Canadians on exactly what their position is on LNG, given it's worth billions of dollars of Canadian money?
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. And I completely agree that this kind of flip-flop is actually quite dangerous. And in fact, his reversal, the NDP leader's reversal, goes against 10,000 good jobs for the residents of British Columbia. And we have to make sure that as we develop our whole-of-government approach, as we really put our foot down and take climate action seriously, and we build that plan with all of us, that's really how we move forward together. It's really disappointing to see that, unfortunately, the official opposition, the Conservatives, still have not revealed their plan yet.
Questions and comments? We have time for about a 30-second question. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East, 30 seconds, and we'll get a 30-second answer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, my question to the member is this. The government made a unilateral decision, the Prime Minister did, in fact, and went ahead and bought a pipeline after they promised British Columbians, in fact, that there would be a new environmental assessment process for the Kinder Morgan expansion. So my question, if the government is truly sincere about their actions towards climate emergency, why on earth did they buy a 65-year-old leaky pipeline?
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, in 25 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will say that this is the time now that we listen, we work in collaboration with all communities and ensure that we are balancing the economy and the environment as we move forward, as we build capacity within our country to take on green technology and to really phase out a lot of emissions and meet our emissions targets. And I encourage the member opposites to work with us on this project. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, for those who are watching, what we're talking about today is how to ostensibly address the issue of climate change. At least that's what the Liberal government would have somebody watching believe. Unfortunately, the motion that is before the House of Commons that we're debating today doesn't talk about the economy, and it has absolutely no action in it whatsoever. And you know what? This actually gives the House, more than anything, an excellent opportunity to discuss the Liberal government in the last 3.5 years' failures on both the issue of climate change as well as the issue of the economy. Because on both issues, by quantitative metrics, this government has failed. And that's what I want to lay out today. And I also want to lay it out in the context to the amendment that the Conservative Party has presented to this motion. And I want to start by reading an article that was posted in the National Post on August 9th, 2016. The title of the article is called Serious Questions About Greenhouse Gas Emissions Policy. The byline is, those championing a carbon tax are positioning it as a silver bullet, but the fact remains that there are legitimate questions to be raised about Canada's approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The Liberal government is developing, and you have to remember this was 2016, so it wasn't fully implemented yet, a national price on carbon, or a carbon tax. Those championing this policy instrument are positioning it as a silver bullet. They offer a delicious premise. A carbon tax won't cause any pain while immediately reducing greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. But the fact remains that there are legitimate questions to be raised about Canada's approach to reducing greenhouse gases. First, Canadians have a right to know how much emissions the government wants to cut, on what timeline it plans to do so, and why. Why would we set those targets? What is that going to do on the issue of climate change? What are the opportunity costs of us setting that target? It's difficult to measure a policy, if it's working, if we don't know what it will hope to achieve. To date, the political exercise of setting emissions targets in Canada has been mostly about my arbitrary target is bigger than yours, rather than discussing what is achievable under different scenarios. And what about other countries? Canada has a relatively low overall greenhouse gas emissions profile. Even if we impose one of the most restrictive reduction frameworks in the world, What can we do to make major emitters like Brazil, India, China, and the United States reduce their greenhouse gas emissions profiles? What happens if we implement a framework that makes our industries less competitive than those located in developing countries? What evidence do we have that a given policy proposal will work? Have the billions of dollars that Canada has spent on global mitigation and adaptation efforts made any impact? It will take more than just domestic policy to influence change. In terms of putting a national price on carbon, we need to know if that's the best option to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At what price does the demand for gasoline, heating fuel, and other carbon products actually decrease in Canada? By how much and over what time period? What impact will it have on Canadian workers and lower income Canadians? Will one region of the country be affected more than others? And where would all of these carbon tax dollars go? Will revenue from this tax go into general government coffers to offset large operational spending deficits? Will it be used to offset the economic impact of the tax? Or will it fund the development of new technologies? How will this process be managed, and how much will it cost to manage? Recent reports show that the regulations on specific high-emission sectors, such as vehicles and the coal-fired electricity sectors, have caused greenhouse gas emissions to grow at a slower rate. More importantly, this happened while the economy was growing. And of course, this references policy that happened under the former Conservative government. The decoupling of economic growth in Canada's natural resource-intensive economy from greenhouse gas emissions growth is positive progress. Any national greenhouse gas reduction policy framework should set achievable targets. It should be able to be transparently costed and measured. It should simultaneously reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protect the job security of Canadian workers, and protect low-income Canadians. Yes. If a proposed greenhouse gas emission policy fails to show that it can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or if it will have a detrimental impact on the economy, we should reject it. This likely means that presenting an idea that a carbon tax is a painless standalone cure-all is a fallacy in the cold, natural resource-driven economy that is Canada. Our GHG policy likely needs to consider phased-in sector-by-sector regulations. The current federal government isn't talking about repealing regulations put in place by the previous government, developing and adopting new, more efficient technologies and other approaches. They talk about the carbon tax and asking Canadians to make a financial sacrifice. And Canadians should have a say on whether or not they want to make it. We're seeing that happen with the provinces right now. The cost of GHG policy shouldn't be hidden in baffle-gab line items on electricity bills in order to avoid political scrutiny. Similarly, we should hold the proponents of these policies to account for their GHG emissions targets, regardless of their political stripe. This requires a non-dogmatic conversation about the issue. That, however, will take megatons of effort by all of us. It's a pretty good article. Do you know who that was written by in 2016? Me! Me! It was when we had this in the National Post 3 years ago. And the government has done nothing on any of these questions day after day. We've sat in the House of Commons and said, how much are you going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by? How much tax does the residents of High River have to pay to not have to flood again? What is the price elasticity assumptions of your carbon tax? None of these things have been answered. Every day they're like, oh, the Conservatives are doing. We've been asking these questions for 3 years after the Conservatives presented a track record of doing what? Reducing the growth of greenhouse gas emissions while seeing the economy grow. And what we've seen under this Liberal government is actually opposite. Greenhouse gas emissions, if they're doing anything, they're rising because they haven't actually put forward a plan that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They've just put forward a tax plan, okay? And what have we seen? My riding's out of work. And that's because this government is not using a carbon tax to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They know it won't do anything. All they're doing it is to take money out of Canadian pockets, and that's wrong because a carbon tax disproportionately affects low-income Canadians. It puts small businesses out of positions where they can hire more people, and it is flawed public policy. Now, in the last 3 years, something very interesting has happened. Because there have been people like me and others, and yes, I have a degree in economics, shocker, I can talk about this. Economists have started backing off. The most militant pro-carbon price economists have started backing off. You'll notice that when the Prime Minister, and I remember sitting here, when the Prime Minister first started talking about the carbon tax, he used this as the policy outcome, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, because everybody around the world that says climate change is a problem says that if climate change is not going to be a problem, what do we need to do? Reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But when it comes to the carbon tax, I want to read you this great quote. I love this quote. Of course this quote happened, and it was written on October the 1st, 2017. Once the anger in this country started mounting against the carbon tax, and it's in Alberta Views magazine. It's an excellent article, and it's actually very well researched. It's called, will the carbon tax, will it reduce pollution? And this is what Assistant Professor Trevor Tombe, a professor of economics at the University of Calgary, said in this article. For many economists, the price increase is enough. I don't think we should actually care too much about what the specific effect on emissions will be. What? I thought the whole point was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but that's what these. Do you notice the shift in dogmatic language? It went from we're going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to, oh no, we have to somehow cover up and change the language because we're stealing from people and it's not going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So now the high priestess of the climate change cocktail circuit, when she gets up in here in the House, it's like price on pollution, price on pollution. Except it's not a price on pollution. It's not. If the carbon tax was supposed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, then why are major emitters exempt from it? You know what? When she stood up in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, and said, oh, all of these major oil and gas companies are standing behind former Premier Rachel Notley, and championing the carbon tax, $40 a ton. It's great. It's wonderful. Of course those companies were standing there. And why? Because they had already priced that into their production models. They didn't have to do anything to reduce their greenhouse gas emission profile. All that did was the junior oil and gas companies that had a profit margin where they could not operate with that priced them out of competitiveness on top of the C69, C42 bills that had punitive detrimental impacts on investment in those companies. All it did was price them out of the market. Bigger companies could come in and consolidate the assets, and that's the only way there's been any profit growth in the energy sector. And then, fast forward to today, where are all those big companies? Bye! See you later! Why would we possibly invest in a country where we have a government who fails day after day to have any sort of political stability in the regulatory sector? Bill C-69 doesn't have any better impacts for the environment, except for far-left activists who don't think that we should have an energy sector. And why? Because the only environmental outcome that they want is no development in the energy sector. So Bill C-69 and C-42 make the regulatory process so uncertain that we cannot attract investment in Canada. And worse off, let's look at this problem from a climate change perspective. Let's say we lose that investment to other countries. What happens? Does global demand for carbon decrease? No, we've seen global demand for carbon increase. So somebody is going to be supplying that demand. So when the Minister of the Environment and the Prime Minister prices Canadian energy out of competitiveness, and those contracts go to the United States that has no carbon tax and less regulations, or to Saudi Arabia, the bastion of environmental standards and women's equality, when those jobs and those products and that demand is met by those countries, we are actually perpetuating the problem of climate change, because that energy product is not happening in a country where we already have some of the strictest environmental standards in the world. And that is why there is no plan in this. If this government was serious about addressing the plan of climate change, they could have read through every single one of the questions that I outlined in 2006, because we do care about climate change. But if we're going to be serious about it, we can't put forward policy where there's no measurable outcome outside of loss of jobs. Let's talk about displacing the climate change burden. This is such a bourgeois, champagne, liberal philosophy. Oh, well, I can afford a carbon tax because I have my Bentley and my Grey Poupon and my trips to the Aga Khan Island. It's great for me. I'll just charge my grocery bill to Whole Foods Market, to the taxpayer here. That's great for that person, the Prime Minister of Canada, but it's not great for somebody who is being punished. Let's say a steel worker in Canada who actually cares about climate change and cares about having their job, but this government allows the Chinese to come in and dump steel while our manufacturers are subject to a carbon tax that the Chinese aren't subject to. So our steel isn't competitive. We lose jobs in that sector while we're benefiting an economy that has no rules on carbon emissions, right?
Yeah.
That is really where the rub of the climate change issue is. And you know what? I have been to some of these meetings around the world, and nobody there actually cares about having the tough conversation of saying, you know what? If you reach into your purse and you pull out a phone and it was tariff-free from a country that is coal-fired electricity and has very bad labor laws and is able to produce it cheaply because of a lack of a carbon tax, that is where we're contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Nobody wants to have that conversation because it's the tough conversation to have. This is why the Kyoto Protocol didn't work, because there was no binding emissions on that. So for this government to go on the climate change cocktail circuit day after day and take pictures and sit around tables covered in grass that cost, $50,000 and say, I am contributing to the environment with my paper straw. That is not changing outcomes. This government's had 3.5 years to do the same hard work we started. Say, you know what, Kyoto didn't work. And you know what? United States, China, you guys have got to step up to the table, right? Those conversations don't happen under these guys. We know that. We know that because we see it with the rest of their trade policies. Come on. That is the type of project. Now, of course, we have to take action here at home. Of course we do. But we can't look at Canada as a place where it's cold 8 months out of the year. You know what? A lot of our country doesn't have the luxury of being able to access public transit, and even those that do have trouble accessing it, you got to drive to work in a lot of places. Anybody who's watching from the Greater Toronto area and is looking at gas prices in Vancouver and thinking, what am I going to do at $1.80 a litre when I'm sitting in traffic for an hour and a half because this government hasn't been able to even get the money out that our Conservative government committed years ago because of their ineptitude? What is that going to do for me? The only thing, $1.80 a litre gas price, the only behavior it will change, and we've seen this in province after province after province, is voting intention. Because nobody is going to support a carbon tax because the emperor has no clothes. It doesn't reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it kills jobs, and it is bad public policy. It's bourgeois public policy. It's elitist public policy. It says that if you're a low-income mom, doesn't matter that you need to fill up your car. If you work in the energy sector, doesn't matter that you're going to lose your job to Oklahoma or Texas or anywhere in the U.S. that has a more competitive regime. This government is out to lunch, and this motion, for anybody in Canada who cares about climate change, I do. And that is why I'm presenting a viewpoint that is opposite to the virtue signaling nonsense that this government has putting forth. Pictures in a climate change crusader costume does not reduce greenhouse gas emissions. $12 million to a privately funded rich corporation like Loblaws does not reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Hundreds of millions of dollars of corporate welfare that is handed out to lobbyists that can buy the environment minister the best steak dinner does not reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's going to take tough policy like we put in place with the coal-fired electricity sector, passenger vehicles, and reduce that curve over time. Now, with regard to the oil and gas sector, You can't put in place policy that reduces greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas sector by killing the oil and gas sector. And I wish that there would be people that would have political courage just to stand up and say, that's the policy objective. Let's have that debate. I'll win that debate. They won't. There's a reason why we didn't put regulations with regard to greenhouse gas emissions on the oil and gas sector. And why? It's because the Americans, these guys stood up, and I was in here. Barack Obama was the climate change champion. Do you really think Barack Obama was going to put in place a carbon tax when he knew that their major industry in the U.S. was just coming on stream with supply that was going to change them from a net energy importer to an energy independent nation? Of course not. So why would we regulate our industry out of competitiveness when we know that we can produce it cleaner with our own clean technology than those guys could, right? It's about setting that smart public policy that sets the sweet spot so that industry is incentive to adopt clean technology. Carbon tax is not going to do that, while ensuring that people in my community don't lose their job and that we continue to attract foreign direct investment and capital so that there's actually adoption incentives for that clean technology.
Hear, hear.
That is the type of public policy discussion that we need on climate change. Everything that is happening in the House of Commons this week, the Liberals and the NDP out liberaling and NDPing themselves on virtue signaling do-nothing motions in Captain Planet costumes. Anybody who cares about climate change in this country should vote against that and reject that. And anybody in this country that cares about jobs and the economy should ensure that the leader of the opposition becomes Prime Minister.
Wow. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the entertainment from across the way. There were 3 amendments that were proposed during the Conservatives' presentation. One of them related to climate change not being related to human activity. Could the Honourable Member maybe clarify the amendments that they put on the floor rather than the rhetoric, in particular whether climate change is related to human activity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Can you imagine if one of us had stood up and said that their speeches was, in a sarcastic tone, entertainment? You know what? Look, they might not agree with my public policy concerns. They might not agree with the fact that I actually have a background in energy economics and commercialized clean technology at the University of Canada, helped put together the business model for Carbon Management Canada, that I did that stuff and I actually know what I'm talking about because my community is dependent on getting this policy right. If I had done something like that to them, it would have been like, climate change denier, everything is terrible. So I reject that premise first and foremost. And second of all, I reject the virtue signaling. Read the amendment through you, Mr. Speaker. It says right in there, human activity has an impact on climate change. What I'm saying is this government's done nothing to mitigate the human impact of climate change in Canada or abroad. The only thing that it has done is used its platform on the international stage. Canada is back to take pictures and have cocktails and eat canapes. They haven't had the hard conversations with China. They blew it with the Americans. And they're penalizing our industries through reverse tariffs, through policies like this. If the environment minister wants to stand up and quote Bill Nye, the science guy, and quote his passion, then she better look in the mirror, because she's done nothing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in this country.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Calgary Nose Hill for her speech. I was just reading an article in iPolitics from a couple of years ago where it talked about when Preston Manning was distributing a Fraser Institute report amongst the Conservative colleagues, urging them to adopt a carbon tax because it was a market-based mechanism. And I'm just trying to wonder how the Conservative opinion has shifted from Mr. Manning's. But that aside, I agree with the member for Calgary Nose Hill that a carbon tax is going to be ineffective if it's only selectively applied. If we were going to put a price on pollution, it has to apply to everyone equally. I'm worried that this debate is concentrating too much on the here and now, the costs of this and that and so on and so forth. I want to look 20, 30, 40 years into the future and look at what the costs of climate change are actually going to put on our economy. For example, in my province of British Columbia, the forest fire budget is putting a big dent in our coffers. We know what the costs will be for mitigating floods and so on. So with that in mind, the economic costs of climate change, I'm just wondering, if we can find some common ground, and if the member for Calgary Nose Hill can maybe give her opinion and her thoughts on some of the opportunities that exist in the renewable energy economy of the future, how organizations like Iron and Earth, which are oil sands workers, want to take their skill set and transition to the renewable energy economy of the future, so that we are actually providing that just transition. Because, Mr. Speaker, this change is going to be forced upon us one way or the other. We're either going to react to it or we're going to be proactive towards it. Thank you.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I want to put on the record that I vehemently and strongly disagree with Preston Manning's take on the carbon tax. He's wrong. It's not a policy instrument that works. I don't care if he's conservative or not. There is no data to show that carbon is price elastic in Canada to the point where a $40 ton is going to change behavior and allow the economy to grow. The reality is for that price has probably got to be at least
150 to 300.
At least 300.
Yeah.
And at that price, the only gains that you're going to get are sharp economic shocks. And I don't want the single mom in my riding to not be able to drive to work. I don't want our country to go into the toilet economically. It's a false economy, and Preston's wrong. He's wrong. So number one. Number two, my colleague talked about the here and now versus the future. Well, the future is determined by the here and now. And if we're talking about policies, we're not measuring it based on greenhouse gas emissions reduction, then the future is we're never going to see that reduction. That's just the reality. So you can't support a policy instrument that is bunk in the Canadian context. Maybe it works in Monaco when you have a small little principality that has public transit everywhere and it's loaded with billionaires. It's not going to work in the Canadian context. It just doesn't. Like, anybody that has any background in economics knows that a carbon tax functions like a consumption tax. It does not change behavior outside of probably political behavior and behavior of things like going to work or creating jobs, right? It's a problem. There is no substitute good for carbon in Canada. But if we wanted to get to that point where we were, to my colleagues opposite, talking about adoption of clean technologies and stuff, you need to have an industry and capital to receive that technology and adopt it. So while we've been so busy chasing capital out of the country in the energy sector, we've been doing that at the detriment of our clean tech sector and all the workers that he just talked about, because those jobs aren't going to happen here. They're going to happen in the U.S. Come on. This is basic economics. These motions that are before us today are embarrassing. They don't talk about, I'm good to go on any one of these topics. I will debate price elasticity of carbon price. I will debate the best way to incent clean technology. We're not having that conversation. We're having a bunk out left versus left, virtue signaling conversation for both votes, and that's the real problem with the climate change debate in Canada right now.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her speech, and I hope everyone excuses my voice today. Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member has proud Manitoba roots and is now a proud Albertan. She will know that Manitoba experienced two 1 in 300-year floods, costing our economy $1 billion each. This, of course, is in addition to the $6 billion Calgary flood. So it is very good to hear her acknowledge the reality of climate change and that we do indeed have to act. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to pick up on something that the honourable member from the NDP just picked up on, and that is just about every conservative economist that I have ever read of on this topic, Mr. Speaker, supports a price on pollution. People who advised Prime Minister Harper, people who advised Preston Manning, of course, and of course our own Brian Pallister, the Premier of Manitoba was about to put a price of $25 per ton above our level, Mr. Speaker, and he seemed quite satisfied with that. Of course, he had a disagreement with the federal government on increasing that, but he did, Mr. Speaker, indicate to those far and wide that a price on pollution was one of a range of measures which would be effective in reducing greenhouse gases in Manitoba and contributing to our national reduction. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the honourable member would just comment, by the calculations that I've seen by economists, by 2022, a price on pollution across Canada will cut emissions by $50 to $60 million, or 50 to 60 million tons, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen the evidence from British Columbia where there was a 7% reduction through their price on pollution. Mr. Speaker.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, first of all, I don't care what political stripe The Economist is. A carbon tax doesn't work in Canada, and the member from my home riding of Winnipeg South should understand that Winnipeg is not Vancouver. It's not Vancouver. It's really cold in Winnipeg. I would love for him to walk down my mom's street and tell her in the middle of January, and you can imagine my mom, she birthed me. I would love for her to go to her door and say, guess what, Kim? We're going to make you pay another $100 so that and then my mom would ask him this, how much do I got to pay so that Winnipeg doesn't flood next year? And I don't think he'd have an answer. And that's the reality. There's no price elasticity data that shows that $40 a ton is going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. All it does is make me get angry phone calls from my constituents and his constituents saying, why are they doing this? And of course the Premier of Manitoba looked at that data and said, nope, this is a bad piece of public policy, which is exactly what this Liberal government should be doing. You know, and the other thing is, let's talk about floods in Manitoba as well, too. You know, I sandbagged along the Red River in 1997. I care about ensuring that doesn't happen. But where has the member been on the fact that Manitoba has drained 60% of its wetlands over the last 60 years? Where's their policy on that? Where is their support for the Nature Conservancy? I'm not saying we have to have a holistic approach to environmental management in Canada. Yes, flood mitigation infrastructure. Yes, looking at all these projects. But that's the problem with this government, is that they have hung their hat on a consumption tax that is solely designed to offset the fact that they've spent billions of dollars into oblivion on nothing. And
Order. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Member for Regina Louvain, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, Intergovernmental Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend, carbon pricing. Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, maple syrup. It doesn't get much more Canadian than that. We can all imagine the crunch of snow under our boots, the steam coming off of the evaporator, treating our kids, and maybe ourselves too, Mr. Speaker, if we're being honest, to some maple taffy when we pour warm syrup into a bucket of clean, fresh snow. There aren't too many things more closely tied to our rural Canadian identity than producing maple syrup. And yet, even this time-honored Canadian tradition is at risk due to the impacts of climate change. There is more and more research showing that warming temperatures and the loss of snowpack is having a negative and costly impact on the production of maple syrup, and therefore on family farms that produce them. These are family businesses that keep our rural communities sustainable. This isn't news, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, we have known this for some time. As far back as 2008, a study was published about the Hassler Farm in Flinton, a community in my riding. From 1956 to 2007, tree tapping for maple syrup shifted a full 2 weeks earlier. The temperature range that's needed to produce maple syrup is becoming briefer and the season shorter. In fact, in 2012, our production of maple syrup in Ontario fell by 54%. because of how unusually warm the spring was. Since Canada produces 70% of the world's maple syrup, this has an impact on our rural communities, on our rural economy, including our family farms. You can ask any farmer in my riding and they will confirm the weather is getting wackier all the time. I heard from my constituent Matt at the Hastings Stewardship Council, and he told me that that we really need to prepare for the changes that are already happening and more that are going to happen. Farmers want to pass their farms to the next generation. Through low-till and no-till practices, good stewardship, environmental farm plans, and more, farmers are making great efforts to fight climate change. And unfortunately, they are also the ones first to suffer from its effects through severe weather events like drought and flood. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to confirm that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Guelph. Sorry about that. When farmers can't grow food, it's an emergency, and we are all in trouble. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about 5 or 6 100-year events in my rural community. I say 100-year events, but actually they all happened in the last 6 years. It's 2013 in beautiful town of Bancroft, and there's a state of emergency. Floodwaters have risen, washed out roads. 3 schools had to shut their doors. The Children's Center was shuttered. 83-year-old Arnold Creighton was quoted as saying he lived there his whole life and had never seen anything like it. It's 2014 in Corbyville and Foxborough, villages in my riding that fall under the city of Belleville. There's another state of emergency. The mayor at that time was my good friend, the member from Bay of Quinte, who was out there day after day sandbagging and helping to coordinate the relief. Now it's 2016, and our farmers are hurting. 60 days without solid rainfalls was producing burnt and premature crops and costing our farm families. It's the worst drought in my area since record keeping began in the 1800s. In 2017 comes around, Mr. Speaker. We start the year with Quinte Conservation warning residents of the Napanee River watershed that they will have worse floods than even 2014. I get almost daily updates from Chief Donald Miracle of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte telling me the devastating effects that flooding is having on homes on the Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Properties in Amherst Island and Hay Bay are underwater, and not just by inches, by feet. Mr. Speaker, those who have not experienced flooding themselves aren't always aware of all the subsequent impacts. Rural properties are usually on septic and well systems, both of which can be compromised by floods. But 2017 was just getting started, Mr. Speaker. It seemed like Mother Nature was playing a cruel joke after all the flooding. But by summer and fall, the Moira River was experiencing the lowest water levels and droughts since keeping began. Even worse than 2016, whose drought had already exacted a terrible toll on our farming community. And now this year, Mr. Speaker, 2019, I recently visited properties in Bancroft, Hastings Highlands, and Corbyville that were underwater yet again. And roads washed out in Tweed and North Hastings. 21 roads washed out in North Hastings that they had to deal with. And we don't have to look far to see the devastating toll right here in Ottawa, in the Ottawa region. Amid all of this historic flooding and the hard work that our conservation authorities have to do to help our community, it's mind-boggling to see that the Ford government has cut flood prevention funding to our local conservation authorities in half.
Shame.
These are conservative cuts, Mr. Speaker, conservatives that don't take climate change seriously. Extreme weather events have a cost, Mr. Speaker, a very human cost that we see on the faces of distraught homeowners who have lost everything. And there is also a massive financial cost. Last year, extreme weather cost Canadians $1.9 billion. From 1990 until 2009, the average was $400 million a year. That number is only rising and is estimated to be as high as $43 billion by 2050 if we don't act. My constituents are awake to the impacts of climate change in our rural communities. I heard from Louise at Harvest Hastings, who reminded me of the increase in diseases affecting trees due to the warming temperatures. Emerald ash borer, Dutch elm disease, beech bark diseases, ash wilt, and the list goes on and on. And all of this leaves our forests more susceptible to the devastating impact of wildfires. The Ford government's cuts to planting 50 million trees is not helping this problem, Mr. Speaker. And to add insult to injury, these seedlings in Eastern Ontario are going to be destroyed because of the Ford Conservative cuts. Climate change is also causing rural communities like mine to have a higher incidence of ticks, which is a cause of Lyme disease. This has devastating health impacts. I have 3 personal friends whose health has been impacted for the last 5 to 6 years because of Lyme disease. This has, and it's happening more and more often. These are 3 personal friends of my own that live in my own community. And I can tell you, to see them trying to recover from this disease where their immune systems have been compromised. I mean, 2 of them had diagnosed originally with cancer because the impact was so dreadful upon them. Climate change is also causing rural communities like mine to have a higher, sorry about that. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of Conservatives who represent rural ridings. When you look at the devastating impacts from climate change is already having on our rural communities and to our farm families, it becomes clear that the Conservatives are doing a disservice to their constituents by fighting climate action instead of fighting climate change. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the fight against climate change is one of the most important fights of our generation, and future generations depend on us. As a lifelong environmentalist from my days growing up learning good stewardship practices while hunting and fishing in Madoc in the 60s and 70s, to starting the first recycling program in my apartment building during my young professional days in Toronto in the 80s, to fighting as a community activist in Tyendinaga Township to protect our community's drinking water against the mega dump expansion in Napanee from the 1990s to this very day. One thing is clear. I will never stop fighting to protect our environment, our community, and future generations. Extreme weather events across Canada and the world are increasing. Forest fires in the west, tornadoes in Ottawa, historic droughts and floods right in my own rural community. The science is clear and the impact on human lives is clear. We cannot leave it to our children to pay the vastly higher, even existential costs of climate change. We know how to solve this, and it is our duty as parents, as citizens and legislators to act. This is a climate emergency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré et d'Orléans. Charlevoix, sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Even my writing, we have a hard time saying it. I listened to the member, and he was talking about rural areas, including mine. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Out of respect for you, I must say that the Liberals did nothing in my writing. They didn't try to save the planet. We didn't see a thing. Nothing at all. For 4 years. When you talk about recycling, that's nice. I'm a Conservative, and I use my compost. I also recycle. So when he talks about climate change emergency, I would like him to tell me why it's so urgent 6 months away from the elections when we had 4 years of a Liberal government to do something and we saw nothing.
Well, with due respect to my colleague, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't disagree more. The first thing we did as a government after the election was to bring all of the provinces together in order to create the pan-Canadian framework that was the basis of what experts called the first real plan in Canadian history to actually deal with climate change. And that plan is a vast plan of over 50 different measures that are bringing into effect investments in innovation, in infrastructure, in transit, setting emission standards, methane emission standards, clean energy, clean technology, and a price on pollution. It is not going to, there's no one silver bullet, Mr. Speaker, that is going to solve climate change. It's going to take a real plan to do it. It's very easy to be skeptical of a real plan, to criticize a real plan when you don't have any plan of your own. Right? You have no plan whatsoever. You've done nothing as a government for 10 years, and you do nothing today but criticize what others call the first real plan. And guess what? That plan is working. We've created over 1 million jobs as a country. We've actually reduced unemployment to the lowest levels. We're reducing our emissions. We're going to meet our emissions targets and our Paris climate change commitments because we know that the economy and the environment can and must go hand in hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Inaudible. During his speech this morning, the Minister of Environment, or her speech, talked about a person who was really affected by climate change. When I visited Nunavut with my friend from Bay James, there were many Inuit people who talked about the fact that because of permafrost, there's many villages that are affected, and now they have to move. There are impacts in the north and for Indigenous peoples there, but there's nothing in this Liberal motion that mentions Indigenous peoples. For example, what we saw in the NDP motion that they voted against. So why is there absolutely no mention of Indigenous peoples in this motion?
Addington.
And I'd like to thank the member for her question, and it's a very important question because, of course, addressing the concerns of our Indigenous peoples is, in that nation-to-nation relationship and reconciliation, is the most important relationship that our government has been working towards. And in recognizing the very difficult conditions that our Indigenous peoples are in, our government has made vast investments into infrastructure. There was a number of investments that were even announced today in Inuit. I think it was $241 million in total to help them with infrastructure, to help with the actions of permafrost. I mean, we're even seeing the road that was built up to Tuktoyaktuk, and I will give credit to the previous government for doing so. But the great thing about that is actually there are now sensors in that road that are measuring the impacts of climate change. And as you mentioned, those impacts are far greater in the far north than they are here in the south, and it just accentuates the importance that we actually move on this. We move on it quickly. We have a comprehensive plan to deal with climate change, and that's exactly what the plan that we have, and it's working. Right? Once again, the important thing to consider here is that we have to ensure that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, because if we blow up a section of the economy, then we won't have the revenues, the income necessary in order to help our Indigenous communities build out. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for that question.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member for sharing time with me. We visited the Mohawks on the Bay of Quinte last year. We're both water champions and looking at reducing boiled water advisories. And bullet point C on our motion actually expressly says that the vulnerable communities we're trying to serve include the Indigenous communities and the effects of climate change of the land that they were once stewards of and good stewards of that we're now not good stewards of. And really, the emergency we have brought on ourselves, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the motion, and this is really like no other problem that we have had to face as a government or as a people. When we look at fossil fuels and renewables and the transition that we have to make into the new economy, there is a challenge in front of us, and it is an emergency. Environment and Climate Change Canada identifies greenhouse gas contributions by sector to help define the challenge ahead of us, looking at industry contributing 40% of greenhouse gas emissions, transportation 25% of greenhouse gas emissions, electricity and energy 11%, residents 11%, and agriculture, forestry, and food-related emissions being 13%. The first thing you need to do when you face a problem like this is to measure it, because what gets measured gets acted on. Since 2007, Guelph has had a community energy initiative, and I'm proud to say that I was involved from the beginning of the community energy initiative, looking at what are the contributing factors to use of energy in Guelph, and how can we reduce the per capita consumption by 50% as we increase our population by 50%. That has a direct impact on climate change, and Guelph is also very involved in active transportation and in reducing our impact on the economy or on the climate, Mr. Speaker. And now we're looking at how do we hitch our wagons together? How can we have Canadian programs working with Guelph programs? In 2017, Mr. Speaker, the government invested $175,000 in Guelph for them to update the Community Energy Initiative. And last month, the results were published on a Phase 1 and Phase 2 report that's been tabled at City Council and will be discussed at City Council later this month, Mr. Speaker, looking at all of the areas of climate change and now how can we get our act together federally and with the municipality to address the challenges together, aligning our efforts so that we can combat climate change together. Mr. Speaker, my constituents are deeply concerned about the effects of climate change and what the effects will be on their future. I recently attended a student-run town hall where they brought in the municipal mayor, they brought in the member of provincial parliament and myself to sit on a panel and really have an accountability session with them. And I'd like to thank the young leaders of the Community Environmental Leadership Program and the Headwaters Program for organizing the town hall. Their message is clear. Youth are demanding action. They're demanding action from their leaders. They don't want leaders fighting each other. They want leaders fighting climate change. They don't want us to be distracted. They don't want us to be denying. They want us to meet climate change challenges head on, regardless of party and regardless of level of government. Transitioning our economy from hydrocarbons to sustainable technology is this crucial task. But while this at first appears to be disruptive in our economy, it's in fact a tremendous opportunity. There's a $26 trillion global market for clean solutions, and Canada has a chance to get ahead in this emerging market. To prevent further changes to our climate and to position Canada for the looming sustainable economy to come, our government has a plan. The Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change is investing $5.7 billion over 12 years, including $2 billion for the Low Carbon Economy Fund. Other ministries such as Innovation, Science and Economic Development, Transportation, Natural Resources, and of course Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada all have programs that contribute to our 50-point plan to address climate emergency as we're facing it. At the center of this framework, Mr. Speaker, is a transition plan for our economy, including the sectors that emit the most, such as transportation and power generation, but also sectors that are already low on emissions, such as agriculture. In transportation, emissions have accounted for almost a quarter of all emissions in some provinces, such as Alberta, and in Quebec, the number is more than half of the emissions in the province of Quebec. To help the change in emissions, our government has put forward an electric vehicle tax credit in Budget 2019 to invest $300 million over 3 years to fund a credit on any purchase of up to $5,000 for an electric battery or hydrogen fuel cell vehicle whose list price is less than $45,000. Again, focusing on the middle class and on vehicles that are affordable for families, but then to help them with the decision to get into those vehicles so that they can have a personal impact on the climate change. The Clean Fuel Standards Program aims at reducing emissions associated with the use of fuel and to promote cleaner technologies relating to fuel. The Canadian Trucking Alliance has actively worked to reduce their emissions by adopting natural gas-powered engines and call on governments to introduce complementary measures of investment in these technologies as well as in hydrogen cell technology. In Guelph, we're partnering with the federal government to find solutions. During a visit to Linamar, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development announced a $50 million investment at Linamar, which was matched by $650 million from the company and $50 million from our previous provincial government. The funding is going to be creating 1,500 new jobs in Canada and supporting more than 8,000 jobs that are already within Linamar's corporate structure. We're looking at advanced manufacturing processes, using 3D printing and modeling in terms of developing new technology, and getting the result of a cleaner automotive technology. Linamar is also going to be opening a new innovation center in Guelph on Woodlawn Road, dedicated entirely to research and development into the car of the future, including alternate fuels, electric vehicles, hydrogen cells, and using artificial intelligence technologies. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, as a Guelphite and former president of the Chamber of Commerce, it's so important to have those jobs in Guelph. And as co-chair of the Automotive Caucus for the Liberal Party, it's so important to see us getting into the car of the future in my hometown. The Government of Canada has financed the purchase of 26 new buses in Guelph, provided new bus stop funding, fare boxes, funded a municipal study to look at how the municipality could use car share amongst the city's fleet to try and reduce the carbon footprint of the municipality itself. Looking at energy and electricity, the funds from the price on pollution can be used to invest in sustainable energy projects, Mr. Speaker. My wife Barb and I have put solar panels on our house. We made use of a government program in order to do that, and we're doing our part and getting income from our roofs. What else can we do? With geothermal, as an example, in Saskatchewan, a $50 million geothermal project in Estevan. Guelph's Canadian Solar investing $16 million in a solar project in Alberta, helped by the Government of Canada. Creating jobs in the new technologies of the future. And of course, agriculture, looking at 13% of Canada's emissions. This week, we're really excited to hear the announcement that Guelph and Wellington County was awarded $10 million to develop their plan for a circular food economy. They developed 3 principal goals to transform our local food ecosystem and reduce our environmental footprint caused by food waste by 2025. The 3 goals that we're looking at is number 1, looking at increasing accessibility of affordable, nutritious local foods by 50%, creating 50 new circular businesses and collaborations relating to food, and increasing circular economic revenue by 50%, recognizing the value of food waste. In fact, McDonald's Canada is now taking their grounds through University of Guelph studies and creating plastics for the automotive industry using all the coffee grounds from across Canada, which I know will be interesting to the member from Winnipeg who enjoys a lot of McDonald's coffee on the weekend, I hear. Climate change is a serious matter for seniors concerned about their grandchildren's future, entrepreneurs and students. Even today, Mr. Speaker, groups of music students from GCVI in Guelph are visiting for the Music Fest Nationals, and they're deeply concerned about climate change, and we spoke about this just moments ago. As members of Parliament, we have a responsibility to future generations to both acknowledge this threat and to develop an actionable climate plan. We have a realistic and progressive plan to reduce our emissions, reduce poverty, and lay the foundations for a sustainable economy of the future. And I will close with the words of one of my constituents. I implore you to do your part ahead of this historic vote and do more work in the future in your role as representative to take on the uncomfortable choices that the climate crisis gives us. So thank you to the members from the people from Guelph to inspire me to work on this challenge together, and I look forward to working on this across Canada as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Guelph and his predecessor, the member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, for their comments, and especially as it relates to rural areas. The member from Hastings indicated, Mr. Speaker, that the maple syrup session in 2012 was a failure, but he failed to mention, Mr. Speaker, that this year was a record crop, not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. I remember, Mr. Speaker, as a young person in the 50s and 60s, we would plant our spring grain in March. And this year we're barely getting it in May. So yes, climate does change. But Mr. Speaker, my question is to the member from Guelph. If these issues are so emergency, why has it taken so long to come to the end of this session with barely 5 weeks left in the session for the Liberal Party to bring this to our attention? And we found out today, Mr. Speaker, that in 2016, this government was behind their targets by 44 megatons. 2017 by 66 megatons. By 2018, behind 79 megatons in carbon emissions, Mr. Speaker. So you can see it's going in the wrong direction. And yet they have the temerity to stand up and say that they are meeting their targets when clearly they are not. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is why did this government wait so long into their mandate with just a few weeks left, 23 or 4 days left, to try to address this emergency situation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Guelph.
And my friend from Kitchener-Conestoga had maybe 3 questions there, but he's clever at getting a few questions in at one time. One question, though, Mr. Speaker, was with the farms. And yes, we did have a bumper crop last year, but it's the uncertainty of what happens this year in terms of floods. And the farmers really, the University of Guelph is developing crops to have deeper roots because we never know when the next drought is going to hit us, Mr. Speaker. In terms of our goals, we needed, according to COP21, we needed a pan-Canadian plan to be put in place by the end of 2019, which we have done. We will likely have to change because of Alberta, but we do have a plan in place. And then from 2020 to 2030, we have to meet our objectives on COP21. And it's not linear. It's not that you start at the average and stay average. We have to ramp up as we implement changes. We will see it take hold across the country, and we know that we will get there with the help of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I think we are on the right track, and I'm really excited to see the economic and the environmental opportunities as a result of our programs.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
My colleague for his comments. So from his comments, you think that the government thinks that we have a climate emergency before us, which, by the way, we do. And I'm glad that they have finally realized that. But however, they have taken actions that's contrary to the action that's required. For example, the Liberal government has adopted Harper's emission targets. And even at that, we're not going to meet those targets. So I don't know how they would actually address the issue at hand. And in fact, those who want the government to take on more ambitious targets, such as the NDP and others, the government is refusing to do so. And so from that perspective, to boot, the government has also actually bought a 65-year-old leaky pipeline. So how does he square all of this when they say that there is a climate emergency and that they are acting on it?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I could answer with just one word, is C369. Maybe that's 2 words. We do have a way of evaluating environmentally sensitive projects, such as a pipeline. But we are looking at that pipeline providing a cleaner source of energy for old coal technologies that are used around the world, and to give an economic benefit in order for us to pay for the transition into the new economy, which is something that we've been very public on. And the environment and the economy are connected. It's a matter of getting sustainable development of our environment using bills such as what's in the other place on Bill C369 to have upstream and downstream emissions as part of the approval process, 156 and counting conditions need to be met, including the Indigenous conditions in that case. So we will work together with Indigenous brothers and sisters and with the transition into the new economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with my fantastic and enthusiastic colleague for Cowichan Malahat. The subject that we're discussing today is of the utmost importance. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to have an opportunity to rise and speak on behalf of the people of my riding, Montreal, Quebec, and Canada as well, on a challenge of a generation. Now, I'd like to start by saying, and you'll see the link that will develop, but to talk about forced immigration. Over the past decade, many people have had to flee their homelands without being able to return. Some 60 million people have been forced to move, and this represents an unprecedented number of people. Armed conflict, persecution, mega development projects that destroy people's livelihoods or environmental causes, including climate change, are forcing people to leave their homes and communities. People who are seeking asylum, displaced peoples within a country, are leaving their homes because they're afraid for their lives, their security. They need peace and stability, security. That's why it's important to work with organizations across the world to meet the needs of people who are affected by some of the worst crises we've seen. It's imperative to focus on the profound causes of forced immigration. We need to work together as citizens, organizations, and a civil society, multilateral organizations, and as parliamentarians and a government to face this unprecedented challenge. Now, it's a challenge that might well accelerate in terms of pace, Mr. Speaker, because climate change, global warming will cause create the existence of climate refugees. They won't be able to live where they currently live because the rise in water levels in the oceans, for example, will make their communities or their areas impossible to live in. And the tragedy behind all of the people living on these small Pacific islands who might be swallowed up if the level of the oceans rise. But that's not all. There's also erosion. The Magdalen Islands, for example, in Quebec, the erosion of cliffs and banks, drought, flooding, fires, forest fires, and those natural disasters will make places uninhabitable. Thousands, if not millions, of people will have no choice but to move because the temperature of the globe will have gone up 2, 3, 5 degrees, and there will be devastating, catastrophic repercussions. So what we're discussing today, Mr. Speaker, is not just a debate surrounding the cost of taking action or investing in renewable energy. We have to look at what the cost of making our transportation systems electric, modernizing buildings, for example, with a view of recovering materials in a circular economy. But it's also important to calculate the cost of not acting. Now, there are people who are very concerned. The people who are most concerned about climate change in Canada are young people and environmentalists, young people in the NDP and our party, but insurance companies as well. Insurance companies are scratching their heads at present because costs are going up on a yearly basis, paying out amounts to people whose homes have been burnt to the ground or flooded. And I don't have to take a look too far back into the past, Mr. Speaker. Last summer in British Columbia, forest fires were unprecedented. They caused people to be displaced. It cost a great deal in terms of the human cost and the cost to the environment. 66 people died because of a heat wave in Montreal last year. It's not just that they were too hot and they had to move. They died as a result of the heat. And this type of situation will accelerate, intensify, and we'll see more and more of it if we don't take action. Now, I can't not mention the flooding that we've seen here in the Outaouais, in the Ottawa region, or in other areas of Ontario and Quebec. If we multiply that because of climate change, because of the extreme fluctuations in temperature, because it gets worse, well, that will radically change our lifestyle and the costs that entails. So that's why we're seeing mobilization, Mr. Speaker, across the country, in Quebec, Montreal, young people, older people who are urging the government to take action, to make the right decisions, even if sometimes they are difficult in the short time or costly politically, because we have no choice. It's our duty and our responsibility to take action. A French astrophysicist, Julien Barrault, is someone I respect a great deal. He said something recently. He said, if we don't change course radically at present, we've got 12 years to act, then future generations will consider us criminals. Because it will be on our backs. We will have not made the right decisions and made the right choices to be able to continue. We just will have continued to do what we did in the past, exploit natural resources the way we did, use outdated energy sources, give subsidies to big polluters, subsidies to the oil and gas sector, because that's currently what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're not doing enough. And this is what people in our ridings across the country, our young people, are telling us. You must take action. Change course. Unfortunately, we've got the Liberal government is not doing its homework, not doing the work. They can say, oh, well, we know the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie is saying that just because he's in the opposition. It's partisan. There's an election coming up. Well, let's look at the figures and facts and reports from the Department of the Environment. That's the current government, reports from the government department. Now, a colleague earlier said something, and I'll repeat it, but in 2017, what we learned from the Department of the Environment was that we were going to miss the Conservatives' targets for 2030 by 70,000 megatons. Now, we learned that we would be missing the target by 79,000 megatons. And the Liberal government says we're going in the right direction. Where does that information come from? Now, I understand that there's some politics. They tell people that they're fine and well just to get reelected, but we have to look at the facts here. We've got targets that are too low. We're going to miss them. They'd promised to put an end to subsidies to oil and gas. They're continuing to subsidize them, some $3 billion per year without including another $10 billion. They're sprinkling here, there, and everywhere a little bit of money for transportation, public transit, insufficient funding for electric transportation systems, low emission. There are some subsidies for low emission vehicles, but what they didn't say is that, so you have to read the contract right down to the fine print with the asterisks at the bottom, up to a maximum of 20,000 vehicles per year. So that's 1% of all the new vehicles that are sold per year. So the objective is to have 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2040. And we're at 1% today. And their plan is 1% per year more. How are they going to get from 1 to 100% with that kind of plan? It simply doesn't work. Mathematically, it doesn't work. So we've got the government that is full of rhetoric, it's not taking action, and is making decisions that are going against what we're seeing in terms of needs and our responsibilities today. So that's why I'm disappointed today that the Liberals voted against the NDP motion on the climate crisis, because we had true measures, real measurables, tangible measures to put in place. The necessary first steps. All of the Liberals in this House voted against it, and they brought their motion here the next day. It's a weak motion. It's vague. It doesn't have any real commitments. It's extremely disappointing because, once again, they're playing a violin saying that science is important. We understand that, of course, science is important, but science and the reports are saying we've got 12 years. So if we spend the next 12 years the way we spent the last 4, well, we're going to miss those targets, Mr. Speaker, and that's our responsibility to our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
That's the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. I do want to just respond quickly to a comment that my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga mentioned, that apparently there's been no discussion about climate change in 3.5 years, and it appears that we have to use the word emergency in order for the attention to be paid. So I'm very pleased that he now recognizes that climate change is indeed a problem. So thank you very much for standing up and saying that. My honourable colleague's comments, you talked about insurance. I come from a rural riding, as my former colleague also did, and of my municipalities, they have all within municipalities declared climate change an emergency in their work. And one of the reasons is because of the insurance costs. We live at the bottom we live in Lake Ontario, and all the water up here is coming down. And I wonder if you could speak to the fact that in the Governor of the Bank of Canada just put out his report today, and he said that the insured damage to property and infrastructure averaged about $1.7 billion per year between 2008 and 2017, 8.5 times higher than the annual average of $200 million from 1983 to 1992. And I wonder if the honourable member can give his opinion about where he thinks that $1.8 billion is going to come from as the insurance companies are paying out that money. I assume they're going to want to recover those costs.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her comment and question. Indeed, we have the same concerns because the insurance companies aren't going to be able to offer gifts to their subscribers. They're going to have to recover the costs, and we're going to be paying the costs for the costs and the consequences of these payouts, be it due to drought, flooding, mold, forest fires. We have infrastructure that will be stressed. We'll have to invest to adapt that infrastructure, but also take tangible action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to identify a problem that exists in Quebec City. There's a tramway project. It's a good thing because it takes cars off the roads, it eliminates pollution, it reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Unfortunately, the federal government isn't there. They are talking about $1.2 billion. They've only got $400 million. I think that there should be enough money for Quebec City and Montreal. There is a lot of traffic, high traffic in the area, and I hope they're going to reverse that decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Hochelaga.
C'est très beau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke a lot about the environmental consequences of what would happen if we don't sort of wake up here. But a green, sustainable economy is an economy that is really growing. And the current Liberal government is not doing much to shift towards a green economy. It seems to me that we're completely missing the boat here, not only on the environmental side, but also on the economic side. Would he agree? The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. We're in an urgent situation here. We need to take action to save our ecosystems, our biodiversity, and to regulate these climate disruptions. At the same time, we have an opportunity to develop new technologies, to develop new companies, new ways of doing things, new software programs, new transportation options. And my colleague is entirely right. If we're still living in the past, other countries will move forward with it. There are countries like Spain, the UK, and Denmark that are much more advanced. So those are good jobs that are being created that are not being created in Canada. And they're going to be harder to create in the future because those jobs will already be abroad.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. An honor to rise today and add my voice to this debate on the government's motion, which seeks to, among other things, finally declare that we are in a climate emergency. And very interesting that the government motion quickly followed our motion, which was debated yesterday, and only today was voted down by the Liberals because they wanted to author their own weaker worded motion. But nonetheless, I'm glad that we are paying attention to this very urgent issue. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is no debate. Climate change is happening. It is human-caused, and we have to face up to that fact. Yes, our climate has changed many times over Earth's history, but it has never changed as quickly and at the rate it is now because of the very fact that we are pumping greenhouse gases into our atmosphere, and they are reaching such concentrations that it is having dire consequences for how our planet's natural processes operate. And Mr. Speaker, if we continue down this path, we are on course to reach 4 to 6 degrees of warming by the year 2100. Now, that sounds like a pretty small number, but that in fact can have quite cataclysmic consequences. I remember, hosting a town hall on a national clean energy strategy, and it looked at some scenarios. If the planet warmed by 1 degree, 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees. When we get up to 3 to 4 degrees, we are essentially looking at the disappearance of island nations. We can say goodbye to the country of Bangladesh. Many areas of the eastern seaboard along the United States will be inundated. The state of Florida will be gone, as will the state of Louisiana. And if we think the current refugee crisis is bad, just wait until we have upwards of 800 million to a billion people who are actually having to move. In my province of British Columbia, we are seeing real economic costs as the forest fire budget every year is eating into provincial coffers. We've heard mention of what the insurance costs will be. Some of the most prized real estate in the country, in Vancouver, like, Vancouver International Airport, is right beside the ocean, has the Fraser River flowing right by it. What are the costs going to be to save that piece of land when we're having a flooding Fraser River matched by rising sea levels? So this has real economic costs, Mr. Speaker. And in my own riding, in the month of March, the Cowichan River, which is one of 4 designated heritage rivers in British Columbia, was at 30% of where it should have been. I counted on one hand the number of days of rain we got on Vancouver Island in the month of March, a month where, under normal circumstances, it would be raining pretty much every day. And that puts our wild salmon at risk because, of course, they depend on that river to spawn and continue the next line. So we do have real costs, and that's kind of what the frustrating thing is, because I feel in today's debate there's a lot of discussion about the costs to people now, about the costs of a carbon tax, the costs of upgrading things to make sure that we are on our path to a low-carbon future. But, the economic costs of doing nothing are going to absolutely dwarf anything we're talking about now. I've seen some estimates that climate change could cost anywhere up to 10% of the world's GDP. So at that rate, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about billions of dollars. We're in fact talking about trillions of dollars. So in today's motion that the Liberals have brought forward, roughly follows the same path of what we debated yesterday with some key differences. And that number one, that there's no mention in today's motion about the Liberal government's continued subsidy of the oil and gas sector to the tunes of billions of dollars every year. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we actually ended those subsidies and reinvested them in the renewable energy economy of the future. The Trans Mountain Pipeline purchase, $4.5 billion of our money, could expected, if they want to expand it, could go up to $11 billion. Just imagine if we had taken that money and put it in the renewable energy economy of the future, which, by the way, is now employing more and more Canadians. Like members of who work in the oil sands. There's this amazing organization of oil sands workers called Iron and Earth, who argue quite passionately that they have the skill set welders, pipe fitters, electricians, they want to transfer to the renewable energy economy because they know that's where our future lies. Because, Mr. Speaker, this change is it's going to be forced on us one way or the other. So our big choice here is whether we are reactive to that change, where we are changing because it's being forced upon us, or if we seize the opportunity before us right now and make those important investments for the renewable energy economy of the future, because it is possible. We just need the political will. We have the technology. I mean, every day in my riding, I am seeing more and more electric cars. I am seeing more solar panels on roofs. We have technology that allows for tidal power generation, coupled with wind turbines, solar powers, geothermal. All of these coupled together with our existing hydroelectric facilities can produce the electricity that we need. And the battery storage life, it's getting better and better by the year. So the technology is there. We just need to have the political will to seize it and make sure it's all working together. Because that's ultimately what we need to do, is to generate more electricity. It's possible to do it in a clean and renewable way. And it's going to take an absolute Herculean effort. I'm talking an effort on par with what this country did in World War II, when we essentially retooled our entire economy, put women to work who had never really had positions in a factory before, and we basically retooled our entire economy to the war effort, so that by the end of the Second World War, this country had the third largest navy in the world. We had so many people in uniform, tons of equipment, because we were united in a cause. This kind of fight is going to take the exact same type of effort, where through a combination of the government working with the private sector, but all working together towards a singular goal, we have to make that kind of investment. And there, people like to speak in this debate about how Canada's emissions are such a small part of the global average, and I agree with that. But our contribution in World War II was quite a small percentage. That didn't stop us from joining in the fight with our allies, all working together. Canada didn't stop sending soldiers because we thought our contribution was going to be insignificant. No, we were there from the get-go, and we saw it all the way to the end in 1945. That is the type of effort we're going to need, all working together and acknowledging that the problem is happening. And there are examples, Mr. Speaker. In the state of Washington, just south of where I live, Governor Jay Inslee just announced an evergreen economy plan where he's set up a green bank that's going to have $90 billion in it. It's one of the most ambitious plans ever launched in the United States, where it's going to be this wholesale effort of renovating homes to make them more energy efficient, of making sure that Washington State's electricity grid is all on renewables, a huge number of incentives to get people driving electric cars. There are examples. You can call it the Evergreen Economy Plan, a Green New Deal, whatever. I think we're all referring to the same thing. And that's exactly what I, as a New Democrat member of Parliament, want to see us do, because we don't have a lot of time left. The clock is running out. And we have to get to a point where Canada's emissions are measurably being reduced year after year, and we are currently not at that stage. So, and for me, it's, as it is with a lot of members of Parliament, it is personal. I have 3 children. I have 6-year-old twins and a 19-month-old. And I have great concerns about the world that they are going to inherit. I think, this is a moment where we indeed do have to put aside our differences to acknowledge that we have a way of doing this. And, this is not just virtue signaling, as I've heard some of my conservative friends say. If we are going to actually take those first important steps of addressing this problem, the big thing you have to do is, first of all, acknowledge that there is a problem, that there is an emergency. But you also, in order to make this not just be about platitudes, you have to back up that kind of emotion with strong, concrete actions. It can be done, Mr. Speaker. We have the people, we have the skill set, we have the technology. We just need to see the leadership in this place, this House of Commons, showing people that we actually treat this issue with the seriousness that it deserves. There's a whole generation of kids out there in high school who are looking to us. They are striking every Friday. So let's rise to the challenge, meet their expectations, come together and actually do this and give it the justice that it deserves. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his very passionate and articulate words. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot in this House about the recently announced LNG initiative on the British Columbia coast, the largest private sector investment in Canadian history. The NDP government in British Columbia approves. The federal government here in Ottawa approves. 10,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. Yet we've heard the leader of the NDP express his lack of support for that particular project, which will displace coal in China, Mr. Speaker, which will create jobs. This initiative is good for the environment, Mr. Speaker, in that it is displacing coal, and it is good for the economy. Why does the party opposite oppose it?
Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I support a future where we are removing subsidies for oil and gas and that we have to put our resources into a renewable energy economy future. With respect to the government of BC, let me just tell the member that the Premier of BC lives in my riding, and I could not be prouder of John Horgan's BC NDP government, because we lived in a province under 16 years of BC Liberal rule, this unholy alliance of federal Conservatives and federal Liberals, and they have come together with the Clean BC program, supported by the BC Green Party, where they're investing in retrofits, putting new electric cars on the road. So yes, I have my personal views as a federal New Democrat that I believe that our future lies in the renewable energy economy of the future. But don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, the BC NDP government has done some amazing things with its Clean BC program, something I very much support.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. It's evident that he's very passionate about this issue, and I share some of his concerns. But nowhere in his speech did I hear a mention of carbon capture and sequestration. And a recent International Panel on Climate Change report that came out last year said that in order to avoid further damage from climate change, that countries need to embrace carbon capture and sequestration. And I was wondering if the member could speak on that matter and whether or not he supports carbon capture and sequestration.
Well, Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of that technology, but the scale that it would have to be employed would be far beyond what our resources are. In terms of sequestering carbon, all we need to do is plant more trees. We need to support our farmers who are using amazing ecological methods to put more carbon in the soil through proper crop management techniques. Mr. Speaker, I sit as the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, and I've listened to our farmers who are on the front line of climate change. They are doing some amazing things out there that I think needs to be properly recognized, where through their careful agricultural management, crop rotation techniques, they are putting a lot of carbon back in the soil. So I absolutely support that kind of work, recognizing the amazing work farmers across this great country of ours are doing every single day.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see a little bit more transparency with regards to the federal NDP. It was interesting the last answer we got. The LNG project supported wholeheartedly by the NDP government in British Columbia. The Trans Mountain Pipeline was supported wholeheartedly by the NDP government of Alberta. Yet, on both accounts, the national NDP outright oppose. I'm wondering if he can explain very clearly to those that might be following the debate on the environment how it is that the federal NDP are completely at odds, 180 degrees at odds with the provincial governments of the NDP, both in Alberta and BC.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the parliamentary secretary was listening carefully when I addressed his colleague's very same question on this topic. I answered very clearly that as a federal New Democrat and looking at the evidence before us, I want to put my vision, my support in a future that sees us getting rid of oil and gas subsidies and putting our workers to work in a just transition to the renewable energy economy of the future. My whole speech was talking about all the available technology that exists, renewable energy technology that exists to make sure we get off of fossil fuels. All we need is the political will to make it happen. That's what I support. That's what I'll be fighting for. That's what I've always fought for and what I will be proud to continue to fight for in this Parliament. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Here, here. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I would like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for the mangled pronunciation. Mr. Speaker, climate change is real. It's an urgent problem driven by human activity. Scientific data presented in the recent Canada in a Changing Climate report makes it clear that our country is warming at twice the global rate, and Canada's north. Change is happening even faster. We are seeing the devastating impacts of climate change across the country. Rivers are rising during higher floods. Droughts are parching crops. Forest fires are burning longer, hotter, and more often. Manitoba has already been hit hard by climate change. The 2011 and 2014 floods cost us some $1 billion each and forced the evacuation of thousands of people. This spring, parts of Ontario, Quebec, and New Brunswick were devastated by floods. What used to be the flood of the century seems to be happening every few years now. Canadians are growing more and more concerned about the damaging and costly impacts of our destabilizing weather on our infrastructure, on our communities, on our environment. Canadians expect their leaders to take action on the very real threats of climate change. The federal Liberal government's climate plan will achieve historic reductions in emissions through over 50 practical and affordable measures, including putting a price on pollution. Our federal plan is fair and affordable. We're returning all of the money collected in the provinces where the federal price on pollution will apply. We're turning it back to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. The federal government isn't keeping a cent. 90% is going right back to citizens through the Climate Action Incentive Tax Rebate. The remaining 10% will help businesses, schools, hospitals, universities, municipalities, and Indigenous communities shift to a cleaner economy. An average family of four in my province of Manitoba will get $339 through their 2018 tax return under our federal plan. Most Canadian families will save more in taxes than they will pay in the carbon price increase. Citizens will also have a greater incentive to make greener choices. We know that a price on pollution is the most affordable and effective measure we can take to bring down harmful emissions. In 2018, William Nordhaus and Paul Romer won a Nobel Prize for their work on the economics of climate change. Nordhaus argues the most sensible response to climate change is to price carbon pollution. Romer asserts that the problem isn't knowing what to do, the problem is getting consensus to act, which we don't seem to have in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. Another key part of the federal government's plan to tackle climate change is the setting of ambitious greenhouse gas emission reduction targets that will see Canada's emissions reduced by 30% from our 2005 levels. By 2030, we aim to reduce our output from 815 megatons of emissions to 523 megatons. We intend to phase out our coal power by 2030 as well. Coal power that causes pollution today results in close to 10% of Canada's total greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, smog from coal power plants can lead to asthma and respiratory illness, especially for children and seniors, and adds to the burden on our healthcare system. Accelerating the phase-out of coal-fired electricity in Canada by 2030 will help reduce carbon pollution by more than 5 megatons in 2030, the equivalent of moving 1.3 million cars off the road. It'll also mean cleaner air and healthier lives for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Through our Budget 2019, we are making zero-emission vehicles accessible for more Canadians and creating a new home retrofit program to help people lower their electricity and energy bills. Our federal government is collaborating with scientists and economists on practical actions that work. We know this makes good ecological and economic sense. The whole world is looking for clean solutions, Mr. Speaker, and the market for those solutions is estimated to be worth $26 trillion. That is bigger than the Canadian, US, and UK economies combined. A price on pollution gives Canadian businesses added incentive to innovate, compete, and lead in the dawning low-carbon economy. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and we can't let Conservative politicians hold Canada back. The time for debate over what to do about climate change has come and gone, Mr. Speaker. The science is clear, and the window of opportunity to safeguard our planet as a healthy home for future generations is closing. Now is the time to come together, as our Environment and Climate Change Minister said today. Why then are Conservative politicians across this country ignoring evidence, putting roadblocks in front of positive climate action, and using this issue to divide Canadians? It reminds me of the Stephen Harper decade of environmental backsliding and muzzling of scientists. While a cabal of provincial Conservative leaders like Doug Ford, Jason Kenney, and Scott Moe wish to spend time and money fighting carbon pricing in the courts instead of fighting climate change, the federal Conservatives are still choosing to ignore science. I'm very disappointed in my own Premier, Brian Pallister, who has joined the cabal by flip-flopping on his original position to put a price on pollution. Right. Not only are the Conservatives ignoring the reality of climate change, but they are also misleading Canadians. Recently, Conservative MPs mailed a tax guide to households that doesn't tell people how to claim their climate action incentive rebate. That could cost a family hundreds of dollars if they are tricked into not claiming what they are entitled to. They say they are on the side of the middle class, Mr. Speaker, but how could they deny money to middle class citizens who are entitled to those funds? The fact is, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, if a government doesn't have a plan for the environment, a government doesn't have a plan for the economy. Conservative politicians will spread myths and misinformation about fighting climate change, but by investing in the clean economy now, we are actually creating the jobs of tomorrow and helping to lower the huge future cost to society resulting from climate-related disasters. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada proposes a motion that recognizes that climate change is a real, urgent crisis caused by human activity that impacts our environment, biodiversity, economy, and health. Fighting climate change is the greatest collective challenge we face, Mr. Speaker. It is a tough battle, and we can't let ourselves be distracted by partisan posturing. The world is changing, and one day soon, we'll pass it on to our kids and our grandkids. We owe them our very best, most well-informed, most united effort. Supporting our federal government's motion to declare a national climate emergency and to commit to meeting Paris targets is the first united step we can take to fight climate change together and protect the environment that we as Canadians love. I hope all parties will join us in supporting the motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, we actually have time for probably one question and response. The honourable questions and comments, I should say. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just listening to the question of the Speaker, and I wanted to address something from the previous speaker, is that there are actually at least 4 major carbon capture and sequestration projects in Canada. We have Carbon Engineering Limited out of Squamish, BC, that is literally sucking carbon out of the atmosphere and turning it into diesel fuels. We also have the Northwest Refinery Upgrade in my own riding of Sturgeon River Parkland that will take 1.2 million tons of carbon out of the atmosphere with its carbon capture project. Then we have the Boundary Dam project in Estevan, Saskatchewan, taking 1 million tons of carbon out of the atmosphere. And then we have the Capital Power Shepherd project, which I had the pleasure of giving an award to this week. That is a groundbreaking technology that is turning carbon into carbon nanotubes, which can be used as an ingredient in cement and many other projects. Canada is a world leader with carbon capture. Why is this Liberal government not doing anything to facilitate carbon capture technology, or is it just because they're opposed to the oil and gas industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, we should be using every technology known to humankind to address our carbon footprint and to bring to this fight of our lives. My understanding is there has been federal support in the past for a number of the projects that he has mentioned, and Mr. Speaker, I welcome his comment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 3 minutes remaining for a period for question and comments when the House gets back to debate on the motion. It being 5:46 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill S-243, Fairness for All Canadian Taxpayers Act, measuring the tax gap to fight international tax evasion. Standing in the name of Mr. Kelly.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet Témiscouata Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to talk about S-243 that was presented here at the House, and it is an initiative from Senator Percy Down. When I was a critic for finance for the NDP, I had the pleasure to work on tax measures with him, and I know this is a file that is close to his heart. This bill is necessary, and I'd like to state, Mr. Speaker, that in the last Parliament at the Finance Committee, we had a study on the tax gap between what the government collected in revenue and what it received. So it was a gap either created through aggressive tax fraud, avoidance, or tax havens and evasion. At the time, when we debated this at committee, we heard from experts from across the world, from the US, the UK, and various European countries, and OECD members. There were Canadian experts on tax, and also from the banking industry and various other organizations. And they were all clear that the question of evaluating the tax gap was a necessary one. But at the time, the Conservative government, who sat on the committee, had no interest in moving forward to evaluating this tax gap. No interest in doing this because they said it would take too much work. It was impossible. The resources for this wouldn't be justified given the information it would yield. And Mr. Speaker, this information was false, and the Liberals on the committee at the time said the same thing. However, we saw that once they got to power, the Liberals weren't really in a rush to convince the CRA to move ahead with such an evaluation. And yes, they did get to it eventually, and the CRA now is measuring this presumed tax gap. But this amount, most people don't believe it to be correct when they evaluate the overall tax measures. The government and the CRA have told us that roughly there's a gap of $7 or $8 billion right now. The Prime Minister doesn't believe this, and the Transport Board of Canada that did this evaluation on this tax gap, it said that it, on the contrary, reached $45 or $47 billion. If we look at what the U.S. government is unable to collect, and they have even more means than the CRE has. The PBO now has received the authorization and is moving ahead with this evaluation of this tax gap. And as you know, for 2 years, when the DPO and his office requested this evaluation of the tax gap for 2 years. The Liberal government refused to give this information that was necessary. For 2 years, the PBO was able to get the necessary information from a government that said that it was behind this office and wanted this important study for which the CRA has no credibility. Why do I say that they don't have credibility? Because throughout this whole time, there was a lack of transparency, a lack of will to give the information. They tried to hide the information. I sat on the Finance Committee at the beginning of this Parliament, and we looked at a study of the whole KPMG affair. And after a few committee meetings, they ended this study to look at the mechanisms that KPMG used. And the CRA was there, and they gave us the reasons why they couldn't give us the information. They said that it was confidential, that it would affect privacy, that they couldn't give the information because it could be privileged information for KPMG. And all these reasons were given. And these reasons don't hold up because we should work like the U.S. do and what they did with KPMG. At the end of the day, they used their power of their committee. They subpoenaed executives from KPMG to testify. And that was with the complicity of the CRA and the minister of the time. And in terms of the credibility, the minister doesn't have much, because on many times in this Parliament, he said that the government has acted and the CRA has taken actions, and this hasn't been the case. For example, on several occasions, the minister has said they've invested $1 billion to fight tax evasion, $1 billion, and we got 25 billion back. No, we found out we didn't get 25 billion back. No, we hope to get 25 billion back. Hope to get back, because we're far from that right now. And then he said, we took the necessary action. And we've hired 300 new auditors at the CRA. 300. And we know that the media have done their calculations and that there were only 192 new auditors that were hired, not 300. The CRA has said 90% of the calls that go to the CRA are replied to in 2 minutes, and then we've been told that's not true. It's 24 of calls that are received, 34% are give misleading information 3 out of 4 times. The CRA, quite honestly, it's hard to believe what they're saying. It's hard to give them any credibility. And that is why we need now to have an independent study. I don't believe the CRA's figures when they study the tax gap. I believe more the PBO's figures, if he has access to the information, if it's made available by the legislation that's in front of us today. Percy Down, the senator that tabled this bill, is very credible on this issue, and he's made it a key issue for him. He did so. Well, he wasn't doing any grandstanding or very flamboyant on this issue, but he really got to the heart of the matter, because he realized that we have a problem with the CRA here in Canada. We have a problem with the way the CRA considers tax collection across the country. And like we do, he realizes that the CRA functions in an arbitrary fashion, and that when it has to collect taxes from individuals, it doesn't act the same as it does with others. And we saw this with the Auditor General's report in 2018. There's a lack of standardization in the CRA's procedures, and they act differently with different people. That's unprofessional, and it perpetuates the vision that the CRA and the Government of Canada act differently depending on how wealthy or privileged or popular the person is. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a major problem because we have a two-speed system. We have a system for people who have the means to defend themselves. That's what we've noticed. And the government will try to settle outside of court for these people and get rid of their file because it'll cost them too much money to collect money from them. But for people who don't have money to defend themselves, then they go seek their taxes. We have to standardize the way the CRA does things, and most importantly, we have to remove the CRA's evaluation powers because they're not credible, and we have to ask the government to do its duty in a regular fashion and to show some diligence and ask for the information and that the PBO is asking for, and that will allow me to support this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me speak here on behalf of the honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge. He's a dear friend and I believe a very important piece of legislation that he's bringing forward here in the House, so it's an honour to speak to it. I'd also like to thank Senator Percy Down for introducing this bill in the Senate. It's a shame the government plans to oppose this bill, but I hope they'll listen to all the reasons this bill makes sense for the government and Canadians. It's timely to be speaking about this bill now, as the majority of Canadians just finished filing their taxes with Canada Revenue Agency. We also just found out that Canada Revenue Agency wrote off $133 million owed by a single taxpayer. CRA employees discussed the large write-off in an internal memo in September 2018, and the media reported on this memo in April. However, we don't know who the taxpayer is, whether it's a person or a corporation. We also don't know whether this write-off is related to government subsidies, something Canadians should know. The aim of this bill is to keep the CRA accountable for tax collection efforts. It also requires the CRA to report on the tax gap, which is the difference between taxes owing and taxes actually collected. The bill also requires the CRA to publish information on convictions for domestic and offshore tax evasion. Data shows that the offshore tax gap for the 2014 tax year was between $0.8 billion and $3 billion. The CRA has published information about the tax gap related to the goods and services tax. In 2014, the offshore tax gap was estimated to be about $4.9 billion. The CRA has also shared the domestic personal income tax gap for that same year, 2014, at $8.7 billion. In that 1 year, the amount of the tax gap, which could have been as high as $16 billion, could have funded many programs or eased the tax burden for many Canadians. Conservatives believe in making life more affordable for Canadians and keeping taxes as low as possible to stimulate the economy. When the government loses a significant amount of money because of a tax gap, that means taxes could be raised for the rest of us. This penalizes law-abiding Canadians. I support Senator Down's bill, again sponsored by the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge here in the House, because it makes sense and makes the CRA and those Canadians not living up to the responsibility to pay taxes more accountable. Some Canadians are concerned that reporting on the tax gap could threaten their privacy, but this bill balances the privacy of individuals with transparency and accountability for the CRA. The information would be reported to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, so its intent is not to name and shame average Canadians. The United States, the United Kingdom, Sweden, and Australia all report on their tax gaps. These governments all indicate they report this information because it helps their revenue departments understand how and why non-compliance occurs. This information is helpful to policymakers who can make better informed decisions about tax policy and also help the government better manage its resource allocation. Canada should have this system, Mr. Speaker. Mandating measurement of the tax gap ensures that future governments and parliaments have all of the information necessary to take action on the tax gap. Mr. Speaker, many of us are aware that offshore tax evasion is a problem in Canada. Almost 1,000 Canadian taxpayers, including individuals, corporations, and trusts, were named in the Panama Papers 3 years ago. The CRA told media last month that it identified 894 taxpayers that had finished reviewing 525 of these cases, resulting in $14.9 million in federal taxes and penalties. This number will rise as audits continue. Although they told media the amount of taxes assessed, the CRA did not say how much of that money actually has been collected. Senator Downs' bill, if passed, would require the CRA to report that type of information to Canadians. As I mentioned before, this type of information would be incredibly helpful to our policymakers. Many other countries use this information, and Canadians would be better served if our policymakers had this information. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians work hard all year and diligently file their taxes. These are honest people who would never attempt to cheat the government. However, we see wealthy Canadian individuals and corporations attempt to cheat the tax system all the time. Tax money is used to fund services we enjoy, like healthcare, transit, and roads. The CRA should be able to say how much money they've collected as a result of the Panama Papers. This is in the Canadian public interest. Similarly, they should be allowed and able to tell us why $133 million was written off for a single taxpayer. That money could fund a significant amount of public services, and Canadians deserve to know why this taxpayer or corporation got special treatment while the rest of us diligently working to pay our fair share. I've had many constituents in my community complain about dealings with the CRA, including poor levels of service or the agency repeatedly requesting documentation that has already been provided to a different branch of the CRA. The Office of the Taxpayer Ombudsman, which operates at an arm's length from the CRA, has experienced an increase in complaints over the last few years. In 2017, the Taxpayer Ombudsman said the biggest complaints were first the struggle to even get through the CRA call center, which can be a huge headache, especially around tax time. Other complaints included receiving inconsistent and incorrect information from the call center agent and the lack of information sharing between different branches of the CRA. Many Canadians have been asked to produce the same information documents more than once because the person's file was not properly shared between departments. The Taxpayer Ombudsman called these problems systematic, and they said there are other deeply rooted problems, Mr. Speaker. The CRA acknowledges that it needs to do more to better serve Canadians, and representatives from the agency will be traveling across Canada over the next month to conduct in-person consultations on how it can improve its services. I have no doubt the agency will receive plenty of feedback, Mr. Speaker. I'm hopeful that the CRA will take this feedback and implement it to create a better-run system which Canadians deserve. I know it's not just the CRA that has these problems. A recent Auditor General report found other government departments, including Immigration, Employment Insurance, and the Canada Pension Plan, didn't answer their phones for the millions of Canadians who called them in 2017 and 2018. It's obvious the government has huge improvements it needs to make to give Canadians accessible service they require and deserve. I hope these consultations by the CRA are fruitful and we will see a service improvement in the near future. I know how seriously Canadians take the CRA, except for wealthy Canadians who keep their money in offshore accounts without thinking of the consequences. But for many Canadians, getting a letter from the CRA is anxiety-inducing, and dealing with audits and investigations can cause high levels of stress. When Canadians owe the CRA money, most work to pay that money back, whether it's through installments or a lump sum payment. Most people wouldn't dream of running out on the bill, so to speak. So they shouldn't be unfairly penalized when corporations and wealthy Canadians run out of their tax obligations. Mr. Speaker, if this bill passes, it means increased accountability for the CRA, which is the best interest of taxpayers. The changes proposed in this bill require the CRA to report on all convictions for the tax evasion, in addition to reporting the tax gap, as I mentioned earlier. This data would be reported to the Minister of National Revenue in the CRA's annual report, which is then tabled in Parliament. The Minister of National Revenue is also required to provide data to calculate the tax gap to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. These amendments, which are inexpensive to implement, increase transparency, which this government allegedly values. Publicly available reports on the gap between income taxes owed and taxes collected will provide a metric for judging the efficacy of measures to combat income tax evasion. This is important information for Canadians to have access to. Many other Western nations publicly post this information. Canada is already behind standard practice in this regard. Conservatives support any measures to enhance the effectiveness and accountability to the public service. Bill S-243 is a common-sense amendment to the Canada Revenue Agency Act, and I support all the amendments. Thank you to Senator Down for his work on this bill, and thank you to the member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge for helping get this bill through the House of Commons. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the member from the other place who initiated this bill and for his efforts to bring attention to Canada's tax gap through Bill S-243, and for the member from Calgary-Rocky Ridge that sponsored this bill so we can have a healthy debate on it in this House. Our government agrees that when the tax gap information is publicly available, it demonstrates a commitment to transparency and helps to identify opportunities to make a fairer tax system for all Canadians. Bill S-243 has put a spotlight on the importance of understanding Canada's tax gap, and we thank the Senator for that. The Minister of National Revenue has been very clear on her commitment to fighting against tax evasion and to measuring the tax gap, helping to shine that spotlight on the cost of tax evasion. I find it a bit rich to hear the Conservative opposition members speak in support of this bill. They seem to have completely erased from their memory the Harper government's attacks on the PBO and the utter refusal to consider studying the tax gap. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to what the former Vice Chair of the Public Accounts Committee and Conservative MP for Don Valley West, John Carmichael, said in 2014 when talking about the tax gap. He decided to explain to the opposition the mechanics of measuring the tax gap in order to explain why deriving such an estimate would be overly complex, inefficient, and a total waste of time. He followed this statement by saying that studying the tax gap was nonsensical. Let's talk about something that's nonsensical. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives pretending to care about measuring the tax gap and wanting more transparency for Canadians. We've got 10 years of Harper's track record on tax evasion to know that studying the tax gap is no priority for that side of the House. Unlike my colleagues from the other side, I am very proud of my government's track record on this issue. While we agree with the spirit of this bill, due to the requirements and importance of protecting the confidentiality of taxpayers' information and our concerns related to the proposed legislative vehicle in this bill, our government cannot support it. This bill asks to change the Parliamentary Budget Officer's model of access to information by compelling the Minister of National Revenue to provide data to the PBO through amendments to the Canada Revenue Agency Act. This Act is not the right legislative vehicle to change the PBO's model of access to information, and it would pose concerns for the confidentiality of taxpayer information. The current report to the PBO is issued in a format that protects taxpayers' information. This bill would also create an unnecessary administrative burden on the CRA as the tax gap is already being reported on. Mr. Speaker, allow me to elaborate. To start, Bill S-243 would require the Minister of National Revenue to collect, compile, analyze, and abstract statistics on the tax gap every 3 years and publish them in the annual report to the Parliament of the Canadian in the annual report to Parliament of the Canada Revenue Agency. Mr. Speaker, the CRA already publishes research and estimates on various components of the tax gap and has a strong public commitment to continue to do so. Therefore, adding a legislative requirement to collect, compile, analyze, abstract statistics on the tax gap in the CRA's annual departmental results report is unnecessary. Mr. Speaker, the CRA already has a dedicated team in place to study the tax gap. Through the work of this team, the CRA has published 4 reports pertaining to the tax gap. Unlike the allegations of the member from Rimouski-Neigette, in his speech, the government took immediate action. So in June of 2016, the CRA published a conceptual study on tax gap estimation. At the same time, it published a tax gap estimates for the goods and services harmonized sales tax. Then, in June of 2017, the CRA published tax gap estimates on domestic reporting and payment noncompliance by individuals. And in June of 2018, it published a report on tax gap estimates on offshore noncompliance by individuals on the international scale. And in June of 2019, the CRA will release its 5th report on the tax gap, which will provide information about corporate income tax noncompliance. These reports are published on Canada.ca website. They describe the methodology the CRA used to estimate the tax gap. They also provide information on the CRA's compliance efforts to reduce these gaps. Collectively, these reports provide the basis for a more comprehensive tax gap estimate. So yes, we agree that the tax gap is important to measure. That is why it's already being done. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to bring to your attention the bill's requirement of the CRA to provide the PBO with the data collected and compiled on the tax gap, as well as any additional data the PBO considers relevant to conducting a further analysis of the tax gap. You may know, Mr. Speaker, the CRA already provides the PBO with information on this tax gap, and this is in a format that does not compromise taxpayer confidentiality. This bill simply does not amend the appropriate act. In fact, these proposed changes run the risk of creating confusion about the PBO's existing legislated access to information. Indeed, amending a departmental statute, such as the Canada Revenue Agency Act, would not broaden access to taxpayer data or information. This bill should require significant and consequential amendments to legislation directly related to taxpayer data, such as Section 241 of the Income Tax Act or Section 295 of the Excise Tax Act, to make such a change. But it does not. What this doesn't change, however, is the CRA's commitment to continue to work closely with the PBO, the Privacy Commissioner, and Statistics Canada to determine how best to share the relevant information necessary for the work of the PBO, while also protecting the confidentiality of taxpayers' information. Lastly, I'd like to touch on the stipulation in Bill S-243 that would require the CRA to provide in its departmental results report a detailed list of all convictions for tax evasion, including a separate list for overseas tax evasion. Similar to the commitment to reporting the tax gap, the CRA already provides this information on Canada.ca since 2017. The available information identifies individuals, corporations, and trusts convicted in the courts for tax evasion or for failing to file income tax returns, and it includes convictions that have links to money and assets located offshore. The CRA's Departmental Performance Report already includes information about convictions. The CRA also offers a service that notifies subscribers about enforcement activities. Given these efforts, it's clear that the CRA already provides significant information about its enforcement activities, just like what is being requested in Bill S-243. Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you to the member from the other place who initiated this bill for his commitment to ensuring Canadians have greater access to information about non-compliance. Our government will continue to report on the tax gap to ensure that taxpayer information is and stays confidential and to remain transparent in our fight against tax evasion. That is what we've been doing for the past 3 years, 3.5 years actually, and that is what we will continue to do. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for people watching today, what Bill S-243 does, in technical jargon, it amends the Canada Revenue Agency Act to require that the CRA report on all convictions for tax evasion, including international tax evasion, and that the tax gap, or the difference between estimated taxes owing and actual taxes collected, in the annual report it submits to the Minister of National Revenue for tabling in Parliament. And it requires the minister to provide data to calculate the tax gap to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. So the Conference Board of Canada estimates the tax gap at between about $9 billion and about $50 billion. That's a lot of money. In fact, that could be used to what? Reduce the deficit, spend money on things that we need, maybe not tell veterans in Canada that they're asking for more than we can give. So what I find ridiculously hilarious about the parliamentary secretary's speech. I actually don't even know how to summarize her defense of voting against this bill, but I'm going to give this lecture to the CRA bureaucrats that are in the lobby that wrote that audacious speech that she didn't even bother to edit before coming in here and reading off of it. So to the CRA bureaucrats that are watching, first of all, none of us on this side of the House would be the man and then take the man's talking points into the House of Commons to argue why CRA bureaucrats wouldn't provide this data for not doing their job, number one. That's just ridiculous. Like, it's actually laughable. And then number two, the poor political staffer that put the one attack line in her speech. My colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge made this wonderful comment where it was summarized as this: Conservatives should be ashamed of themselves for not doing 10 years ago for the thing that we're not going to do today. Mr. Speaker, come on. We know that this is something that's important. That's why my colleague has spoken against it. But then the delicious part of the argument to not vote against or to not support it was the argument of privacy. Privacy, financial records. I'm going to give credit in a nod of bipartisanship to this point, who was raised to me by the lobby coordinator of the New Democratic Party, Anthony Saloom, who said it's really rich for this government to be making an issue about personal banking records privacy when they did what? What did they do this year? They wanted Statistics Canada to be able to dive deep into people's individual banking records. And then they stood here day after day in the House of Commons and they're like, it's all good. There's no problem with the government being able to see if you went to 7-Eleven at 10 o'clock at night and bought that delicious blue Slurpee, right? That's great. That is the role of government. They did that for a month. They went day after day and said, it is the role of government. The man should be able to see everything that you buy. No issue with privacy on there. That's A-okay. And then today they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Canada Revenue Agency bureaucrats are now all of a sudden concerned with privacy. As a member of parliament who has to hire somebody in my office just to do casework because the bureaucrats at the Canada Revenue Agency can't even, I've had cases where people have had their files locked in some other bureaucrat's desk or left by the water cooler, or, the incompetence of this bureaucracy is staggering at best and irresponsible and at worst. So anytime somebody stands up in the House of Commons and is like, oh yeah, we're going to talk about privacy, come on, man, at least read the speech that your bureaucrats gave and have a think, does this make me sound like a supervillain? And I just think that the parliamentary secretary forgot to do that today. But in all seriousness, we actually need to ensure that we are addressing the issue of the tax gap, because it's a source of revenue that we're not tapping into, and it disadvantages Canadians who are paying taxes fairly if we are not collecting taxes in an appropriate manner. In fact, it actually creates a disproportionate burden of tax paying on one aspect of Canadian society as opposed to another. Now, since I have the moment to talk about the ability of this Liberal government's ability to prosecute tax evaders, I'm going to point to a CBC story in 2018 where it said, it talked about governments around the world being able to recover $500 million in taxes thanks to the Panama Papers. But this is in stark contrast to the CRA's effectiveness at catching offshore tax cheats, and it comes in the wake of a CBC investigation that found few, if any, of the criminal convictions the agency cites in defense of its record actually have anything to do with offshore tax evasion. In fact, in 2017, a CBC story said, few, if any, of the court cases that the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, the leader of the Liberal Party, who can't be named in this place, has cited in Parliament to defend its record on cracking down on offshore tax evasions have nothing to do with millionaires hiding money in overseas tax haven due to a review that CBC News has found. So as a further proof point on this, the parliamentary secretary's boss, the Minister of National Revenue, or Minister of Bluster, because she has this tendency to stand up in the House of Commons and repeat nonsensical talking points that have nothing to do with the question that was being asked. In 2016, her boss, the National Revenue Minister, said her agency had already started to identify 45 targets for audits, but yet 3 years later, what? No tangible outcomes. The nice thing about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill would force the bureaucrats who wrote that very staid and weird speech to determine what our tax gap is on an annual basis and help to ensure that Canada is retrieving those taxes so that complying Canadians don't shoulder this burden of taxes on their own. So I just want to point out the government's hypocrisy. When this Liberal government has seen that they are potentially losing billions of dollars in tax evasion, what has their actual action been? They increased taxes on law-abiding Canadians. So in terms of the results of their tax increases, my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Finance, made this wonderful intervention in the House that I think is worth repeating. CRA data released demonstrates that in the first year after the tax increase took effect, the government actually collected $4.6 billion less from the wealthiest 1% in Canada. Finance Canada released documents almost exactly a year ago today in its annual financial report on September the 19th, 2017, in which it revealed that almost the exact same phenomenon was occurring. Revenues went down from the wealthiest 1%. Now, the government, the Liberal government, said that it was all due to a one-time factor, but we know that there are some wealthy individuals who move their money around to avoid paying their fair share. And it's probably worth pointing out, Mr. Speaker, that one of those individuals was who? The Minister of Finance himself, the Minister of the French fry yacht. He announced a tax increase to take effect on January 1st, 2016. He sold shares in his own company, Morneau Shepell, just 30 days before that in order to ensure his capital gain would be taxed at the lower earlier rate so that he would not have to pay the same higher taxes he imposed on everyone else. So, when you start looking at that record, when you start looking at the absolute ridiculousness of making the argument on privacy after they were going to allow Statistics Canada to look at your personal banking records, when you look at the Minister of Finance track record on this, and when you understand the bureaucrats are not motivated to have transparency in terms of their efficacy, that is the role of the executive branch, is to go to bureaucrats and say, thank you for your public service. By the way, we have a fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers, and we are going to make these changes. That is what we need to do in this place. So by voting against this bill, we understand what real change means to the Liberal government. Absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Prise de débat. Accordingly, I'll ask the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge for his right of reply, or invite him, for his right of reply. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge has up to 5 minutes for those remarks. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a tremendous honour and privilege to be able to sponsor a bill in this place. And I first of all want to acknowledge and thank the work of Senator Percy Down for his passion on this issue and for bringing this bill, obtaining unanimous support in the other place for this bill, and giving me the opportunity to sponsor it here in this House. I want to thank my dear friends, the member for Edmonton Riverbend and the member for Calgary Nose Hill for their speeches tonight. I also want to thank my friend, the member for Calgary Shepherd, who spoke in the first hour of debate on this bill, and indeed the other members who spoke, in particular the members for Rimouski who spoke tonight, and the member for Sherbrooke in the first hour, and for their support on this bill. I do thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle and Winnipeg North and the Parliamentary Secretary for National Revenue who also participated in debate. This bill will allow the Parliamentary Budget Officer to measure a problem that all parties acknowledge exists. As the member from Rimouski put it, the Auditor General has repeatedly called out the Canada Revenue Agency for not being able to, for one thing, for not treating Canadians the same as they treat those that file offshore. But also, when he said that, it reminded me of how the CRA, in its own self-audit, believed that its call center was operating just fine. It took a report from the Auditor General to reveal that it was a complete disaster. And now we are to take the CRA without giving the Parliamentary Budget Officer the tools that they have asked for. We are asking them to, with the information that they aggregate and hand over, to be the final word on the scope and scale of this problem. That's not acceptable. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for Canadians, and that is really just more of the same. And I will say that the Parliamentary Secretary, I must take exception to her castigating my motives as a Conservative in bringing, under private members' business, this bill to this chamber. It's as if she has said, as was pointed out by the member for Nose Hill, that, well, shame on the Conservatives. They didn't do this for all 10 years that they were in. Shame on them for saying now that this is important, even as they plan to vote against this bill. Only a Liberal could say so and not understand the hypocrisy and ridiculousness of that position. I was not a part of the former Parliament, and you know, the previous government, despite its incredible track record and the fact that Canadians are yearning now for a return of Conservatives, I am very comfortable in admitting here in this place that not every single problem of government, not every single problem under the sun was solved during the 10 years of the Conservative government. 10 years wasn't a long enough time to undo everything from the previous Liberals before it. It wasn't long enough to solve every problem in the world. And so let's please, when a Conservative tables a bill or brings in a bill that all parties ought to support, that each speaker on the Liberal side claimed they supported the motivation behind it and claimed to care about the problem that it solves, and yet come up with excuse after excuse after excuse, which is all we heard in the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, for why they just shouldn't do it and shouldn't bother. So shame on them if they do, as has been indicated to me by the Minister, if they reject this bill tonight. But I do again want to thank Percy Down for his advocacy on this, and thank all members that participated in the debate on this bill.
Order. The question is as follows. Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Kmitch, moved that Bill S-243, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, a report on unpaid income tax, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the deferred recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 29th, just before the time provided for private members' business.
And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The day after Paul Manley was elected in the Nanaimo Ladysmith by-election, I rose in this House to ask about the possibility of adding more independent questions to accommodate the growing number of independent MPs. The Green Party is not a recognized party in this House, so its MPs are adding to the number of independents, which is now 21, the largest ever in Canadian history. And it seems only logical that as the number of independent MPs increases, the number of opportunities for us to participate in question period should increase correspondingly. However, the government House Leader rejected this suggestion, stating, and I quote, "There is a formula to determine the number of questions for each party and for independents," end quote. Well, Mr. Speaker, it would be nice to know what that formula is, and perhaps the government will be able to provide a more detailed answer this evening. I can certainly tell you that the 21, soon to be 21, independent MPs are now sharing only 14 spots in question period every week. We compare that to the officially recognized opposition parties, where an NDP caucus of 41 MPs gets 54 question period spots every week, and a Conservative caucus of 97 MPs gets 120 questions per week. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think we'd all accept the idea that officially recognized parties would receive some extra questions. They'd get a bit of a bonus. But it does seem that the current formula, such as it is completely out of whack. So to provide a direct comparison, the NDP caucus has about twice as many MPs as the independent group, yet receives nearly 4 times as many spots in question period every week. It doesn't strike me that this represents a reasonable allocation of question period opportunities, or that it provides a fair chance for independent MPs to speak up for our constituents. Now, of course, there's a bit of a history to this question. Earlier in this Parliament, the Bloc Québécois, which is also part of the independent group, raised a point of privilege requesting more spots in question period. Now, the chair ruled that this was not a matter of privilege, and fair enough, but I want to emphasize that that ruling does not mean that the current allocation is proper or that it makes sense. There may not be a right to more questions as a matter of privilege, but surely common sense would suggest that the allocation of questions should reflect, roughly speaking, the allocation of MPs. So when the government House Leader says that there's a formula, well, at the start of this Parliament, what that formula meant was that there were as many questions for independents as there were independent MPs. When I became an independent MP, the Speaker added another question to the Tuesday question period to maintain that balance. But since then, we have 7 more independent MPs and no additional independent questions. Mr. Speaker, I think that's where the allocation breaks down, and I hope the government would support reallocating some opportunities to independent MPs to restore a proper equilibrium. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member knows well, that the Speaker actually did address the issue late last year, back in October. And let me just be very specific by reading a ruling from the Speaker. And so this is a direct quote from the Speaker. "I would be remiss if I looked at this matter only through the lens of just one group of members and their right to speak. Instead, I must manage all proceedings, including question period, effectively for the benefit of all members. It is the view of the Chair that the current allotment of 14 questions per week for independent members maintains an appropriate balance with respect to the management of time, the rights of independent members, and the long-standing practice of this House. The Chair notes that recently some of the time slots made available to independent members have not been used. I would therefore encourage independent members to consult table officers who remain available to assist in any way necessary with the view to ensuring that these opportunities are optimized for all, for those to benefit all. This is what it is that the Speaker of the House has indicated. I would highly suggest that maybe whether it's representatives of the independents make the necessary arrangements with the Speaker's office, sit down and have that discussion with the Speaker. It might be somewhat fruitful for the member opposite to do something of that nature. I don't know if the member today, for example, would be able to indicate that there are no extra questions. Are in fact all the questions that have been allocated out to the independents used every day? I think that would be helpful information to be able to bring to the Speaker's attention. We, as the government, are not necessarily taking a side per se, other than to reinforce that the Speaker has, in fact, made a ruling on the matter after, no doubt, having done a considerable amount of research. From our perspective, we have taken some initiatives that have actually, I believe, given strength and to modernize the House of Commons in order to improve our democracy. For example, we changed question period to make government and the Prime Minister more accountable. There is a new Prime Minister's question period in which the PM answers every questions on that particular day. The Prime Minister has done more than 40 Prime Minister's question periods, answering over 1,600 questions. Truly unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented, Mr. Speaker. We have ensured that Liberal MPs have a strong voice in the House by permitting free votes, except in matters of confidence, election promises, or protections guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We've introduced legislation to ensure the All-Party Board of Eternal Economy, which for years operated in secrecy. We've made Parliament more family-friendly and helped encourage the next generation of women to run for office by arranging for votes at better times of the day and allowing parental leave for parliamentarians. I think there's many different things that what I have seen over the last number of years here, where people have ideas and thoughts and ways in which we can improve the conditions of parliamentarians. We want to, as much as possible, explore different options, procedures in House Affairs. On a couple of occasions in the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to have that sort of dialogue. That sort of dialogue is very healthy, and I would encourage the member at the very least to maybe sit down, make the appointment with the Speaker's office, and then report back or see if in fact some other sort of accommodations could be taken into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary began by quoting a Speaker's ruling that 14 question period slots were appropriate for independent MPs. Well, as you know, the Speaker made that ruling at a time when there were only 15 independent MPs. So I think it was reasonable at that point in time. Of course, there are now going to be 21 independent MPs, and what I'm suggesting is that the number of questions should be related to the number of MPs. The Parliamentary Secretary also raised a question about whether the slots allocated to independents are being used. I'm pleased to assure him that they are every week. We now have 21 MPs sharing 14 slots, so certainly if someone is not available, other MPs step in very quickly to fill those spots. The utilization of those spots is a matter of public record. It's not at all in doubt, Mr. Speaker. So I guess the fundamental point here is that it's quite strange to imagine that there's a formula for QP that is totally disconnected from the actual numbers of MPs. Thanks again.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the number of independents at any given time can actually fluctuate quite significantly, even immediately following elections. Political parties are often found short by 1 or 2 or 3 in terms of not having that party status. There is consideration that speakers do give to independents, and I think in most part there's this sense of trust and faith that the speaker will in fact respond in a way that is most fitting given the makeup of the chamber, and we have confidence in the Speaker in being able to do that. And that's why I would suggest to my colleague across the way, we have 21 more days. There's 21 more days sitting between now and the next election. It's never too late. I would really encourage the member to make that appointment and meet with the Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight again now at adjournment proceedings to talk about the answer that I received to a question in question period quite some time ago now. It was in the first week back after the Christmas break. I asked the Minister for National Revenue about why the government would not allow Quebecers to file only a single tax return, as has been committed under a future Conservative government that I look forward to in a few months. In response to that question, the Minister, this was, many members will probably remember it, this is when she accused the previous government of chopping the Canada Revenue Agency during its time. And it was interesting that day, Mr. Speaker, because the member for Edmonton West pointed out that the departmental plan for the Canada Revenue Agency actually shows that it was these Liberals that reduced the full-time equivalents at the Canada Revenue Agency in their first year in office. And furthermore, their plan, according to their departmental plan, they are going to chop another 800 full-time equivalents over the coming year, this year to next year. But this is a digression, certainly from the main point of the question, and certainly I don't think that any Canadian really cares how many tax collectors work at the CRA. What Canadians care about is that they get the service that they want, that they need to get, and that they are treated fairly by the agency, regardless of how many people are employed at the agency. And under this government, the service at the agency has been a consistent problem in every way that we look at, whether it is from their treatment of disabled Canadians, the treatment of parents with respect to the Canada Child Benefit, whether it is the treatment of Canadians compared to Canadians who have offshore transactions, and the Auditor General's report that took a look at that. These are important considerations, and having to file 2 tax returns is just another way in which collectively government makes life more difficult for citizens in Quebec. And in the debate around this issue, I've heard a lot of things. First of all, the government members accused Conservatives of pandering to Quebec and dared me to say the same thing in English that we are saying in French. And of course, I've said it many times, including in that question and by choosing to participate in tonight's late show. So Conservatives and others also said, well, sure, say that in your riding in Calgary Rocky Ridge. Well, in Calgary Rocky Ridge, people in Calgary Rocky Ridge want to have a smaller government. They do not like red tape. They don't think any Canadian should have to file 2 tax returns. They don't think that any Canadian should have to have onerous compliance responsibilities regardless of where they live in Canada. And so I'm very happy and proud that I represent am part of a political party that is committed to making life simpler for Canadians in Quebec and indeed all across Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the second night in a row, I'm here to speak to the Conservatives' empty promise to implement a single tax return for the province of Quebec, administered by Revenue Quebec. Last night, I shared the facts that identify why this proposal does not make sense. Also, let's not forget the potential impact that it would have for Canadian taxpayers across the country. As explained many times, we strongly disagree with the Conservatives' proposal to have the province of Quebec administer the federal tax system for Quebecers. Currently, the federal government, 9 provinces and 3 territories have harmonized their definition of income and have a single tax return administered by the federal government. This is the simplification and the savings Quebec is looking for. Quebec has different definitions, different rules, and different exemptions. For a single tax return in Quebec, a choice has to be made. Either Quebec adopts Canada's tax framework, or Canada and 9 provinces and 3 territories have to change and adopt Quebec's way of doing things. We have yet to hear which of these 2 options the Conservatives prefer. Mr. Speaker, as in 2015, leading up to October, the Conservatives will have one set of promises for Quebec and another for the rest of Canada. We all know that this promise of a single tax return is empty. They know they have no intention of keeping it. Quebecers will see right through it. On this side of the House, we have been absolutely clear that we support a single tax return for Quebecers, but only if it's administered by the Canada Revenue Agency, just like it is across the rest of the country. Knowing that the government of Quebec has a different point of view, we chose to be honest with Quebecers. Instead of making empty promises, we chose to work with the province of Quebec to make the filing of tax returns as simple as possible. The Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec have a long history of close collaboration, sharing best practice in tax and benefit administration on an ongoing basis. That is why our government has met with representatives from the Government of Quebec to discuss ways to make tax filing easier for Quebec residents. That is also why we have collaborated on initiatives such as the Volunteer Program. This Income Tax Assistance Volunteer Program provides assistance to people who are unable to complete their tax returns themselves and who cannot afford the services of a professional. This great program is jointly administered by Canada Revenue Agency and Revenue Quebec, with the collaboration of hundreds of community organizations and thousands of volunteers. Each year, the program's volunteers provide tens of thousands of people with assistance as to ensure that Quebecers receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, the CRA is also committed to administering a tax system that is fair for all taxpayers from coast to coast. Tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance is a complex global issue, and it requires global solutions to track down people and businesses who engage in elaborate tax schemes. Let's not forget the importance of Canada's international partnerships and the international agreements and tax treaties that fall under federal jurisdiction. Collaborating with international partners is essential to tracking down people and businesses who are evading and invading paying taxes. Work with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, for example, has led to the Common Reporting Standard Initiative. Common Reporting Standard allows the automated exchange of information with other countries, and with these agreements in Canada, almost 100 other countries exchange financial account information. A province would have no jurisdiction to navigate these partnerships, to take advantage of these international agreements, nor to have access to information they provide. Mr. Speaker, you see the CRA and Revenue Quebec have similar goals to ensure a fair tax system and that Canadians receive the credits and benefits to which they're entitled, and we will continue working together to do just that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank her for her remarks, but I'm disappointed with the answer to the issues. It's quite similar and maybe perhaps typical of the broader Liberal policy on the CRA. We support a single tax return for Quebecers, but we just won't let them have one. We support the idea of measuring the income tax gap, but we're just not going to do it. We believe that we should make it easier for Canadians to receive the credits and benefits to which they're entitled, but we're just going to crack down and claw back from disabled Canadians and recipients of the Canada Child Benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are really, after 3.5 years, are tired of the empty promise and the action that doesn't support the stated objectives. So I'm disappointed by those answers tonight.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, please, I will need to be clear again because I think it got missed. We absolutely support a single tax return for Quebecers, but only if it's administered by the CRA Revenue Agency. We have been incredibly clear on that point. Mr. Speaker, last week a symposium organized by academics from the Université de Sherbrooke took place, and after a whole day of discussion, invited experts came to a strong conclusion. The issue is far more complex than it has been proposed by the Conservatives. Actually, they concluded that if Quebec's aim for this proposal was to save money, the advantage for Quebecers would be to have one single tax return administered by the CRA, like in all other provinces in Canada. While we disagree on which organization would be best to administer the federal tax in Quebec, we remain committed on working with the Government of Quebec to simplify the tax filing process for residents of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, relations between the CRA and Revenue Quebec are strong, and we have a long history of collaboration that allows us to share good practices for the benefit of taxpayers in Quebec and the rest of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to stand here in this chair and ask this question. The original question that I asked was on carbon tax and the reasons why we on this side of the House oppose the carbon tax. However, the answer I got back was just a lot more of the same empty rhetoric on we don't have a plan, where's your plan? So we're highly anticipating announcing our plan, but I don't know who's more excited after those of us who have witnessed and been able to be part of feeding into the plan in our caucus, that if it's going to be us or if it's going to be the honourable member who answered my question, because I'm sure he'll be glued to his TV set when that plan does come forward. Yeah, he will. This carbon tax, though, will raise the cost of living for all Canadians, from gas prices to our groceries. The Liberals say they will give some Canadians back more than they spend on a carbon tax through a tax rebate, but a one-time payout won't make up for higher bills, groceries, or other expenses. At the same time Canadians tell the government they can't afford this tax, the government is considering a plastic tax. A plastic tax. Mr. Speaker, that demonstrates how out of touch these Liberals are. Plastic is found in almost everything, and introducing a plastic tax would, like the carbon tax, increase the cost of everything we buy. This comes at a time when more and more Canadians are finding it harder to get by and bankruptcies are increasing. Instituting this tax isn't going to make a dent in the world's emissions either. Even with the carbon tax, Canada won't achieve its emissions targets under Paris Accord, and it unfairly targets average families and lets big emitters off the hook. The Parliamentary Budget Officer found in its analysis of the carbon tax that big polluters will pay only 8% of the total revenue collected by the Liberals' carbon tax, leaving the remaining 92% to be paid for by families and small businesses. They will also pay these costs through higher gas prices, groceries, and home heating costs. Gas prices have already gone up since April 1st. In most provinces, it now costs more than $1.30 a litre to fill up for gas, and this is only going up. The Liberals say these prices are what they want because it will encourage people to change their behaviours. They want people to think more seriously about the environment before filling up their gas tanks. However, Mr. Speaker, most Canadians don't have other options. Rural Canadians don't have any public transit. If they go from point A to point B, they have to drive. And with different work schedules, most families can't go down to one car. That doesn't mean that these people just don't care about the environment. These people are realistic about what they can and cannot do. Commuters from our suburbs may have more options, but in most cases, public transit is not efficient enough to meet their needs, and they have no choice but to drive into cities for work. Driving to work or school allows them more time with their families, and if the Liberals want commuters to use public transit rather than passenger vehicles, they need to develop more efficient and user-friendly services in our cities. At the same time, this plan will not achieve Canada's emissions reductions under the Paris Accord. That's probably why the Liberals plan to hike the cost of carbon tax to $300 per tonne of greenhouse gas emissions, up from the current price of $20 a tonne. The Liberals are trying to convince Canadians that they will get back more than they pay in carbon tax. Can the Liberals tell us how they plan to help Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet under their government's carbon tax scheme?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House and to address the many aspects of the small speech that the honourable member just gave. The starting point in this analysis for me is that climate change is real. We know that it's driven by human activities and that we have an obligation and an opportunity to do something about it if we simply pull together and muster the political will to implement the solutions that we know exist. We know from the leading experts in the field, including the winner of the Nobel Prize in economics last year, that implementing a pricing mechanism to reduce GHG emissions is the single most effective thing that we can do to help reduce our emissions and prevent the worst consequences of climate change. We are not a one-trick pony, Mr. Speaker. In fact, our plan has over 50 measures, and perhaps another day I'd be happy to take the time to walk the honourable member through it. With respect to the submissions that he made in this chamber a moment ago, there's a number of pieces of misinformation that I do want to correct. He cited a $300 a ton piece. That is not an initiative this government is undertaking. To suggest otherwise would be to mislead the House. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has dramatically mischaracterized the contents of the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, which in fact pointed out that 80% of households that are subject to the federal system will be better off, and that the only people who will pay more are the wealthiest 20% of residents in the 4 provinces with the plan, where the plan applies. I note in particular the most that anyone would be out of pocket after the climate action incentive is factored in would be the wealthiest 20% of people in Saskatchewan, who will be out a grand total of about $50 a year. Mr. Speaker, it's $1 a week for the richest Canadians. Meanwhile, the average household of 4 would receive a rebate of $609.
That's impressive.
He's also suggested that somehow big emitters are exempt under our plan. This is an absolute falsehood, and let me state unequivocally that big emitters do pay, and the reason that families get more as a result of this plan being in place is because big emitters are paying into the same system, and the revenues are divided 90% to residents in the province in which the revenue is collected, and 10% for small businesses, municipalities, university schools, and hospitals.
Very reasonable.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the question of rural communities, I think this is very important. Because I represent rural communities, and I agree that not every rural community has access to public transit. We are making the largest investment in the history of public transit in Canada that's going to pull more cars off the road. But importantly, there's things that rural residents can do as well. And I'm happy to highlight the investments that we're making in energy efficiency. In my home province of Nova Scotia, we're putting $56 million into a program in partnership with the province of Nova Scotia that's helping make the cost of everyday efficiency, whether it's home heating, electricity, more affordable. I made an announcement with some of my colleagues in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, that was going to highlight the rebates that were put on some household products, whether it was smart thermostats, whether it was energy-efficient light bulbs, different products that would actually make you more efficient, but bring your cost of living down by lowering your power bill. In addition, to conclude, if he's concerned about affordability, Mr. Speaker, I would question why his entire caucus opposed the Canada Child Benefit, which put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, why they opposed the middle-class tax cut for 9 million Canadian families while we raised taxes on the 1%, and why they oppose a bump up to the guaranteed income supplement for low-income single seniors. The honourable member knows the Parliamentary Budget Officer has indicated that the average household will be $2,000 better off as a result of the measures we've put in place, and we know that Canadians that are struggling to get by will put this money to good use, and we know that we can make our homes more efficient, make our country more efficient. At the same time, we see economic growth and life being made more affordable for Canadian families.
Very good.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, of course we support the child care benefit because we created the child care benefit on this side of the House. They're the ones that, remember their daycare plan that never came to fruition? Now they're adopting our plan at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his answer, but doesn't get to the crux of the issue. Under this government, more and more people are finding it harder to make ends meet. They cannot afford another tax. This doesn't mean they don't care about the environment, Mr. Speaker. Far from it. We even know that the carbon tax, that Canada won't achieve its emissions reductions targets under the Paris Accord. This is a tax plan, not an environmental plan. So can the Liberals tell us why are they continuing with this scheme that unfairly targets suburban and rural Canadian riders?
Well said.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to correct a number of falsehoods that the member has stated. The Conservatives put forward the universal child care benefit, and we've altered that to make sure that millionaires no longer receive child care checks, and 9 out of 10 Canadian households receive more money at the end of the day.
And we're not
that
taxing
important
it.
social policy innovation was opposed by members of the Conservative Party. With respect to daycare, we're making investments that are taking a hold across the entire country right now. I outlined why life has been made more affordable. I won't repeat my remarks previously. And with respect to the allegation that we won't reach the Paris Agreement targets, again, that's false. We are going to get there, and to the extent that there's any gap in the data analysis, it's because it's not factored in things like the uptake in electric vehicles, like our investments in things like carbon sequestration that will be taken up with innovation over the next number of years, and the largest single investment in public transit in the history of our country, which is going to help reduce congestion, make cities more efficient, and yes, bring emissions down. We are going to meet our Paris Agreement targets because, quite frankly, there is not a choice.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.